Hello everyone. Welcome on in. We're going to be looking at Royalty and Legacy today. Oh my gosh, very excited. And just a quick note that the stream has been, I guess, brought to you by The Sims. Thank you, The Sims, for assisting with bringing the stream out in the world. The early access has been provided by The Sims, and just as a reminder that this is not the final software. So this is early access, so you will not be seeing the final version of the game out here in today's stream. So just please keep that in mind, that we won't have the final version, but you know, I think that it will still give you a really good indication of what's what, and it'll just only be bug fixes and things like that that will be changing between now and the release of the game on the 12th of February. Oh my gosh, so very exciting. We're going to be taking a look at the Royalty and Legacy expansion pack today. We're going to be doing some casts, we're going to be creating some Dynasty stuff, and we'll have a look around the world. We'll have a look at the build buy, but maybe build ourselves a little starter home or something like that. So yeah, we're going to have some fun. Welcome in everyone. I hope you guys are excited to check this out with me. And yeah, so just our disclosure, so this is early access brought to you by The Sims. I'm not paid for my opinion, and this is not the final software. So those are the three things. Got them out of the way, so let's go check out the pack. And welcome into Cutie, Little Bunny, Art by Nix. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you guys are ready to go, right? We're ready to go. So Royalty and Legacy. Your family, your legacy, build up prestige, maintain unity, and the powerhouse family everyone wants to keep up with. But remember, elevated status means elevated drama. You claim your crown. Many worlds can be kingdoms, but only one sim world can wear the crown. Shape your kingdom, best your rivals, and maybe woo a noble frog as you climb to the top. Do it for the plot. Forbidden loves and secret children are just a few situations that can become saucy scandals. When facing a scandal, Sims can apologize, atone, wait it out, or deny everything. Your kingdom awaits. Ondarian is a world with rich history and a powerful dynasties, where opulence is around every corner. With an empty throne, the stage is set, and the stories are yours to tell. So excited! So excited to, yeah, check it out. So I'm going to, basically, let's do a new game, and we're going to create some... a whole big family, so we can experience all of the different casts that we have, and yeah, we'll create our first dynasty. So I hope you guys are excited to check out the casts, because that's what we're starting with. And if you guys have a dynasty name, let me know in the comments, because we'll add a dynasty name in there, and what their surname is will be their dynasty name. So any dynasty name, let me know, and that'll be our dynasty for today. I'm also going to create possibly also what I'm going to be doing with the gameplay is I'm going to be creating a dynasty, a sort of a legacy dynasty challenge, and this is kind of like the start of it, where we're kind of like setting up and doing bits and pieces towards that. And yeah, and it's going to be like a little dynasty legacy challenge, pretty short and sweet, but I'm going to sort of finish up the rules, and I'll be playing that on Saturday, and the houses and the characters and stuff that we're making today are going to be going into that legacy challenge, which is very cool. So do you guys want to start with the female stuff? So I've got this fella here, but I was thinking maybe we start with the girl stuff, because the feminine stuff, because I think you guys want to see all the dresses, right? I feel like you guys are all here for the dresses, so I want to get started with the female stuff, and we'll have our little fella out there in the world, and yeah, we'll get rid of her here, give her some stuff, and we'll get stuck into creating some lovely dresses and outfits and all of the things. You see, I'm not putting too much effort into actually creating all these amazing Sims. We'll just do the hair when we get there.
Whoa, Ben.
Whoa, Ben. Right, let's have a look at the dresses. I'm excited. And the hairs and all the things. So yes, let's go. Let's go. So first up, we're going to have a look at the feminine hairs. And because this is early access, I've only got base game and Royalty and Legacy as well. So only 2 packs in at the moment, so it's going to keep it pretty straightforward. So first up, we're going to start with this one here. And I'm just going to change it here, colour. So this is your little braid. It's got the pearls in it. So if you've seen the trailers, you would have seen this hairstyle. I think worn by by Cordelia, I think it was. So yeah, it looks absolutely lovely. Beautiful in a blonde as well. Gorgeous. And red here too. If you could go red with this Dynasty, that would be quite funky. So that's our lovely braid. And then we have this. It's so pretty. You love that one. I love that one as well with like the pearls and stuff down it. It's really gorgeous. And this one here, I don't love the front of it, but I love the back of it, if that makes sense. Like, it's actually quite a beautiful decorative back on that one. But it's, yeah, quite, I don't know, it's a little weird for me around the front, but I like the back. And then we have this one here, which is definitely, this is queen vibes, like pure queen vibes on this hairstyle. I love it. Sorry, I can't zoom in any further, but yeah, it's got like these little shells running through it as well, so that like the construction on it is absolutely amazing, which I love, and just with all the braids and the texture of it. So yeah, that is definitely queen mode here. Next is I was thinking of you when we get to like this hairstyle here, and I was just thinking, oh, that would be so pretty for like one of the princess kind of legacy generations or something like that, with all the pearls and everything like that. It feels like you're going to a ball and with all the sort of the pearls and everything in your hair. So I saw that one, I thought, oh, that might be a pretty one for a princess. That's so cool. Then we have this one here, and it has like the metal running through it, so that's pretty cool. It almost feels like slightly Egyptian as well, you know. I don't know, I just went with like pharaoh kind of maybe thing, but maybe that's less in the hair and more of like a headdress, so that's just my brain. Okay, and then we have this lovely textured hair here. I think this is actually quite a nice one for putting tiaras and stuff on top. So we're going to put tiaras and bits and pieces on top of all, you know, some of these hairs and check them all out. And then we have this beautiful ponytail one that has like the metal running through it, the bands, which is gorgeous. And we have a very simple knot at the back. Look at that. Look at the elegant swoop of that. I was just like, oh, nice. Love it. And then, what do we have? We've got this one here. Now, one of the things that is evident in this pack is like there's kind of like a retro kind of coastal vibe going on. And it's almost like it's sort of like 1920s, 1930s, maybe even 1940s-ish. Actually, maybe more 1940s. And it's, you know, there's quite a sleek kind of, yeah, retro vibe to it. And I feel like this hair here actually works really nicely with some of the clothes that we have that really suit that vibe. And this one here is a really cute one for wearing with tiaras and stuff as well. Like it's all sort of, you know, looped over at the back, but loose at, you know, looped at the front, loose at the back. Party in the front, no, party in the back, business in the front. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, I love it. And then we have this one here. So this one is amazing. Like, look at the detail on this and the way that that's sort of like stacked up and decorated there. Absolutely gorgeous. I love it. And then this one here. And this kind of has those metal, you know, those little metal touches again within the hair. But we've got an updo with that one. And amazing texture around the face too. And I just love like the little loose bits that come out. And that's really cute. So, shall we have a look at the tiaras and stuff? I think that'll be fun. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? So we've got quite a few headdresses and we've got quite a few tiaras with this pack. And there's a couple of hats as well. So like this hat here, I feel like really suits this hairstyle here. You know, it's kind of got that sort of retro sort of 40s vibe going on with it. So I think that's really funky. And the other hat that we got is very much like royal off to the races. Like, look at that hat. It's like we're off to the races or we're off to watch polo, you know, that sort of thing there. It feels very fancy. I'll actually have to show you the colours in these actually, won't I? So that's sort of different tones running through there. You get an idea of a couple of the different themes that run through the cast with this pack as well. So there's a pattern theme and then there's a sort of like a pastel theme combined with a jewel theme. So there's kind of the colours of pastels and jewel, and then there's sort of plains and patterns, and they sort of run through and are quite similar throughout the whole of the pack. which is quite cool. So they've been really thoughtful about coordinating and how these coordinate throughout. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate you. Welcome on in. And then, so with that, we have some crowns. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to do a quick cheat. So this cheat will unlock the locked items so we can have a look at them. So testing cheats true. Cast unlock by tag, and it's EP21. So that'll unlock all our locked items so we can have a wee nosy at those too. That's exciting. Hello, 6x7420. Welcome in. How are ya? We're looking at the Royalty and Legacy expansion pack today. I have early access with it, and I'm showing it off today, so I'm excited. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. So this is the first of the crowns. So just as I said, keep in mind this is not the final version of the game. So I'm hoping that they fix some of the clipping and stuff with the hairs. Might switch to maybe that one. This is a good hair for crowns. And so this one comes in, and like the metals you'll see are pretty similar across. Like you'll have the different metals, and then you'll have the different gems coming through with the crowns, which is very cool. And then we have this sort of little tiara here. And this tiara actually has some matching items as well. So if you have a look at the hair that we looked at earlier, so this one here, you can see we've got the matching shells, and then we've got the matching tiara. And then that also has a matching earring and a matching necklace. So running through there, so you know you can do the whole sort of set running through and make it all work. So there are like some little sets of jewelry, which I think is awesome, and it's really what they kind of needed to do with this pack, because I feel like, you know, if you're doing like real royal jewels and that sort of thing, you want to have like mixing and matching and that sort of thing where you have some coordinating sets. So I think that's really cool. And then we've got the different colors and the metals and stuff running through there. The shells remain the same on that one. So then we have another beautiful sparkly tiara. I love the purple on this one. And this has different metals as well as the different jewel colors as well, which is very cool. So you can kind of mix and match that with a whole lot of the dresses and yeah, and the outfits and stuff. So it's really quite lovely. It's one of my fave ones, that one. Then we have this one here. Now this one I feel like is a little bit more masculine. This is one of the unisex ones. And again, this sort of has like the different metals. This one up here is also unisex, I believe. So this one and this one. And I think the two locked ones are as well. And I'm probably going to lose track of what's locked and what's not. So just sorry about that in advance. Because once I've unlocked them, I'm just like, I can't remember. I know the crowns, but other than that, I don't really know what's locked and what's not locked. So yeah, this one feels a little bit more masculine, but I feel like, you know, it would work with the feminine style as well. And then we have this band tiara. This reminds me of something that I'm sure Queen Elizabeth had something really similar to like this, similar to this. And didn't she give it to like Princess Diana or something? I'm sure. Maybe I'm completely wrong on this, but I just have this vague memory of something like this that the Windsors had in their possession. And it was like between Queen Elizabeth and Diana, but I don't know. And then we have this one here, which is, again, this is one of my fave ones. I love it. So we have the diamonds running through. It's just diamonds all the way. And then we've got the different metals, except for when you go black. And then it's kind of a little different. I'm not sure if they're like diamonds or they're pearls on there. They kind of look like pearls when they go to black. And then more diamondy there, but I don't know. And then there are two locked crowns. So these are crowns that you unlock with the Noble Career, which is very fun. I haven't played that all the way through yet, so I'm excited to play that through with everybody over the next few days. So this is sort of like different stone, different metals kind of going on there, and then there's like an amped up version. So it's like doubled up on top, and it feels like with the main gem in front of it, I feel like, you know, you can zap someone and do something mystical. It's almost like a magical kind of zap jewel at the front of it. But yeah, those are locked for the Noble Career. You love the crowns, Nixie. I love the crowns as well. I think they're very cool. So they're going to look good with our gowns. And then we have the headdresses running through there. So I was talking about the patterns that will be running through as a theme throughout all of this cast. And this is the first indication of how those are kind of going to look. And there's going to be similar patterns running out throughout the whole of the cast. And one of the big things is that there's going to be basically plain versions, and then there's going to be the pattern versions. So you'll see like a couple of versions of of different styles of clothes, where you have like the plainer styles and the pastels and the jewel tones, and then you'll have the pattern styles, which might have a couple of plain swatches as well, going into sort of the Africana kind of design, which I think is awesome. Nasina, welcome in. How are you? Good morning. We're checking out the things. Isn't it exciting? I'm very happy. Oops, sorry, banged the mic. So yeah, I'm very, very hyped for showing you guys all of these things and putting on the pretty dresses. We'll get there. And then we have this headdress here, which I think is actually really funky. I love the design of it. Like, it's plainer, but it's like very constructed, which I think is awesome. Nasina, you love the hairs. You saw a few. Yeah, the hairs are really nice. Like, I had this big conflict as I was putting together some Sims and stuff. And so those are all plain, and then we've got a striped version. And my conflict was I wanted to use like the headdresses, but at the same time I wanted to show off the hairs, and this does not look good with this hairstyle. So I've kind of like ended up having this conflict of because you can either have the headdresses really, or you can have the hair. It's hard to have both at the same time with some of the hairs. So it's just like, oh man, I gotta make some choices. That sucks. And there's another little hat coming in through here, and it has some really cool embroidery on it. I like how the embroidery changes, and we've got some plainer swatches as well. So yeah, I was very excited to have all of this available, and I spent so much time in CAS when I first got access to it, and I had so much fun. But yeah, it was tough decisions. Do I have a headdress? Do I have hair? Do I have hair in a tiara? Do I have hair in a mask? I mean, do I put it all on at once? I mean, it's one of those things. Lexus, welcome in. How are you this morning? Good morning. I hope you're well this morning. We're busy checking out the headwear and the headdresses for the new Royalty and Legacy expansion pack. And yeah, if you see clipping and that sort of thing, we are in early access, so this is not the final version of the game. So that's all the headdresses. So shall we choose, I'll just put like a hairstyle on for now. What about, maybe that one, and maybe a pretty tiara. What about that one there? There we go, pretty tiara. We'll match it later with some different things. I think that'll be fun. Alexis, tired baby was up at 2 a.m, woke up to him pouring his water. Oh dear. From his water bottle. Oh. Poor kiddo. Needs to get back into a sleep routine. A little bit discombobulated. Poor mum too. Alright, let's have a look at the jewellery. So with the jewellery or accessories, we've got 5 different pairs of earrings. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 masks. We've got 1 eye patch for the piratical side of you. And we have a pair of sunglasses. We've got 2 scarves. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 necklaces. I believe this one here, right here, this is one of the locked necklaces. So I think you get that unlocked with the Noble Career. That one is also unisex. And I believe this one is unisex, I think. Yeah, I can't quite remember, but I think that's what the case is. So this is the first of the earrings. Now, I showed you how that matched the tiara a little bit earlier. So you can sort of see it stays the same, just changes the metals on it. Then we have these metallic earrings. I think these are amazing. I love these to pieces. The metals all sort of match between the crowns, crowns and tiaras, and the earrings and the necklaces, which I absolutely love. Love getting those mix and match things, which is fantastic. It's a bright crown. It is. Isn't it gorgeous? I love bright, so I'm very happy. So yeah, all the metals should match throughout the different metallic items. And then you've got the round one. Now with the round one, you've actually got a whole lot of different patterns as well. So we've got the dotty pattern, the line pattern, and the circular pattern. And then you've got that across the board with the different metals running through, which I think is awesome. The great thing about these is that they have the matching necklaces. So if we're looking at this one here, the matching necklace for that is this one here with the beaten kind of bits on it. So those two are the matching set. And then when we're looking at the earrings, the matching necklace for that is this one here. So the necklace actually matches with all the patterns and everything that are on the earring. So that's pretty cool, right? I love the fact that we're getting like the beautiful sets that work as as the jewelry and that sort of thing. The crowns are very pretty. I love not needing CC for them anymore. Yeah, isn't that great? Like we don't need to necessarily go down the route of CC. I mean, CC is amazing and it's always going to have a place, right? But it's great to have the things in the game as well without having to worry about updates and, mods and that sort of thing.
Huh.
And those are some huge earrings. They are, but I think they work. Like, I feel like they would drag down your ears, like being metallic and stuff like that. But I think they really work for the pack and the looks that are in the pack. So, yeah, I really like them. Now, we have this earring here. And this has a matching bracelet as well as a matching necklace. I was honestly disappointed with this one because I wanted it to be in white. Because when you start mixing and matching it with some of the outfits that are in the pack, I feel like white would have been a really good just addition of it, because it's really just a whole lot of sort of reds and corals and pinks and then just the black. And yeah, I feel like they were missing a trick with having, not having white there as well, just as a basic swatch color. And then that works with the necklace. So that runs through, and that's exactly the same colors. I love the pink shades. I think they're really nice. And the black and the gold is really gorgeous as well. They're big, they're chunky, they're bold. And then that comes with a matching bracelet. Bring that up. So that's your matching bracelet there. And got all the different colors, and so exactly the same matching thing. And the other bracelets, they also match the metal earrings and the metal necklace as well. And then there's like a smaller version of that there. So they all sort of like match and coordinate, which is awesome. I love it. Lexus, done chunky jewelry cute. Yeah, they have, I reckon. Nasena, yes, my computer will be thankful. Oh yeah, that's the thing. It just adds extra weight to your PC, doesn't it? So yeah, you can have that sort of matching set running through there. Obviously the tiara does not match that, but that's okay. You could go for something like a black one. Maybe get a black one there. And I feel like, you can maybe get something to work there that's in the black with the whole look. So if you want to go for the whole black. And what have we got left? So we've got one more earring now. This is actually a really flexible earring. This earring works with a whole lot of the necklaces, which is really cool. And it's got your sort of drop earring, jewels, pearl kind of thing going on, which is cool. And you've got lots of different colors in terms of the jewels, which is nice, and a couple of different swatches with the pearls as well going in there. So lots of different options. And then, so as far as the necklaces go, the next, I think, few necklaces kind of work with that. So we've got like a choker necklace there, and again, you'll be able to coordinate the color of the gems with the color in the earring. Sorry, words. And then you've got this one here, which I think can coordinate with it as well. So you've kind of got the different colors running through, etc. And then you've got a pearl choker. So this again will coordinate with, the gem in the middle. Will work with the earrings. And then we have a larger necklace there. So, you can imagine your sim going to a grand ball and they would be all like kitted out and all this amazing jewelry, and it would look so good, all coordinated and stuff. So, yeah, I love that. I love that sort of coordination idea. And I feel like the tiara that works really well with this is actually the one that we're wearing at the moment, but maybe in the diamond, so you got this sort of that diamond effect running through. Or you could potentially go that one there, I think, as well, although I think the metal's a little bit harder. But yeah, if you wanted to sort of coordinate jewelry throughout, unfortunately there isn't like a matching bracelet, so you kind of have to go with the metal bracelet on that. But yeah, you can sort of see the matching look there, which is awesome. Sims Forever Play, did the escrow period end for sharing? Did the embargo end? Yes, the embargo's finished. So yeah, we are now allowed to go live with this for the early access people. So yes, it is done, and we are allowed to go live now. So there we go. But welcome in. Hello, how are you? And the Senate, I like that there is some more subtle jewellery, just a personal preference, and I get it from a royalty perspective, but I'm not a fan of the huge gaudy stuff, and the subtle stuff obviously works for prom weddings too. Yeah, I think you can sort of, you'll be able to find a good balance, I think, with the different things that you can kind of use throughout the pack. Yeah, it's just a matter of, I think when you're going royal, you're kind of going big and bold, and, we're showing off a bit, aren't we? So that's cool. No, today is the time. So we've got it depends on what you are in. I'm in the early access CFE Sims Forever Play. So it kind of depends what one you're in. So if you're in the CFE, it has ended now, the embargo. But if you've got just the early access, that's a different time. So it does depend. Oh, Kiwi, how are you? Kiwi Sims Kate, hang on, I'll say your whole name. Kiwi Sims Kate. Hi, Kate. How are you? Welcome in. How are you today? You doing all right? And could I get a shout out? One of my mods, shout out for Kiwi Sims Kate, please. Kate is a fabulous creator as well here in the Sims creator program. So yeah, hi Kate. Hope you're doing well. Okay. I know, I just like all my words jumbled together. I was just like, oh my god, word fart. Everything's going really well. We're just checking out all the casts and checking out the crowns and how the jewellery all sort of works together and that sort of thing. I love it. I spent so much time in cast with this pack. And I'm not a cast person, so that kind of tells you how much I've had fun with it. Thank you, Nasena. Sims Forever Play, you get it? Yeah, it's just like, it's a little bit complicated because you've got like different access points, I think. So yeah, with the CFE access embargo, ended today, so we just kind of get that early access with it. So yeah, I know it's complicated, right? So that is all of our jewelry, and we have got also our accessories for the jewelry, but we do have some masks. Oh my gosh, these are amazing, by the way. Aotearoa repping hard. If you guys don't know, Kate was one of the builders for the Adventure Awaits pack and did such an amazing job. So yeah, Kate is an incredible builder and creator. So there you go, Kate's in the house. Also today I am streaming across 2 platforms, so if you do hear me chatting away to a couple of people and you don't see them in chat, that's why. So I am streaming across the 2 platforms, just to be confusing. Nasina, we totally have another Kiwi simmer that frequents the stream. I know, right? I love having all the Kiwis together in the place. I think that's fun. And Kate, gotta jump into a meeting. Have fun, everyone. Will be lurking your adorable being. Thank you. And you're living vicariously through your stream because I've got to work. Work sucks. Okay, best of luck. And thanks for lurking, Kate. Appreciate you. Now you want to be. I had to have one. I gotta have one. Cheers. Mwah. Nice to see you, love. So we have the amazing, look at this mask. Like, can you absolutely see a mermaid wearing that? Like, how cool is that? I love this mask. One of the things that you do have in the game as well, you've got like a debug decoration version of this in the game. So with build by, so you can actually put this in your game too as a decoration, which I love. And since Forever Play, I'm excited. I pre-ordered. Oh, yes, I'm glad that you did. I think you're gonna absolutely love it. You're gonna have so much fun. Serena, hi, how are you, my love? Welcome in. Good morning. We're checking it all out. We're having some fun. Look at this mask. Isn't it just like epic? This mask works. I'll show you guys a little bit later, but this mask works, I think, so well with one of the dresses. And you'll also note it has those shells on them. So when we were talking about the shell jewelry here, it all sort of works really nicely as a, hang on, where is it? Crown. What am I doing? This one here. So you can kind of have the crown on at the same time. I think you probably don't need the crown on, but you can do like the whole jewelry set with the, you know, with the mask there as well, you know, you got the shells running through. So I really like that they've been considering the consistency and bringing that all together, you know, as a coordinated set. So I think that's really awesome. I'm loving that. Put those other jewels back on. There we go. So yes, 670. They're gorgeous. They are really. They really are. I mean, I just think it's really cool to have these masquerade options when you're getting into your ball gowns and stuff, which might be a game feature that we're going to be discovering later. So that's going to be fun. Joanne Christensen, welcome in. I'm just going to go with Joanne. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. We're checking out all the new things. And Serena, I hope everyone's having a lovely day. I certainly am. I hope you are too. And yeah, I hope you guys are going to have some fun just checking out this new pack with me and seeing what it all looks like. We're putting together some Dynasty outfits at the moment, and then we're going to go into the world, check that out, and we're going to try and build a house, and we'll see about maybe doing a teeny bit of gameplay, just seeing how time goes. Sims Forever Play, I'm probably going to have scandals. Oh, you're definitely going to have scandals. You're definitely going to have scandals. There's no doubt about it. There's just, there's so many scandals to uncover and secrets being like all over the place with this, and it's fun. Like the gameplay is super fun. I haven't even done it all yet, and I've had so much fun with it. Aren't these lace masks so beautiful? Like you've got the this smaller version here, and then you've got the fuller version there as well. Just absolutely stunning. They're going to look really great. You know, we get your ball gowns on, and you're off in a masquerade ball and everything like that. I think it's going to be fabulous. Simmy V, welcome in, Simmy. How are you? Good morning. Messina, yeah, perfect for costume parties too. Oh, 670, you're right about that. They are absolutely perfect for costume parties. Like this one here. This one I find a little odd, but I think like maybe a little bit more sort of masculine. I believe it's one of the unisex ones. And it just kind of makes me think of a superhero. But it does also at the same time kind of work at the same time. So yeah, it's like when you look at it from the side, it's almost got that Venetian kind of profile to it. So it's quite an interesting mask, this one. It's definitely far simpler than the other ones that we have. But yeah, I think it's probably like a little bit more, you know, if you wanted to go a little bit more masculine, you could do that as well. But I think it looks great on a female as well. So it's just a little bit different from the other ones, you know, less decorative, less over the top, so a little bit more subtle. Might be good for a spy or something. Serena, thank you. So happy I got to pop by. Me too. You get to check out the new stuff with us. So thanks for being here. Sims Forever, the chaos, and you can also have secret children. You can have secret children. The family tree dynamic is so different. Well, it's a little bit different because obviously we had the update with base game yesterday, and yeah, the royalty and legacy pack actually extends on that family tree as well, so you can have like the secret children and stuff. So it's going to be very cool. Lexus, that makes you think of Batgirl. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Like this one reminds me of a superhero kind of mask. Simmy V, sweet. I absolutely love it. So do I. I'm really digging the cast in this pack. It's really, really strong. Definitely more for the females than the males. I will say that. We have an eye patch. So if you want to do like a piratical thing, you can. The neighborhood of Verdamar, which is one of the 3 neighborhoods we have, they have like a bit of a Portugal kind of background, and there's like a piratical kind of vibe, like wild piratical history to that area of the world. So you kind of have like a bit of a roguish thing going on. If you want to go that route, you can go piratical and roguish and, you know, that sort of thing, which is cool. Joanne, when does this pack come out? So this pack comes out on the 12th of February in the Northern Hemisphere. So 13th of February if you're sort of down in my area of the world, down in New Zealand. So yeah, 12th of February. And that's when it'll be out for general purchase. You can pre-order it as well. So yeah, a little bit to wait. So it's going to be all of us sort of us simmers out there that have the early access, you know, hyping it up a little bit, but also, you know, checking it out so you guys can make a decision whether or not it's your kind of thing. Might not be, it might. I guess we're going to find out. Real Nick, hello love. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, The Sims Forever, the base game patch that we had yesterday. That was a hot mess. I updated straight away, and I got the first patch that was broken, and I couldn't update because I was streaming yesterday morning. I was streaming shell tours, and so I kind of had to stream with shell tours where I couldn't do any building and I couldn't go into live mode. So the only thing I could do was tour and build mode. Fortunately, that's all I needed to do, so it was kind of fortunate from that perspective. But yeah, I was like playing in the broken version for a little bit just because of streaming times and update times and that sort of thing, because that sort of didn't update properly until like an hour into my stream, and it's just like, painful. But yeah, that was a hot mess. Yeah, it was all pirate. And Nixie, you want to be a pirate? Yes. I love that. Sims Forever, you got the bundle, so you get the 2 kits for free. Oh my gosh, yes. I am so excited to check out those kits. I haven't seen them yet either. I possibly will get early access for that on Saturday, New Zealand time. Oh. So I'm kind of not too sure whether or not I will or not at this point, but I'm hoping that I do, and then I can show you guys how it all looks if we get the chance. But yeah, if we don't get early access, that'll be out on the 12th as well. But they look good. I think they'll work really nicely with this EP, so I think it's going to be really well coordinated with that. So this is kind of, when I was talking about earlier about how with this pack you kind of get like some distinct looks, and one of the distinct looks is kind of like, I don't know which time period this would be. I'm thinking like 1940s, and it's quite a sleek kind of coastal, we live in the Hamptons kind of, you know, kind of vibe. You know, it's got that kind of really classic look to it, which I think works with this hair and these sunglasses and the scarf, and there's like some clothing that works beautifully with it as well. But we got a couple of cute little scarves, which I really actually quite like, and they do look nice with the clothes too. So, and these sort of are coming through in the pastels and then through to the jewel tones. So that was a couple of the colors. So we've got patterns in the Africana style and plains, and then we've got jewel tones and pastels in the non-Africana kind of styles. So yeah, there's like quite a few different versions of the clothes, but you'll see like it goes through and it's quite consistent in terms of, yeah, the different styles. Because then you sort of have that, and then we have that again, same scarf, but we have it in the sort of the Africana patterns and everything like that, which I think is really awesome and does work really nicely with a lot of the clothes that we got with the pack, which I think is awesome. Real Nick, I drank 2 monsters and still yawning. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm on my V juice as well. I didn't get that much sleep last night, so I was so excited for today. I was so excited for today, I didn't barely sleep. There is actually one necklace that we haven't looked at yet, and this is this one here. This one is kind of a little bit of an oddball necklace. When you look at the rest of the pack, like it doesn't really match anything else in the pack, but oh god, get in there. But it's actually quite a decent little necklace, but it really doesn't go with anything else. It's just like one of those little anomalies, but I feel like it actually goes in terms of clothing, like coordinating with clothing. I think it does coordinate with some of the brighter patterns and stuff that we got. It's just, as a set, it's just like a little bit more casual and doesn't really go with anything else. It's not like your ballroom kind of set. It's more, you know, casual. So that is our necklaces, headwear, sunglasses, eye patch, jewellery, all of that sort of thing. I was a little disappointed at the fact that we only got one makeup, and this is it. This is the only makeup that we got with Royalty and Legacy. It's designed to go behind face the masks. So you know how kind of Batman, when you look at Batman, he's kind of wearing like eyeliner, or eyeshadow or black paint in behind his mask. I think that's the kind of vibe that they're going for with the masks. I don't know why it's green. Maybe I don't know. I don't know why it's green, and I don't know why it's only green. There's only one swatch. I get the intention behind it, but why it's green, I have no idea. But anyway, we've got green makeup. That's it. That's it for the makeup. So I was kind of like, oh, is that it? That was a shame. Oh well. Can't win everything. Okay, now I think we've done our hairs, we've done our hats, we've done our jewellery, we've done our makeup. So I guess it's time to now look at our dresses and stuff. Do you guys want to do the dresses first, and then we can look at the separates? I think that'll be fun because we want to get our dress on. We love all the dresses and the full body stuff. I love them anyway. But there's some really nice separates as well, so I'm looking forward to showing you guys those. And I'm just going to put my filters on so I can find everything nice and easy. Let's do full body. Will we get the different colours in the slider? I thought it would be just... Oh, yeah, true. You're right. Let's have a look. So the sliders... Oh, hue-wise? Oh, there we go. Hue-wise. See, I'm not a CAS person. Thank you. I forget about the fact we have sliders. Okay, there we go. So we've got our different hues for the different masks. Thank you. I'm so bad at CAS stuff. And then you can lighten it and darken it. Right, yeah. There you go. So definitely flexible, but still, I would have liked, you know, oh, we can go super bright. Super bright. Whoa. Anyway, I still would have liked like some really cool makeup to go with it all, but can't win everything. Thank you, Sims Forever. Now, we have a school uniform. I haven't quite worked out what this is for. I feel like it's obviously like with the teenage, there's actually a masculine version of this as well. So yeah, I feel like there's a teenager kind of high school look, because I know that you can have tutors. So you can actually bring in tutors. I actually haven't played around with that yet either. But yeah, we have a masculine version of that too. Let's just bring that up. So that's the masculine version of it. So I imagine that's for, it feels like it would be for school kids and that sort of thing, the teens, but the kids stuff is a little different. Royal High. Yeah, that's it. This, you know, having a private school would be cool. I guess you could make one with businesses. Yeah, you could probably have like a private school kind of thing. And you have it with tutors as well, so that's quite interesting. Okay, and then we have a full body strapless jumpsuit. So this is going to be the patterns that you'll start to see throughout this pack. And there isn't a plain version of this, I don't think. No, there's not a plain version of that. But yeah, these are all the patterns that you'll see time and time again throughout with the Africana wear and how that sort of looks. It does mix and match sometimes with plains and that sort of thing, but yeah. It's a gorgeous cut. I really love the cut of the pants. It just feels very classic and stylish. And by the time you throw it on your jewellery and bits and pieces like that, it's going to look really cool. Real nuke. Private school? Who's paying for that? If you're the king, I mean, I feel like, or king or queen, I feel like you could pay for it, right? You could maybe afford it. So this is just in one colour. And this is the Royal Robber's outfit. So you'll see a royal robber wandering around the world, and I think there's a bit of a storyline around with that as well. I haven't actually got to that as yet either. There's a lot in this pack that I haven't unpacked yet, and we're going to be doing that live throughout the next few days and unpacking all of that. But yeah, royal robber goes around robbing things. There's scandals involved with the royal robber as well, so it's going to be fun. And then we have this cute little gown. It's got like little leaves going down almost. It feels like petals going down. I love the cut of this one. I feel like it's going to be really cute for a teen as well. I think that's adorable. And we've got a few different colours and patterns. The pattern stays the same, but like you can have a contrast, contrast pattern running through, or it kind of blends in a little bit. So you can go like a lot of different directions, I think, with this dress. But I think this will be super cute on a teen. Now, this is one of the plainer, kind of like 1940s-ish style. I don't know if I'm in the right decade, but there's a few of these plainer items that work with that sort of that chic coastal look. And yeah, they come in the plain colors and then the jewel tones in there, pastels and jewel tones. And I think there is there's a Africana swatch as well in that. So that's the sort of the pattern version of the same dress. So it looks like there's a lot of dresses, but in full body stuff, but a lot of it is repeated. So you'll have, you know, in the plainer version and then the Africana version of it. So there is repetition within it of the same outfit. So then we have the classic female tuxedo. Wow. Beautiful cut on that. It's nice and low cut there as well for a bit of sauciness. And that comes in some beautiful shades. And again, that comes in the plain shades as well as the jewel shades. And what else we got? I think there's nothing else more in that one. And then this is another one of the sort of the chic ones that we have. That works with our scarves and our lovely hairstyle while we're on the coast in the Hamptons. Very tight fitting, very sleek, very chic. And then we have this little cutie pie. I just want to go on a picnic in this. Real Nuke, you love a good penguin tuxedo. Well, it's nothing quite like waddling around in your penguin tuxedo, all trussed up, ready to have a party. It's fun. I've never personally worn one, but they do look like they'd be quite tight. So this dress, Velvet, get out of the way, comes in a variety of colours, and we've got our check swatches as well as our plain swatches. So yeah, I think that's really cute. There's like a similar top as well that goes along with this. And then this is again going into our coastal sort of sleek chic. Look at the back on that, saucy. So this is all sort of going to be like our royal everyday wear. So I feel like this is sort of like the everyday, and then we go into the ball gowns and the tuxedos and that sort of thing, and then that's your, that's your evening wear. So this one here, if you've seen the front cover of Royalty and Legacy, this is the dress that's on the front cover. Obviously we've got a different swatch there, but the yellow swatch for that is the one that's on the front cover. I think it's very dramatic, and also kind of has like an avant-garde kind of feel to it with that swooping shoulder. And keeping in mind, I'm in no way a fashion expert, so, take it for a grain of salt. The words coming out of my mouth a little bit with the terms, but I'm trying my best with it and just like using what I know. But yeah, that's the yellow dress that we saw on the front cover of the pack. Yeah, it's pretty, isn't it? And it just looks so beautiful against the darker skin as well. Like it just feels like such a gorgeous dress. I love the cutouts and just the way that it's been constructed through there as well. Just like it feels very precise. Absolutely gorgeous dress, that one. Then we are starting to get into our ball gowns and stuff. Look at this one. This one feels a little bit Romeo and Juliet, So one of the one of the neighborhoods in Ondarian is Bellecourt. So Bellecourt is based on sort of northern Italy, and there's a bit of a flashback to two previous families, which are the Montes and Caps. So they came into the game or into the franchise in Sims 2, I believe. And so basically the Montes and Caps are making a comeback, and they live up in the Bellecourt area. So that's Romeo and Juliet and the two feuding families and that sort of thing. So we've got that sort of vibe happening up in that world as well. So there's going to be those items, I think, that really suit the Montes and the Caps and their styling and that sort of thing. So I love that. I love the bright embroidery on there. I probably don't love the plainer as much, just because I like the contrast, but it's a little bit more subtle with the plainer sort of matching embroidery, but I think it's still nice either way. And then we have this one here. So again, this feels like maybe a little bit of an older style to me. Like you can picture your sort of elder matriarch perhaps using this, or maybe this is more business wear as well. So this is the version of, hang on, is there a plainer version of this? Let me just see. No, there isn't. Okay. Never mind. It's not a version of anything. So there we go. So you've got like lots of the different patterns running through there. I don't love like the pattern on the chest as much. I like the sort of the plainer chest, but that's just probably a personal preference. It kind of looks like a face running through there. Like it's like the sleepy eyes, and then you got the nose, and then you got the grinning mouth. It's just what it kind of looks like to me. And once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. Whereas it doesn't look as facey, That was just me. I think the colors are cool. I actually really love the black and white ones. I think they're awesome, and I like the pink version as well. I think that's really cool. So now we were talking about Romeo and Juliet earlier, and if I've seen a dress that I could see Juliet wearing, this is the dress that I could see Juliet wearing, with the roses, and we've got like the corset sort of crosses there, and just the cut of it around there. This is absolutely a gorgeous little dress that Juliet would wear Nixie, you love this dress so much. Isn't it pretty? And there's actually different designs running through it as well. So you've got the kind of the roses running through there. And then the embroidery running through there as well. And I thought there was a different design. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Okay, just different colours. So that's running through the jewel tones, the plain black and white. And yeah, oh, that's right. It was the plain embroidery and then the bright embroidery and the different colours. So yeah, I think that's a stunning dress. And yeah, would suit a pretty little ingenue, I think, like Juliet. And we have sort of some royal robes. So these are very decorative. They've got like a you know, a bit of shape there on the side. Lots of decoration around there, and I think these were really good for doing your royal business with. So we've got some plainer swatches running through, and then there's some plainer striped ones. I don't think these are as nice. These definitely feel a lot more casual than these ones. Like these feel a lot more dressy, and these feel a lot more casual. So, you know, I think you could get like a couple of different you know, types of wear out of those. Then we have this cute little dress. Now this cute dress is the same as this one here. It's just the pattern version basically. And running through. And we have this one here. Now this reminds me of an 80s dress. And the reason it reminds me of an 80s dress is because of this flared area around the middle there. So it just like, that was such a big thing in the 80s, having that little flared section. So yeah, that's where my mind went when I looked at it. I was like, oh, 80s. It doesn't really, when you add in the patterns and that sort of thing, I think it sort of veers away from it. But like the plainer swatches, like the black and the white there, just definitely giving me those sort of like power 80s kind of vibes in a way. Okay, we've looked at that one, and this is the pattern version of this dress here. So that's just the pattern version of that. And then we've got another pattern dress, and this is actually a dress that we don't have a plain version of, and it has like that construction across the shoulders, which is quite interesting, and then a little flap kind of going on there, and then that comes in some plain swatches as well as the pattern swatches running through. So I think you guys are sort of seeing the theme there with the colors with the clothing, right? Kiwi, how are you? Welcome in. Yes, it's the new pack. We're checking out the dresses at the moment. Hype. It's very cool. I'm excited to show it off and share it with you guys. But hello, how are you? Welcome in. Isn't the back of this just divine? I love the back of the dress. I love the back of the dress more than the front of the dress, but you couldn't have the back of the dress as the front of the dress because it would be very revealing. But yeah, this dress is all about the back and the embroidery on it. Like, it's stunning. Stunning. You're good? Yeah. 2 thumbs up for a Thursday good. By the way, it is Thursday here in New Zealand, 9:55 a.m. So Thursday morning, and yeah, we are cracking on with the day in style. Tells ya. So it's a gorgeous dress, that one. I love it. Kiwi, you like that we got some bareback? We've definitely got some bareback. Definitely got some bareback there. This one here, again, this one reminds me a little bit of Juliet. So this feels like a sort of Capulet Montague, Cap Monty kind of dress. You know, it's the kind of dress that I can, you know, picture Juliet kind of wearing. It's delicate and pretty. And lovely. And so we've got that in the jewel tones, black and white, and the pastel tones running through. And I'm going to get through the rest of the dresses, and we'll go back and look at the sleepwear, and we've got some new togs as well. Togs? I mean swimwear, just to translate. So we have this dress here, which has the beautiful constructed bodice, as well as the embroidery going down the dress as well. I know, I just realised I said togs, and I'm just like, oh, I better translate that. Swimwear. Swimwear. For those that aren't in New Zealand. Togs, 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 togs. I love this purple swatch. Just looks gorgeous. And the green. I think that dress is really particularly lovely in the jewel tones. But yeah, it's lovely altogether. Kiwi, even though the shops say some swimwear, yeah, I don't know that we're ever going to get rid of the word togs, are we? And then we have our we're going to war, we're a queen, we're going to war kind of look. You know, doesn't necessarily mean physical war. It just means like we're dressing up, we've got our armor on, and you are not messing with me. Look at this dress. Isn't that just cray cray? I love it. It's like definitely like got that armor look. And this would look so good on an elven sort of style sim, you know, or a fairy sim. That would look amazing. Now I feel like this dress goes with one of the masks that we got, which is this one here. So if you kind of look at it, which one is it? That one there. You know, you look at that and you see that on the face mask with that, you know, costume party, obviously, or a masquerade ball. But doesn't that look amazing? I think it looks fantastic. So yeah, all together when you see it like that, you're just like, oof, yeah. Very warrior princess, you're right. Real Nick, that looks like a Skyrim dress. It's cool. Yeah. I thought that was a really cool look, and you put the face mask on, and you're just like, oh, that's awesome. So I thought that was really cool, and you've got a range of colours of that as well, and I think the jewel tones are absolutely gorgeous with it, and we've got a couple of different colours of the armour as well, actually a few different colours of the armour, so the armour itself as a metal actually matches with some of the tiaras and stuff that we have, so that is very cool. Very stylish. I love the strong vibe of it too, right? With all the different metals and stuff. That's very awesome. Like that almost looks like an elven kind of look, that one. Joanna, that looks so amazing. It does. I love this dress. I think, you know, it's probably hard to wear for like every day, but I think if you have it like as an extra outfit for formal wear, as like a masquerade outfit or something like that, yeah, man, it would look amazing. So I love the different styles of it. It's cool. And then we have this. Nasina, you're going to say very warrior princess. Yeah, I think so as well. And then it's quite interesting, the contrast, because you have like the warrior princess look, and then you go into this one, which is a lot more sort of classic and soft, because you got kind of like the, you know, I was going to say chiffon maybe, skirt coming out there, or tulle skirt. And yeah, definitely more constructed and yeah, softer. But yeah, very different looks. Lexus, hey Kiwi. Joanna, I can already tell this is going to be a favourite of mine. Yeah, I know. I just like, I had so much trouble trying to get my outfits down to, like I went through and I was making Sims and I just like had 5 outfits for formal, 5 outfits for party, 5 outfits for everyday, 5 outfits for hot weather wear. And, you know, because I just couldn't narrow it down because there was so many clothes that I absolutely loved. Just couldn't narrow it down. Real Nook. So she would get her own dragon to control. She can ride around on the dragon. That would be amazing. This dress, honestly, again, it looks really good in the jewel tones. And then you've got the plainer version as well. So you don't really have the pastel version of this dress. This feels like an almost slightly older, more mature dress in a way. Just because of the darker jewel tones. But, you know, like adult rather than like teen. That's sort of the difference I'm making there. Lexus, moisten throat, thank you very much. Nasina, I don't see many ball gowns. I'd love something big and flowy, but I imagine that might be a clipping development issue. Yeah, there's not anything that's really giant poofy. It's that's probably one of the wider dresses that we've got. That one and this one here, kind of the wider dresses that we got. So they're not like big giant poofy kind of ones, but it's just would be impossible, I think, to do anything bigger and have the Sims have hands. I feel like that might be the problem. And then we have our very last dress, which is this one here. And this looks like a mermaid princess. It really does. Kiwi, I like some of the see-through spots. Yeah, it's actually quite a nice little feature, being able to, you know, see through and, you know, that sort of thing. It's really nice. Mrs. Color Changer, welcome in. Hello. How are you today? I'm streaming across 2 platforms today, so if you do hear me talking away to people and you can't see them on the other end, that's why for today. But yeah, welcome in. I hope you're well and come in to enjoy some fabulous royalty and legacy previews. I love that this one has like a little bit of sparkle in the skirt as well, and just like the mermaid kind of scales around there, and the construction of the poofs around the shoulders. It's quite interesting. Lexus, it's always hard to find dresses. It is. I feel like, you know, there's probably a lot of CC sort of ball gowns and that sort of thing. That was always something that I would get when I was getting CC back in my Sims 1 days. Just showing my age there. And I would always get like the big poofy gowns and just have my Sims running around in giant poofy gowns because, you know, that's just who I am. Mrs. Color Changer, I'm loving the dresses. So am I. I love the dresses as well. They are amazing. Oh, love this one. I couldn't even choose like a favorite color in this one. Just so many different colors that are just work for me. They're just like all very cool. And hello, I'm good. How are you today? I'm excellent. I'm excellent. I finally get to talk about this pack with you guys. And I'm just absolutely hyped about it. Absolutely hyped. So yeah, thank you. I'm very well indeed. So let's have a look at our nightwear. So we've got some pajamas, and these are unisex, I believe, and are your classic silky pajamas. You can imagine you would be roaming around the palace in your silky pajamas. Maybe having a slumber party. I don't know. Depends what you're up to. Wink, wink. And then we have this amazing lingerie. I love this. I think it's gorgeous. Kiwi, if you had to pick 2 dresses there, which would you wear? Yay, silky. Yeah, silky pajamas. If I had to pick 2 dresses, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know that I could. Oh, I mean, I really love this one, and I love this one. I love this one. I love this one. I love this one. Those are my faves. I like the back of this one. I think that's really nice. And then I I love these casual ones as well. And this little teen poofy one is really a real cute. I couldn't decide. Who am I kidding? I can't decide. They're all cool. You're interested to know if the kids get silky PJs. We'll have to have a look. Joanna, that dress is so fantasy coded, isn't it? Oh yeah. It is. It's just fantastic. Love it. And I think people are going to get a lot of fun out of that, out of the cast in general. Because I mean, I think that people can actually do like a whole lot of different things with it, which is exactly what you want from a pack. You want a pack that's going to be useful across multiple kind of styles of gameplay, and I feel like this is kind of one of those packs where you're going to get like, you know, the Decades Challenge, you're going to get royal sort of dynasty things going on, and you know, different kind of family gameplay and that sort of thing. So yeah, I feel like it's one of those packs that is going to be really kind of flexible from that side of things, which I really love. And Kiwi, I just couldn't narrow it down to 2. I'm just going to level with you. Couldn't do it. Impossible. Can't. It's nice that the expansion finally gives all types of outfits, not just left out certain ones. Yeah, there's a good range. There's not really much in the way of athletic wear. Yeah, there's not at all. But otherwise, otherwise it's pretty decent. Like, there's not a great deal of cold weather wear for the women, but there's like a couple of really nice ones for the guys. But it is pretty across the board, which is nice. There's definitely lots of options for everyday, formal, party, and hot weather wear. And yeah, there's the 3 options for sleepwear. And this is the 3rd option for sleepwear, speaking of. This is a saucy little outfit. Like, this is saucy. That's playful. So yeah, so we've got the 3 different outfits for sleepwear, and then there's actually 2 pieces of swimwear as well, which is very cool. So we've got a good range, and I like that there's options there. You can go for the plainer see-through mesh, or you could go for the embroidery on this as well, just for that sort of richer kind of, you know, richer kind of vibe going through there. Like, I love that gold version. Like, it's just so royal and rich, that one. Oh my gosh. Joanna, you're loving the dresses so far. I was a bit scared it wouldn't be something for me, but wow, the dresses are so amazing. Yeah, I wasn't sure what we were going to get as far as the dresses and stuff, but as soon as I sort of saw what the options were, I was just like, sold on that. Because, you know, I love a nice princess dress and that sort of thing. So yeah, I was in love instantly and just spent so much time playing around with it. What a way to woo a royal. Exactly. Exactly, Kiwi. Now, this is one of the 2 pieces of swimwear that we got. I am in love with the swimwear. I just think this is just a gorgeous piece of swimwear. The way that it's kind of shaped, the little gold buckle there, or little bejeweled buckle, and then just like the whole cut of it. It's just, I would never be able to wear anything like this because I would fall out of it. But for someone like the Sim, who is just absolutely stunning, it is gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. I'm in love with it, and I like we've got some brighter tones as well as like our subtle tones, and again, just diving into that sort of like sleek coastal look. And then we've got our brighter look for sort of the Afrikaans style. And I like how it's sort of one piece and it's able to capture those two vibes, which I think is awesome. So yeah, absolutely love that swimwear, and I just like that contrast with the black and the white too. The blues are some of my faves too, and these bright ones. So if you're going sort of like your greens and your teals and that sort of thing with this, or your brighter sort of reds, there's the options there too. So I really absolutely adore that one. And then the second swimwear is like our pattern swimwear. And the cut on this, again, is just gorgeous. I love, like, the front of it, like the little tie around the side. And then that square back is so, so good. I absolutely love the back of that. And I like that they've considered the backs of, you know, some of the designs on these outfits as well. So this is more sort of your Afrikaans design on this. So it has your pattern running through it. And matches some of the patterns that we have in some of the other wear. But can I just pause on this? Because this metallic gold swimwear is just like, it made me, my mouth go, I want it. It is stunning. Like, I love it. It just feels like, you know, just so rich and, you know, upper class and just like so chic. And it's just like loving it. So yeah, this gold swatch was what probably my favorite out of all of them. I thought it was gorgeous, but it is just overall a really lovely cut with the swimwear. Back from ads, fantastic. So yeah, so that's the swimwear there and swimwear there, and then that finishes our full body stuff. What do you guys think? Was that cool? Do you like the dresses? I like the dresses. I love the dresses, in fact. That's so good. So I won't probably use all of that all of the time, but I feel like there's such a good range of different dresses for different kinds of sims that, you know, we've gotten quite a good plethora of different items, which is awesome. Yeah, nice color choices. I think so as well. Really good color choices. So it is time to have a look at our tops. Now with tops, as is the case with a lot of the things that we have, a lot of them have like the pattern swatch, and then we have the plainer swatch as well. So this is our little corsety bodice strapless number. And so this is the Afrikaans version, or Afrikaner version. And that has the patterns and some plain running through. So you'll see those patterns over and over again. And then there's the plain version here, which has our jewel tones and has our pastels. So that's the sort of theme running through this pack, is jewel theme clothes, pastels, and then patterned in Afrikaner kind of styles. So it's pretty cool. Enjoy your look. Rainbow, welcome in. Hello, love. How are you this morning? Joanna, yes, I'm really surprised by the range. They did a good job. They really did. They went hard on this cast, particularly for the feminine sims. They just like went super hard. So, and I'm there for it. Rainbow cat stuff. Yes. You're good? Excellent. I'm super duper. We've been having a lot of fun looking at all the CAS items. We're going to be, we're looking through all the CAS items, and we're going to design some of our sims around wearing some of this stuff and create our little dynasty. But yeah, it's just amazing stuff. You had a good day at work? That's always nice. It puts you in a better mood when you have a good day, right? I think so. I'm glad you can make it. Welcome in. Hope you're all very well. So this one is the classic chic, sort of coastal chic, and we've got our pastels and our jewel tones. I love the little belt wrapped around there. It's actually quite a neat little feature. I don't really understand why it's so big, but I think it's just like, it's quite a cool little fashion choice. And then we've got exactly the same coat again, and then this is in the patterns and the Afrikaner design. So that's neat. And then with this top, we have a plainer shirt. So again, that works with our coastal chic. That's our everyday wear, you know. So I feel like that's going to be really good for business wear and yeah, every day, as I said. So you know, maybe you're just having a casual day at the palace, as you do. So there's a plain version of that, and then there is a pattern version of this. So that's the pattern version of the same shirt. And then we have this cute little corset top. So this kind of goes with the dress that we saw, that one down there. So that same sort of styling. Slightly smaller check on that. And so we've got like a few different check versions, and then we've got the plainer versions there as well. So that works with our sort of our everyday wear plainer, sort of like coastal chic. And then there is the pattern version of that. So you see what I mean? Like the with you have like the plain version and then the pattern version, plain version, pattern version. It's not for absolutely everything, but it is for a lot of the separates and as well as the dresses. So it's quite interesting. Rainbow, it's my first time in the office back at the temp job I had last year and really liked. So I had a good time catching up with everyone. Oh, cool. Well, that's good. I'm glad. That's really awesome that you got to have a good catch up with everyone. Good natter, hey. Yeah, the little cheeky dress. That's so cute, right? You can just imagine yourself on a summer picnic under the trees. It'd be so good. I think it's a cute little dress. There's so many things. Then we have this little corset here, and this one is actually just a little separate, just by itself, but it mixes and matches, you know, with some of the bottoms, obviously. But it just reminds me of in the, I'm gonna say 90s, late 90s maybe. There used to be like a fashion trend where you would have like these corset tops, and then you'd mix and match it with like the flowy skirts and that sort of thing. And that's the style of corset top that kind of reminds me of, something from the 90s. I just remember that because, you know, I'm old. And then we have a cute little crisscross halter top. This is nice. I thought it was a really nice cut on that. And then that's just through in the pattern designs. And then there's a black and white version as well. And then we go into some of the unisex stuff. So these next two shirts will be unisex. And so this is a basic sort of shirt. This almost like it looks like a work shirt or something like that, like almost like a work uniform to me. It does look a little different on the guys, I think. But you know, casual everyday wear, and we've got that only in the patterns. And then we have in the black and white. And then we have this shirt here. This one reminds me of like going bowling, just with the open shirt. I don't know why. Just we're off bowling. It's fine. And again, that one is unisex as well. Rainbow, I like how you could wear that corset top with a big skirt for more formal outfits or jeans for something more casual. Yeah, and that's what they used to do back in the 90s, right? That's you would either have like the you could go super formal and have the poofy dress or whatever, poofy skirt with it, or you could just casual it down with some jeans. So it's one of those little flexy tops. Yeah, I remember people doing that back in the 90s. Shay, welcome in. How do you get early access? Well, I'm part of the Sims Creator program. And I got early access through that. So yeah, that's how you get the early access. So if you're part of the Sims Creator program, you can get early access and get the opportunity to see the program early, or see the expansion pack early, and get to share it a little bit earlier as well. So lucky me. I'm very, very honoured that I get to do it. So I'm very excited about it. And also welcome in. I hope you're well today. So this is what I call my bowling shirt. And this is, and the patterns, and then that's it for that one. So just purely patterns, and we've looked at the rest of those. So shall we have a look at these? I'll just put a white top on. Have a look at the bottoms. So we've got a few different bottom options, which is nice. And these are, I think, mix and match really nicely with the tops. One of my favorite things is these pants here. And we've got the pattern version of them. And they're cool, but my favorite kind of swatch is the black and the white ones. The white ones are just super, super, super stylish. I'm in love with the white ones. They work so beautifully with so many of the different tops that we got. So you know, you can kind of have it with the strapless top, and then you can have it with the jacket. So that's kind of like your winter wear. You can wear it with a shirt, you can wear it with like that little cutie there, that little cutie there. Like, you know, it's just really, really flexible pair of pants that mixes and matches so beautifully with a whole lot of the different tops. So I'm in love with them. Yeah, gorgeous, right? Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Love it. Yeah, and that's one of the things I really like, Rainbow, about this was the versatility and the way that they can mix and match the different items and put them together. So like this, these pair of shorts here, work with that top, and that's probably the very most casual and the closest we have to athletic wear in this pack. There's not athletic wear really at all. Those shorts I think are the only tagged athletic wear in the game, so or in this expansion pack. So yeah, it's one of those things. But yeah, they're it's not a casual kind of, you know, super casual athletic style of expansion pack though, is it? It's not where it's focused. But they're cool sort of relaxed shorts. These are unisex, so you'll see these on the guys as well. And then we have this lovely sort of split skirt. So that's going into sort of that plainer everyday wear. This sort of the sleek, casual, classic everyday wear, and that works with some of those sleeker sort of everyday tops. So like your shirts and that sort of thing. It works really nicely with those, and I think with those as well if you wanted to go that direction. Joanna, oh my god, my game is missing that. Really? Yeah. It's just like, it feels like sometimes you get these expansion packs and they just fill gaps in your cast or your build buy, and you're just like, yes, I needed that in my game, right? Like, how cute are these shorts? I love these shorts. And they actually match this here. So you can go like a matchy version, or you can go like, you know, plain and matchy as well. Or plain and checkered. So yeah, I love that. Also works beautifully with those, with that halter top, and that comes in the same shades of the checks there, and then in the plainer version as well if you wanted to go that direction. Like, you know, isn't that just beautiful hot weather wear? Rainbow, we really needed some higher end everyday wear for Sims. Yeah, and I think this is exactly what this pack is. It's just like really chic, classic, you know, upmarket kind of everyday wear. And I think it's going to work for, you know, a lot of different Sim play. It's a lot of versatility there, which I really like. So yeah, these are the second pair of pants that we got, and these have like a little bit more of the Africana style with the patterns and everything running through. And then we've got the plain and slacks there with the black and the white. This is color changes, super cute. Yes, I think so as well. I'm not even kidding when I say I spent so much time in CAS when I first got my hands on this pack, because I was just like, wow, I'm going to find so many uses for so many of these clothes. Just, you know, even if I'm not doing a Dynasty gameplay or whatever, if it's just casual, you know, you can sort of see the use for these as, you know, everyday wear or whatever it might be, and I'll be able to use like the dresses for formal wear for different occasions and things like that. So I absolutely love that. This is color change. I'm loving everything so far. Yeah, I know. There's very little that I went you know, on with the CAS, and I'll tell you when I don't like something anyway. But yeah, for the most part, I'm just like, oh, love it. Rainbow, I could see Nancy Landgraf and Judith Ward in a lot of these. Oh my gosh, yes. Like the rich kind of, you know, like the classic look and everything like that. Absolutely. Joanna, it's so different from the other packs, and that's what I love. Not the same CAS in different colors. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. It's just, it changes across like a whole lot of different styles, and yeah, there's like a lot of versatility there, and I that's what I really loved about it. So this is the pattern version of that skirt there, and then this is the pattern version of these shorts here, running through. And then this is the pattern version of this dress, this skirt here, with the high slit. Wow, bit saucy. I actually really love that pattern there. I think that's probably one of my fave patterns there. The red version is very cool too. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I like that you can actually mix in the different patterns and stuff with the, you know, with the different looks as well, and just like mix and match planes and patterns, and, you know, bring in different styles. And then we have the skirt here. So the skirt is kind of like a little standalone. There's no other sort of version of it, and that comes in the jewel tones and then the pastel tones as well. This kind of reminds me probably of like a little sort of teen dress, a teen skirt, I think. Just kind of got that vibe about it, but I think it's really nice. Really lovely. So I think that's our clothes. So as far as styled looks go, we don't have too many options as far as style. So we've got pencil prints.
Samba.
So that's one of the styles that we've got.
Limla. Oh,
do we have any other? And then we've got the Belle of the Ball. Oops. What am I doing? So Belle of the Ball there.
Rinka.
Running
Dorna.
through. Do we have any more? No, that's it. So only two styled looks for that. Joanna, I usually don't like patterns very much, but these are so beautiful somehow. Yeah, I think they are. I mean, like, I don't absolutely love all of the patterns, but some of them I do really, really like. And when you start to mix and match them and see them in different ways and working with different outfits, they really do actually, yeah, really start to make sense, you know, as you're sort of like wearing them and that sort of thing. So, yeah, I do really like that. Okay, so we can go like a cute little outfit, maybe not those. Oh, I won't do pants actually because we're going to be looking at shoes.
Oh.
Okay, watch. There we go. So, we are now going to be looking, so we looked at our jewellery briefly earlier. So these are the bracelets that we have running through. So they are matching our tiaras and our earrings and our necklaces that we had. And then this is the second bracelet here. Let me see if I can zoom in. There we go. Second bracelet there. And that's in the gold. I don't know if it's going to stay in there. Okay, yes it is. And then that's the third bracelet there. And then that's the sort of the chunky bead one that has the matching earrings and necklace as well. And then you can see that already on the fingers. We've got one of the ring sets that we have. So this is on the, oh man, I'm going to have to turn around, right hand side. Right hand, I believe. And it just, again, it just matches the bracelet, the necklace, the earrings, the tiara. So you can go right through and have like a whole coordinated set with jewellery, which is awesome. Rainbow, those leaf prints are gorgeous in the styled looks. Oh yeah, like the red and the green ones. I like those as well. I thought they were really cool. I agree. So with this, now this ring here is a signet ring, and that is only that is a locked item. So that is only available, I think, through the Noble Career. So I'm pretty sure that's a locked item that you can get. But it has like different patterns on it. Can you guys see that okay? And it has like the different like signet options, and these actually match some of the crest options that you have in Build Buy, which I think is a really cool little detail. So it might be that you are able to match your signet ring to the crest of your dynasty. Ah, that's a cool little detail, isn't it? So yeah, a lot of those, it's not all of the crest options, but it is some of them, which is very cool. And again, that sort of ring can match the bracelet, which can match the necklace, which can match the earrings, which can match the tiara, so you can have the whole set going on. I'll take off that extra base game ring. Here we go. Big eye on base game. We want none of you today. We just want royalty and legacy. Okay, and then that leaves us to, what else we got? We've got some gloves. New gloves. And of course, because we're going to match these with a ball gown. So let's get a ball gown on. Try that one first. So we have a lace option. So we have that in the red running through. And you can sort of see the different colours coming in, the gold and all that sort of thing. Now these actually match the face masks that we got. So these are matching to the lace face masks. So sort of get that whole matchy match look if you want to go that direction. I mean, that's a lot, but yeah, you can go that direction if you want to. Lexus, I wonder how the dresses will work with horses. Good. I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. With the early access, you don't actually have any of your other packs, so it just sort of like is off on its own, kind of doing its own thing. So yeah, I haven't tried this pack with anything else. So that's a good question. Like when you're riding horses, whether or not the gowns and stuff would sit really nicely on there. I don't know. Good question. And then we have our little poofy ones. I feel like they might match something like that, or we could go, not those ones. Go that direction if you wanted to. Maybe not that one. Just thinking the ones that don't have sleeves. You could go that. Actually, that might be the dress that it goes with. So it has the poofy sleeves, and then that comes through in a variety of different colours. So that should go with a few different dresses and outfit options, I think. It's just finding the right one. But there is sort of like the ivory version, and then there's like a white version as well. So that's quite nice. Lexus, because of the way the princess and stuff wear dresses on their horses. Yeah, actually that's a good point, because you're probably going to want to put a princess on a horse, right? So that makes sense to me that you would do that. But yeah, I don't know how they work together. I will be able to test that on, I'm going to say Saturday. So if we want to test that on Saturday's stream, we can potentially do that if you're up and around. So we also got some lace tights. So they match with the lace gloves, obviously. And running through there, so they can sit under your dresses, just adding like a little level of fancy if you want to, and again matching with our lace masks as well. And then we got a pair of socks.
Oh.
And for the females, we only get the socks in blue. Now, I imagine that these socks work with the school uniform. Obviously not those shoes. So I think that's kind of a match with the school uniform. I can't see any other real reason for why they're just in blue. But that's it for that. And then we didn't get any new nails or anything like that, but we have got obviously the base game update with the dual toned nails now coming through. So that's nice. And then they will match the outfits that we have in Royalty and Legacy quite nicely. I think I've got the right nails, right? Yeah, I think I do. Hopefully I do. So then we have our shoes. So we've got some flats, and those are kind of like everyday wear kind of flats. They have like little patterns on them, and then there's some plain ones as well. So those look good with your casual everyday outfit. And then the other casual everyday kind of sandals are these ones here. I think they're a little bit fancier, but they are very cool. I love the way they kind of swoop around the feet. And a variety of colours there. And then the other sort of more everyday ones are these kind of little short heels. These just remind me, they feel like a little bit older in a way as well. Like I could absolutely see Agnes Crumplebottom kind of wearing something like that. But I think they would work on a younger sim as well very easily, just because of the style and that sort of thing, and the way they might mix and match with some of the outfits that we have. And then the heels. So we have this leaf kind of version of the heels, and these are pretty. They're very high, and they've got a sparkly buckle on them. And we have a few different colours in that. So we've kind of got like a metallic design in those. And then we're going into like our pastels and our jewel tones. So they should be really flexible and matching with a whole lot of different outfits there in terms of the colours and that sort of thing. Rainbow, I could totally see those short heels on an older Dynasty matriarch. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. It could also probably work for a teen, like with a school uniform. So that could be another way to use those as well. But yeah, I looked at those and I just went, Agnes Crumplebottom. And that was instantly where my brain went. Rainbow, like she can't wear stilettos anymore, but she still slays. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Like you wouldn't want to see, you know, like Agnes out on her stilettos. Like you feel like she would topple over, but yeah. She can still bring the style, right? And then we have a second pair of heels, which are a little bit plainer. But they have, there's like some swatches that are really, really cool with these. But I think they're a gorgeous shape. Absolutely gorgeous shape. And we have some different colours running through. Again, just working with some of the colour palettes that we've had throughout this so far. And then the ones that I'm excited about are these ones here, which the colours, look at this with the ombre. Love! I love it. And then with the blue, and then with the black. I love those. Those are just like my favourite part. Those shoes right there with the ombre on them. I love them. And they just work well with a whole lot of different outfits, which is cool. Joanna, you can really match this with Enchanted by Nature if you have the pack. Like, I'd love to have a Magic Kingdom one day. You know what? I think you're right. And I feel like in a way that was almost deliberate. And when you look at some of the items that we've got, that we're getting with the new event that's out now, there's actually a dress with the Lost Legacies event. There's actually a fairy dress in there that would actually feel like quite a natural fit with this expansion pack. So I think that's probably, you know, a fairly deliberate thing, that it could mix and match quite nicely with the fairy pack and the Enchanted by Nature pack. And yeah, you could make a really cool sort of fairy dynasty if you wanted to. So that's all the feminine stuff. What did you guys think? Yes? No? Maybe? I'm a yes. I think that was very cool. We'll come back and dress her properly. I'm just going to put some clothes on her. And remember, if you have a dynasty name for our dynasty that we're going to be creating today, just let me know. because I would love to get some ideas because I'm terrible at naming things. I name things dumb names. So, you know, save my Sims from being named something stupid and come up with a great name for them, please and thank you. Okay, so we are going to be looking at the masculine wear now. And this will be a bit shorter because there's not much. Putting it bluntly, ain't a great deal. It's all very much focused on the feminine stuff. Which is a shame. I always feel like the men need more stuff. But anyway, what we did get is really nice and there's some really cool stuff in there. But it's just, compared to the female stuff, it's no competition there. This here is my fave. I love the way that it's got like kind of like a you know, a few loose pieces up there. Like he's run his fingers through his hair and he's kind of ruffled his hair. And yeah, I just love the cut of that. And then we have a sort of more of an Afro texture kind of design here with the braids and stuff running through, which I think is really awesome. That's going to look really cool with the crowns, I think, as well. And we have this very fancy version right here. I feel like this is very fancy and very formal. Like you would not want to have like metal through your hair probably on an everyday basis. But yeah, this is definitely fancy. Mrs. Color Changer, yes, I'm enjoying the new dresses a lot. Rainbow, yes. You're a yes too. Yeah, I'm loving the dresses as well. That was the big thing for me. I just wanted to have some pretty dresses, and I think they really delivered on that. So I'm happy. And then we have the slightly longer style. I feel like this would actually work really well with like, you know, your roguish kind of piratey style sim. You know, like you have something like that. You have like your pirate, and he's like a little bit of a rogue. You know. So you could go that direction with them. And yeah, I feel like that's a little bit more of a wild hairstyle. So that kind of, you know, I feel like this represents your Bellacord version, area of the world. This more represents your Verdamar, and then this is kind of like your Dimbali part of the world. So, you know, you can kind of get those flavors of different neighborhoods within the cast as well, which I love. And basically we didn't get any new facial hairs, so no new facial hairs, and the hats and the crowns are unisex. So these are all ones that we looked at in the feminine side of things. These are the two that are locked for the noble career. So those are the two locked ones, and then we've got the headwear here, and then we've got two crowns for the masculine sims as well. So nothing unique to the guys as far as headwear goes. And as far as jewellery and all that sort of thing, again, nothing unique for the guys. The necklace there is locked for the noble career. I will have to do the unlock code again for that. But yeah, all the face masks, everything like that is all the same as what we've seen with feminine. So all unisex running through there. And then they also have the makeup, which is also unisex. So nothing really new for the guys on the headwear except for the hair, which is a little disappointing. I gotta say, I would have liked something unique for the guys. Next, masculine sims always getting done dirty. Yeah, they are. I'm often disappointed with what we get with masculine wear with the expansion packs, unfortunately. But I mean, there's some really nice masculine wear. I'm not gonna say that it's not, but I feels like the balance is really not there for it, and that the men just really don't get as much as what the females do. A lot of it sort of gets lumped into unisex, which is, yeah, doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, we shouldn't have something that's specifically masculine, you know. Rainbow, I need more fancy stuff for men. Well, you're going to get some fancy stuff for men. There is stuff for men there. It's good, but I wanted like some jewellery and some hats and stuff that was specific to, you know, a masculine sim, and we just didn't quite get that. But let's have a look at our full body wear. I actually think this is really nice. Like it does fit with the sort of like the Dambali neighborhood, sort of the Africana vibe going on there. But it also could be like a, you know, like a formal tunic that they wear. And there's a couple of different designs there that go through in terms of the embroidery and stuff. So yeah, I think that could be like your around the palace kind of everyday, perhaps business wear. Then we have, we looked at this a little bit earlier. So this is the school uniform. So that'll go on our teens. And then we looked at this. This is a unisex one as well. And then this is the royal robber outfit. So this is same feminine and masculine. And then the other unisex item is the tuxedo, which just doesn't look quite right on a masculine form. The other unisex one is the pajamas. So everything else is actually individual to the men, so in terms of the full outfits. But yeah, those are the sort of the unisex one. That's fun. You like that one? Yeah, I think there's going to be some good one. Joanna, this pack would have been perfect for more male cast items, but this is an old problem. It is an old problem. It's something that's pretty familiar territory for all of us, unfortunately, and we would like, obviously some more attention for the men, because I play with a lot of male Sims, and I know that a lot of people do, so, we would love to have a little bit more attention to the men. And there is some really good stuff here, but there could have been a little bit more of a tweaking in terms of getting that balance a little bit better right. A little bit better right. English bad. But this is the formal tuxedo that we got. And I really like the cut of it. I think it's actually a really nice formal tuxedo. I like that we've got a cravat in there as well. And just like a little brooch. There's probably a masculine term for that, but I'm going to call it a brooch. And I mean, that's a really cool tuxedo. And like, you look at something like this, and maybe that's like, you can perhaps use it like as a fancy prom outfit as well. Like a retro kind of color swatch and like the powder blue, how that used to be like a 70s color. So that's pretty nice. I like the tuxedo, perfect for formal wear. And then we have, okay, I'm going to come back to the sleepwear. So this feels like something like Prince Charles would wear. It's a little bit looser through the body, not as, I think, well cut as the tuxedo. And I don't know, I just get the vibe that this could be quite a good one for maybe the slightly older gentleman. I don't know why. And the colours that we have with this one, I like some of the swatches. I don't like some of the swatches. Like, some of them are okay, and then there's this one which I don't love. Don't mind the blue so much. Okay on the orange. So, yeah, some of them I like, some of them are not so great, but it's not a bad suit. I think there are better suits out there, but it's not a bad one. And then we have some winter wear. I love this. This one is gorgeous. I love this. It reminds me of the autumn apparel, the autumn apparel outerwear that we got with the autumn apparel kit. So this is kind of like a royal version of that, I think, with all the embroidery and everything like that. And we've got the scarf and we've got the layers coming in there. I just think that's fabulous. And we've got some embroidered versions coming through. And then some plain versions right there as well. So I kind of love the swatch. And I don't know, and like this one here. I like them. What can I say? And there is another version of that, which is the pattern version. So we've got two versions of the winter wear. And I actually quite like the pattern version as well. So, that's quite nice. You're sort of bringing through the pattern with the pants, and then you got the plainer sort of top half with it. Like, it's really quite cool. Yeah, I like that. I think that's funky. You love that? I love that as well. I love it as well. Like, the winter wear is just lovely. Then we have this sort of formal wear. And it feels like you're about to get knighted or something in this one. Like, it definitely feels like it's got a royal kind of duty vibe to it, which I think is awesome. And we've got plainer swatches as well as the embroidered swatches through there. So this feels like a little bit more casual, and then like this feels a little bit more, formal. Lucina, back now. On my way home, treated myself to a brownie batter filled to donut. Oh my god, it's so bad, but so good. You guys have so many things food-wise that we just don't have here. Wouldn't even happen here as a thing. And then we have this version here with the embroidery on it. I feel like, it's really a lot of these outfits are, lifted up by the embroidery that they've chosen on it, which is pretty cool. And a variety of swatches there. There's like the feminine version is kind of similar to this, but it's different. Like, they have like a different cut and different shapes. So I feel like this is, different enough that it does feel unique to the men, even though there is a similar version in the female kind of, outfits. It is quite different in terms of the shape and everything like that, from the masculine to the feminine. This feels like it's going to be like you're at a Greece or Roman kind of forum or something like that. This is what this reminds me of. A little bit of a Roman forum kind of thing. But it looks really cool. Like, you know, you're getting down to royal business. And then we've got one last one. I actually really like the fact that we've got a pattern swatch on the edge of this. I think that's pretty cool. And then on the cuffs as well. So yeah, I really like the design on that one. I thought that was really a funky idea. Like a plainer swatch, but then it's just like lifted up by all these patterns along the edge. So yeah, very cool. I love this with the white, and then you've got that brown kind of pattern running through. That was probably my favorite, but I quite like that pattern running through there as well. But I like the contrast. I think that's what I like about it. Rainbow, this is very nice. Yes, excellent. The Senna, it's a Valentine's special thingy. I try to avoid it as it's calorie heavy, but wanted the chocolate today. Oh my god, yeah, it's coming up to Valentine's Day. I forgot about that. It seems like we got some cool mean stuff. Feels Aladdin-ish. Oh my god, it does feel Aladdin-ish. Oh, you're right. You're right, it does feel Aladdin-ish. We got a couple of things of sleepwear. So this is our very classy, chic, smoking jacket, pajamas sort of style sleepwear. I think it's cool. I love it. It's just got such a vibe about it. Like, you know, a hot prince walking around in his pajamas as such, and he just, you know, he's got the bod, he's showing it off. So that's the vibe that I'm getting from it. So there's the embroidered version, and then there's the pattern version as well coming through there. So I like that you can go a little bit brighter with it as well. Actually, I really like that pattern with it. It's quite fun. And you've got your sleeping scarf. Like, why would you sleep in a scarf? I don't know, but the scarf goes with the robe, and then you've got the pants. So it's awesome sleepwear. I love it. So I'm going to use that on all my guys. And that is it for the full body wear for the guys, I think. I don't think I missed anything there. So let's have a look at the separates. I love this. This is a simple top, everyday wear. Got your t-shirt underneath a, you know, got your sleeves up underneath a jersey. I think that's cool. Rainbow, yes, we've got to have my scarf for bed in my warm climate country. Yeah, you absolutely do. You absolutely do. The great thing... got to keep warm in our warm climate country. I love this, like the contrast here. You got the plain, and then you go into like the embroidery, and suddenly it's such a different vibe for that whole look, which I love. Like, it can go from really casual to, oh, this is dressy party wear. You know, you can absolutely see that. And then we got some more of the plainer swatches as well, in the pastels and the black and white, the tones. Listen, in my dirty mind went, it's the robe waist tie that he pulled off for reasons. Well, you might be right, Nasina. And then we have our open throat shirt and slightly rumpled jacket with the pocket square. I'm sure it's like that for reasons. Now, this feels like a little bit of sort of like, you know, you had a hard day at the office. Now we're ready to go out to the nightclubs and, you know, get down. And also the pastel versions of these are amazing. And then you get to the part where you have the stripy shirt and you're just like, oh my gosh, amazing. Loving the stripy shirts. And this is a little bit more of winter wear, so you can sort of see the scarf tucked in underneath the jersey, which is underneath the jacket. So he's definitely layered up and he's looking stylish. I love the brown, kind of almost like a little professor kind of vibe going on there. But then you kind of get to the pastels and then it's a whole sort of different vibe again. And then the blues and the blacks. I love this shirt. This is a stripy shirt. This is very much digging into that coastal chic vibe that we've had going on with like some of the feminine stuff, and then sort of like now it goes into the masculine stuff. I love the pastels in that, and then we've got the plains running through as well. So this is the kind of menswear that I'd absolutely use. Then we have the tuxedo top. Look at that, classic bow tie, all the things. Running through there, and a little bit more tuxie with that version, I reckon. And then you got the white. I like how you've got the difference between the white with the black, and then you got the white with the white, and you got the black with the black, and then you got the black with the white. I like that little twist. I think that's cool. This feels very much royal duty formal wear. You know, it's got this sort of the vest, it's sort of like a tight vest kind of thing going on there, and like the tied cravat kind of thin, and it almost feels quite historical, this one. You know, it might be something that the Bridgertons would wear. That's actually exactly what it feels like. It feels like something the Bridgertons would wear. So I think that's going to make a lot of people who are doing, like, you know, your historical challenges and your, like, decades challenge and that sort of thing. I feel like this one's going to make them very happy because it's got that vibe about it. Definitely got that vibe. Very Bridgerton, right? I think so as well. And we have this one here. This jacket here. This jacket made my brain go marching band. This is not one of my faves. It's okay. Like, I don't mind it, but it's quite boxy, and just like that bit at the front definitely made me go marching band. We don't even have marching bands really here in New Zealand, but you know, your classic sort of US marching band and that sort of thing, and you got the marching down, they got the big hats on and the, you know, trumpets and stuff. Anyway, that's where my brain went. Also, maybe like a guard outside a palace. But like a fancy guard, you know, like outside Buckingham Palace or something like that. I don't know. I didn't fall in love with this one, but it's okay. I think it's just this bit in the front that's thrown me off. Then we have the unisex shirts. So this is the unisex shirt that we saw on the females. And just basically the same thing running through there, same swatches and stuff. And then this is the same shirt that we saw on the females as well. So those are the unisex shirts. And then this is the same version as the stripy one, but we've got the patterns running through. Military, yeah, I think, I didn't fall in love with that one. There's better sort of like formal jackets that I'd probably choose over that one. So that's the shirt, and then this is the plain version. This is the pattern version coming through of our sort of tuxedo jacket. And then this is the pattern version of the plain jacket up here. And then this is the plain version, and then this is the pattern version of our Bridgerton outfit. So if you wanted to be like a little bit more of a court dandy, I think, you know, you could definitely up the pattern level and really dandy it up. Imagine if we could put jackets over the top, how awesome that would be. And you could have like the jacket over the, you know, over the waistcoat and stuff, that would be awesome. Alrighty, so that is our brilliant tops. Let's just stick with that. And let's take a look at our bottoms. So we've got 5 bottoms for the guys. And one is the unisex shorts. So this is our only athletic wear that we have in the EP, and we looked at that with the feminine side of things. And then the guys get 3 pairs of pants and 1 pair of shorts. So this is the pants here. These actually work really nicely with the striped shirt going in like that. And so that's sort of leaning into our coastal sort of chic, you know, and going into sort of like pastels, and there's a whole lot of different shades here, and I think the idea behind that is that it's going to match a whole lot of the different tops. I just happen to like the stripy shirt with this one because, you know, because of the rolled up cuffs, feels like a little bit like maybe you're going boating or something. But I feel like they would really let's try to choose a different pattern, maybe the yellow, you know, some of the pattern items, I think you could, you know, work that in quite nicely as well and go in like different directions like that if you wanted to go that way, or you could go something like that as well. You can mix it up. And then we have the shorts. So again, those work really nicely with the shirt, I think. Laura, welcome in. Can you create a royal in Cass? Okay, now I can answer you. Welcome in, Laura. I hope you're well today. So what you can do is basically you can create a sim as per usual in Cass. So you create a normal sim, and then how you become a royal is through your Dynasty gameplay and through the noble career. So if you want to become a royal, what you need to do is go through and play through the noble career, and within the noble career you actually get the opportunity to become the ruler of the world, and that's how you become a royal. So it's a gameplay feature. It's not something that you can create the look in Cass, absolutely. So you have crowns, you have dresses, you have suits, you have all of the things to be able to create a royal within Cass, but a specific title to be a royal in Cass you can't specifically do. You need to do that through the gameplay. So there we go. Could answer your question for you. Hey Stephen, how are you? Hope you guys are well today. So yeah, so it's one of those things. It's not something you can just appoint in cast. So it's actually a gameplay feature that you can add there. You could probably, I haven't played around with it, so I'm not too sure if you can just instantly put a sim as a royal, but I know you can definitely do it through the noble career, and you can change your titles and everything like that as well. And so we have like a whole lot of crowns and that sort of thing that you can do. That's for the masculine crowns, and there's a few more options for the female as well. So yeah, so you can create the look in anything you want in terms of the cast, and absolutely you can make them look royal, but to actually get the title you need to go through the noble career and to get the titles that way. Veen Tart, it's the belt for the robe that he has around his neck. Yes, yeah, I know. It's like, why is it around his neck? Bonk. Oh, it's a career. Is it a rabbit hole career or playable with a lot? It's absolutely playable. So you go through and you have noble duties that you do. So I haven't gone through all the way through it yet, so I've sort of got limited knowledge on it. But basically, it works that you join the noble career, and you can do royal noble duties to get promotions, and your dynasty gets prestige, and things like that. So they kind of work hand in hand with each other. And yeah, so the noble duties and the royal duties that you can do around the place, you do in a variety of different things, like a regular career, but it's definitely a work from home career, not a rabbit hole career, from what I understand so far. Stephen, the B in your name stands for beautiful. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Stephen. That's nice. Laura, nice. We'll have to try it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It gives you like a whole lot of different kinds of duties that you can do, and that can coordinate with your throne. So that's quite cool. So yeah, it's definitely a gameplay element, and it's not something you just put in cast and just give yourself a title. So you do have to work for it, which is fun, and you're gonna have fun doing it. And then you can just sort of there can only be one ruler at a time as well. So only one ruler at a time, and in the worlds. So yeah, so you kind of have to fight for it with your different dynasties. These very much feel like tuxedo pants, these ones. So I feel like they're going to work with the likes of something like this. And then you can have like your pants coming through here. We will go have a look at the gameplay and how to set up a dynasty and stuff like that as we get through the cast. So we're just getting towards the end of the male cast. I'll have a quick look at the kids stuff. We'll create our family, and then we can go and have a look at the gameplay stuff for you guys and check it all out. See what's up with that, because I know we're all sort of eager to see how it functions, right? It's fun. Bonk, that's so cool. I assumed it was the same as Fame for a Celebrity. It's no, it's not. Not really. Not quite. It's like it's kind of in conjunction with it. Like you have like your dynasty kind of side of things. So every member of your dynasty works towards your prestige and everything like that, and then for the individual, you can go through the noble career, and then you have a separate aspiration as well. So there's only one aspiration with it, and it's a deviance aspiration, which is social puppeteer. So this sim wants to know everyone's business and are able to extort and expose scandals about whoever they please. So this social puppeteer one like works in with the scandals and bits and pieces, and the scandals work in with gameplay throughout the world as well. So gameplay, scandal is very much a part of the gameplay for the pack, and doing different activities and stuff around the world. So it's pretty cool. Joanna, yeah, me too, but a career is much more interesting. Yeah, I think so, and I like the way that the career kind of works in conjunction with the dynasty as well. So it does all sort of work in quite nicely together from what I can tell so far. So it's good. And how do dynasties work? So I'll get into this a little bit later, but dynasties kind of work in a way where you have like a collection of your family. Maybe you can start from scratch, or maybe you have like a family already in place, and they have some ideals. So there's certain ideals that you can choose for your dynasty, and it might be that it's artistic, that it's evil, or devious. There's a variety of ideals, and you can choose up to 3 ideals for your dynasty. And with the dynasty, then you also have some activities that you match with that. So you've got to really think about your dynasty And within the dynasty, you've got to really think about what those ideals are and then how you match them with activities. So if you have like a devious kind of dynasty, so your ideals might be that you're devious, you're bold, and you're vicious. So those could be our 3 example ideals, and then you match those with your activities that you do. So that might be mischief, it might be randomly rocket science actually works with that, and what's the other one? Might be logic, or it might be charisma, you know. So you take the skills and you match them with your ideals for your dynasty, and through the dynasty actually doing those activities that match those ideals and match those activities, the dynasty earns prestige points. And then if there's members of the dynasty that are not doing the things that are the ideals for the dynasty, then they're going to go down in prestige. And the ones that are matching the ideals will go up in prestige. And as one of the Sims goes down in prestige, they might become an outcast or be outcast from the dynasty. So there's a whole lot of sort of like levels of different play there in terms of how the dynasty works and how you get prestige, and different activities that you can do with the different prestige. And you can actually we were talking about the celebrity thing earlier. So it's a lot like your Ghost Mastery, your Occult Sims, your Get Famous pack as well, where you have like different points that you can unlock different things that enhance your dynasty, you know. So there's that. So the more prestige you get, the more things that you can unlock to improve your dynasty and get like the little perks and buffs that go with it, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I like it. Haley, welcome in. Royalty pack. I know, right? I know. I'm so hyped for this. I'm delighted. We're just looking at Cass, and we're going to go into the world very soon and check out the gameplay and the build buy as well. So we'll check that out. So there's no new jewelry, and there's no new jewelry or accessories for the guys. They do get white socks opposed to just blue socks. So there's white and blue socks for the guys. That's the only difference with the thing. Nis, oh, you're over here too. Oh, Nis, look at you on TubeView. What are the new traits? So the new traits, we don't actually get any new traits from Cass. So that's an interesting one, right? So there's no new traits in Cass. These are all base game ones. The new traits that you get are actually tied in with your dynasty. And I'm going to tell you guys a bit about that later because I have to read it to explain it really. But this is a whole new level of trait thing that ties in so well with dynasties. And it's a generational trait, which sounds interesting, right? I'm looking forward to showing you guys that. But yeah, there's a generational trait, and I'll explain that because I need to be able to read it to be able to explain it properly because it's a little complicated. But it is a generational trait, which is pretty cool. So there's no other new accessories for the guys, but there is some new shoes. So that's cool. Joanna, the male case is actually kind of nice. I definitely thought we would get more here, but the rest is amazing and so different from the stuff we usually get, and it's not copy and paste of the female case again. Yeah, like I think there was like less unisex stuff, like a little bit of unisex stuff, but not as much as usual. But there's just, no, I'll rethink that. So there is a lot of unisex stuff in terms of the accessories. So I think that's where the unisex stuff comes in. But I think as far as the clothing goes, there is less unisex stuff than usual. I would have thought more here as well, and I would have liked some, masculine accessories and like the bracelets and the rings and the, bits and pieces like that. But yeah, all the accessories are unisex, but there is a lot less unisex within the clothing. So there's only sort of like a few kind of, crossovers, I think, as far as that goes. So I was pretty happy with that. In terms of the clothing not having so much unisex, but I was disappointed in the jewellery being too much unisex. Laura, what? Oh, about the generational traits. Yeah, I know, right? They're generational traits. It's an interesting concept and something we haven't seen before in the game. So I'm going to take you through it. I will move in and I'll take you guys through how all the dynasties work. So we'll just get through the last bit of Cass and we'll have a quick talk about that because I'll take you through how it all works. It's really, really interesting and very cool. So yeah, it's not just about a trait for your sim right then. It's a trait that's going to go down through the generations. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we've got 2 new shoes for the guys. And we've got these, what's the word? Espadrilles? Espadrilles, is that the kind of word for those? So this feels like you're going on a boat and you're going boating. And then these are like your royal slippers. Now, the thing that threw me off with this, with the shoes for the guys, is that there are actually no formal shoes. So these are slippers. They're not considered formal shoes. I kind of use them as formal shoes because we don't actually get any sort of formal shoes for the guys, which is really weird. Like, look, we're on our formal tag and there's nothing. So I thought that was a little off for a pack where we have so much formal wear that we don't have formal shoes to go with them. So that was not so good for me. Haley, I'm ready to live out my Regency era Bridgerton dreams in The Sims. Yes.
Ah.
I know. There's going to be so many cool Bridgerton vibe dynasties out there. I'm just like very excited for it. So yeah. Oh, can't wait. It's so fun. Okay, we're going to have like a couple of kids. So we're going to go male. And we'll go sibling, randomized sister, female, and then we're going to go a toddler. And I'm pretty certain, I'll just double check, but I don't think there's anything for infants at all. I'll have to double check that though. I don't think there is anything, for infants. So that's a thing. Pretty certain, but I just like, I'm going off memory here. It's been a while since I just double checked that. So I will put an infant in the game and check it. But I think there might not be anything for infants, but maybe there's an outfit or two. Let's see. So I'm just going to be very quick with this because there's not much for kids. So in terms of the hairs, we've got the hairs that we've seen on the adults. So this is the feminine, right? No, masculine. So I think they're unisex as far as the hairs go. We got one crown and then a couple that are locked for the noble career. Accessories we've got none, and makeup we got none. And then for the masculine kid, we got the shirt, and it's got the patterns on it. Running through there. We're all familiar with these patterns now. And for the bottoms, we got the shorts. So these are the sort of like the version of the adult shorts that we saw, just in a shorter kids version. And again, with the patterns running through. Joanna, yes, I meant the clothing was different. The rest was a little disappointing as usual, especially for a royal pack. Accessories is everything as a royal. Yeah, I think so. That's the thing. It's just like, those accessories really bring, uplift it and add that sort of like sense of wealth and, that sort of thing that you get with like your dresses and stuff. So yeah, that was a bit disappointing, wasn't it? Nis, I'm ready for my Princess Diaries Mia. Yes! Oh my god, you could do like a makeover of Mia, like with her big bushy hair and then like with her sleek princess look. Yes. How do you find the crowns? Okay, so the crowns are in your headwear. So if we're going into our headwear up here, so we just go headwear, and you'll see them all sort of lined up there. So that's the different crowns running through just like that. And there's lots of feminine ones and there's a few less masculine ones. And these two ones at the bottom there are locked by the noble career. But yeah, a lot of different really cool headwear there for the Sims. I love it. So you can just add those to your Sim as you like in CAS, which is great. So we got the school uniform outfit. So we saw that in the older Sims, and then this is basically a replica of the adult male outfit in all the different colors running through, and the patterns as well. So that's exactly the same. The one that is unique here is this dress uniform for the boys. So I feel like that is particularly unique. I like this a lot. This is definitely the thing I think that kids would use for royal functions, which I think is awesome. So that is a little cutie one. I like that. And so we look tops, bottoms, accessories. We got blue socks. That's it. And we got shoes. So we got the casual wear that we saw on the adults, the espadrilles that the guys were wearing, and also the royal slippers that the guys were wearing. So that's the masculine wear for the boys. And then we have the sister there. So we've got show you the hairs. So we've got that option, that option, that option, that option. So that's again just unisex for the kids. Now the girls do have some more options as far as the headwear. So these are the crowns that we saw on the adult females. So that's the tiaras there and the crowns. And then we've got the hat there that we saw on the adult females as well as the 2 locked ones, which is very cool. And accessory wise, we've got none and no makeup as well for the kids. And then we have the unisex shirt that we saw on the boys. And then the girls do get 2 unique tops. So this is the pattern. Well, it's actually technically 1 unique top, and it's got like 2 different styles in it. So we have the Africana pattern of the version of the top, which matches a lot of what we've had in the female wear in terms of the pattern. And then we have the same cut top, same style top, but we've got the different styling on it. And again, this matches the adult female. So you could actually have a matching kid, matching adult thing going on if you wanted to go that direction as well. Some people do. And in the bottoms, we have a pair of pants. And we've got the shorts there. And basically the shorts are the same as what we saw on the boys. And then the pants, we've got it's same thing again. We've got the Africana swatch, and then we've got the plain swatch in that. And they have the little frill on the bottom, which is quite cute. I thought these were adorable, actually, these pants. So running through there, which is nice. I like it. And then we've got the checked version as well there. So you can have the matching top, matching bottom, a little bit of belly showing, right? Cute. The girls actually get some more dresses as well. So we have, just like the adults, we have the schoolgirl dress. And then we've got this dress here, which I think would be very Bridgerton, right? I feel like that would be a super Bridgerton sort of style dress for kids. And I like that. I think it's cute. And then we've got like sort of like a little bit more of party wear, and it has those shells that we saw in some of the accessories from the adult wear, which I think is nice. The uniform for the boys is amazing from Joanna. Yes, I thought that was really cool. Like it's got a very military aspect to it, but you feel like it's something that kids would wear to like formal occasions when they're out, in court and doing their royal duties and that sort of thing. There's quite a few little swatches on this cute dress. I love the flare on the shoulders on that, and the way that it's kind of layered up. I think that's super cute. And like you've got your patterns, and then you got your stripes, and things like that as well. So that's a cute little versatile dress. And we have some nightwear. Again, this feels very Bridgerton, kind of like slightly Victorian Regency kind of vibe, older sort of feel to it, but it also at the same time very cute and wearable for Sims for now. It's not like too OTT with in terms of the style and that sort of thing. Woof, that's some hair to wear to bed. So that is I think most of the stuff for the females. I don't think, we got blue socks, and we got one pair of shoes. So those are the same ones as we saw with the adults with the shoes. And those are designed for the kids. So that's the kids. Now let's have a look at the toddlers. So this is female for the toddlers. And we got no hair, no accessories, no makeup. So we got no tops, no bottoms, but we did get a dress. There we go. It's very light for kids. Very light for kids. This is very adult focused, this pack. But this dress is phenomenal. I love this dress through and through. It's just pretty as. So if we're going to get one dress with this pack, this is a great dress to go with it. But yeah, the whole lack of stuff that we got for the younger generations was honestly a little disappointing for me. But it is what it is, That's what we got. But yeah, she's a little cutie pie. And we didn't get any accessories for toddlers. No. And we got 2 pairs of shoes though. So that's nice. So we got these cute little, I'm going to say Mary Janes might be the right word for those. And they come in a variety of colours. They're dual toned as well as the pastels. So that's kind of matching to the adults. And then we got these closed sort of top shoes, and again just working in the same color palette running through there. So those are adorable. I mean, that's a cute outfit. For the boys, Again, we're not going to get any hair for them. No hair, no hats, no accessories. So the toddlers really didn't get much. And we got no tops, no bottoms. And for full body, this is so sweet. This is so sweet, this one here. I love it. I think it's just, again, it feels like something you would wear in the Bridgertons. Like, absolutely. I'm sure I've seen something similar being worn in it, to be honest. So I wonder if the Bridgertons was an inspiration for this at all. Anyway, very cute, but just the one thing for toddlers. And I'm just going to double check through infants, but I feel like I remember there was not anything for infants, but I will just double check for everybody and for myself just to make sure. And so there was no tops, no bottoms, and no full body. Yeah, absolutely nothing for infants whatsoever. So that was definitely a disappointment. I'll just double check female as well. Oh, you're so cute. I mean, infants are adorable, but they're a lot of work to, you know, obviously deal with in the game. No tops, no bottoms, no dresses, no accessories, no shoes. Okay, so nothing for infants. Sorry, infant, we're going to delete you. No, so the last pack was very kids focused, so I'm kind of okay with it, though kids are lacking overall. Kids are lacking overall. I wish that we did, you know, definitely have more stuff for them, but, you know, it is what it is. Okay, so I'm just going to basically get rid of all our kids. Sorry, kids. R.I.P. I need a Dynasty name too, guys, so if you've got any suggestions, let me know. I know, poor infants, right? Those poor kids just getting deleted as well. So I'm just going to quickly put on some outfits, and I'm not going to go too overboard with that because I want to get into just checking out the game a little bit more. But while I'm doing that, can you guys give me something that you might like to see as far as a Dynasty name? What should we call these guys? I'd love to know. I think we definitely need like a Dynasty name of some sort. I'm going to put a crown on them. Oh, got a crown on there. There we go. And I'm going to get him in his lovely tuxedo. Oh, fabulous. Maybe the green one. Yeah, it's like the fact that we've got no formal shoes with this is just mind-blowing to me. Like, what is that? Anyway, is what it is. Joanna, I mean, I love what we got, but I wish it was more. Royal children are usually dressed up, and I feel like we can't match that with what we've got already. Yeah, as far as formal wear for kids, I would absolutely say that we are well lacking. Like, whenever you see, you know, the likes of, you know, when the game automatically generates something for your kids to wear, you know, so, you know, it's like an NPC or something like that, you would definitely be in a situation where they're wearing something absolutely horrible. Because the formal wear for kids is just absolutely dreadful. So I was kind of hoping that we would get something, you know, really cool as far as, you know, stuff for the kids. But I feel like, you know, we haven't really gotten much, as you know, with this pack. So that was a little disappointing, I think, for me. Because I would have liked more. But, you know, it is what it is. And it is really focused on the adults, I think, for this thing, even though it is like Dynasty and Legacy and, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah, it would have been nice to have a little bit more for the kiddies. Poor kiddies. Overlooked again. I know, dude. You are rocking it. Look at us doing some quick casts. Amazing. There we are. But we've seen it all. We don't need to go over it again. Let's maybe go with, oh, what about the green there? That's nice. And we can match that with pale green in there. I've gone with green for him for some reason. Nothing wrong with that. And I'm going to wear one of those beautiful suits. Yes. Well, what about that one or something? Ah, that one. Let's do that. Laura, how do you make a Dynasty? Is it like how you make gloves, or is it different? Similar, I would say. Similar to clubs, I think, in a way. So there's a similarity there. I'll just give me 5 minutes and we're going to be in game and I can show you how to do it. Because I'm going to quickly run through and just give us some clothes, and basically we're going to get out there and we're going to do the thing in the world. So we can check it all out then. But it is, yeah, kind of similar to clubs in a way, but a little bit different as well. So yeah, it's something that's not going to be too difficult to set up, I think. I feel like, you know, it's not going to be, you know, particularly difficult for people to kind of grasp or, you know, get the hang of. But it will require, you know, obviously sort of getting to know a new system and that sort of thing. But it's all sort of stuff that we're familiar with. So, you know, things like buffs and, things that like that systems that we've had before, if you know what I mean. So, you know, it's not going to be wholly unfamiliar territory. I think it's just what I would call twists on what we already have in the game. And you know what, I'm all for that, because I feel like, you know, if we're taking an existing concept already, and we're twisting it into something that really works for what we are getting in terms of a new EP and that sort of thing, you know, I'm all for that, because why not? Because it makes sense to have something that's familiar, and that we can learn easily, and you know, bring it into the game in a slightly different way. And yeah, I feel like there's not necessarily anything that's going to be super new as far as concept go, but it's going to be familiar enough, but it's going to be a new twist on it, if that makes sense. So I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so we're getting athletic wear. As I said, there's not really anything as far as athletic wear in the game for any of the Sims besides those shorts. And sleepwear, let's take off that. I'm not going to worry around with makeup and that sort of thing. I can do that at a later date. I just want to get in there and play, man. Da-da-da. Let's have a play. Okay. So we're going to go into our saucy sleepwear. Love that for us. And party wear. Let's go. We're going to the party in red. Excellent. And obviously we're going to put on a tiara, because I feel like we always need a tiara for every occasion. Right? I mean, if you got the opportunity to wear a tiara, I mean, why wouldn't you be wearing a tiara? That's what I want to know. Should probably put some earrings on as well, shouldn't I? Oh, she's already wearing a necklace. Yes. Beautiful.
Ooh.
Ooh. I know. It's gorgeous. So, yeah, I still don't have a Dynasty name. Otherwise, I'll come up with something probably quite stupid, because that's how I roll. But if anybody has any suggestions, let me know, and we can do that for our Dynasty. It's going to be cool. Ooh, we'll go red and hot weather wear. Let's go. Maybe... Oh, you know what? I want to wear a hat. So I'll go with that, and we'll go like the big hat. And we'll go the sunglasses. Tortoiseshell, let's go in the red, and maybe wear our big jewels. That's very chunky, but hey, let's do it. Let's make it happen. And maybe we can go with white and that, because I don't think we've got like a red swatch. So maybe the navy blue. Oh, blue doesn't really good there. Got a red. Oh, red. There we are. Red, and then the winter wear. Let's go for that, and jewelry. Go for the pattern on that one. I think there was like, oh yeah, the tops, the winter wear with that, and maybe we'll go blue on that just for funsies. But there wasn't like anything that was really specific for cold weather for the ladies. But oh, I should do a head wrap, shouldn't I? Yes, I should absolutely do a whole red head wrap. That would be fun. And we'll go the ombre for that, and we'll do head wrap. Yes. Head wrap. Go white. Okay, so traits are going to be random, and we'll do the new aspiration. And hello, my name is Carrie Rockwell. There we go. It's the Rockwell Dynasty. So he's going to be Rockwell. And his name is going to be Ashton Kutcher Rockwell. Oh my god, they're both jealous and hot-headed. Ugh. And a loner? Oh my god, that's an awful combination. Loner, self-assured. Oh boy. Alright, you can be cheerful. Going to drive me bananas otherwise. And let's set their relationship to spouse. There we are. Okay, are we guys ready? Let's go check out the gameplay. Yay! I'm excited. So we're going to move into Ondarian, and we have 3 different neighborhoods with Ondarian. So we have the VelvettB, which is our Portugal sort of wild, untamed, piratical background kind of dynasty area. Then we have Bellacord. So Bellacord is the sort of like it's all about class, opulence, elegance. It's the Montes, it's the Caps, it's northern Italy, so it's sort of like that romantic kind of element. And then we have the Dambali area of the world, which is your sort of northern Africa, Ghana, Nigeria kind of vibe going on there. It's sort of all about community. There's vibrance. The buildings are kind of whitewashed because it's, that desert kind of very hot weather and, that sort of thing. So there's like a lot of tradition there and it's, absolutely gorgeous. So we've got to basically choose where we're going to live. Rainbow, yeah, that would be a volatile dynasty with all the hot heads, right? Laura, you're excited to see? So am I. Hi, Fly Girl, welcome in. We have a raid over on the Purple app. Hello, guys, welcome in. I'm Velvet. How are you today? We're doing a first look at the Royalty and Legacy expansion pack. So I've got early access to that as part of the Sims Creator Program. And yeah, I'm taking a wee look at that. We've just finished up in CAS, so we're going to have a wee look at the gameplay and how that all sort of works in the game, which I'm excited to do. So welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. And Dark Shadow Bear, welcome in. Boop. What were you guys doing today in the world of streaming? What were you streaming today? Was it a lot of fun? I hope it was, and I hope you were having a good time. This is one of the starter houses in the game. So we're in the northern Italy region of Bellicourt. So this is sort of inspired. We've got the Montes and Caps that live nearby. And yeah, this is a little starter house. And it has, it's a 64 by 64 lot. So you can start on it and basically build your dynasty house all around that. And we've got just enough funds for it. So that's great. Joanna, I really like when they've been mixing the themes in the packs recently. It's so nice when they manage to do it right. You're right, and I feel like they've done it really well with this pack. Like, and when you look at the build, buy, and the CAS, and how that sort of works organically between the three styles of neighborhood, it really does work so nicely. Just by the way, I am streaming across 2 platforms today as well. So, if you hear me chatting away to people and you can't see them, that's what I'm doing for today. And Fly Girl, where was Kingdom Reborn? Very fun. Oh, awesome! I've never played Kingdom Reborn, but I have heard of it, and it looks like it's a lot of fun. To play. So that sounds like it was great. Do you guys play The Sims 4 as well? I'm curious. Is it kind of your thing? Are you curious about the Royalty and Legacy expansion pack? We are about to found a dynasty, so I'm going to take you guys through how to found a dynasty, and then we'll look at the noble career, and we'll look at the aspiration as well, so we can kind of get an idea of the gameplay. And I thought we could take a look at around the world, and I can show you some of the cool points around the world as well, because there's some really cool world features and things to do around the world. I don't know what they're doing at the moment, but they're having some fun. So I thought we could go out and do that. So shall we start our Rockwell Dynasty? I think it's going to be fun. It's fun. It's great with friends. Oh, so it's like a really good multiplayer game. Oh, that's good to know, because sometimes it's hard to find those really good multiplayer games, right? So in View Dynasties, we can actually see the dynasties that are already in play in the game. So we have the Aspirations dynasty. So the Aspirations have risen through the ranks to be known as the most refined dynasty in Vertimer. But don't be misled by appearances. They always know how to get what they want. We have the Alto dynasty, passionate, loving, and toxic. That's the Alto trademark. We have the Cap dynasty. Everyone in Bellicourt admires the Caps and their family words, bound by honor. Theirs is an illustrious dynasty known by many as romantic, chivalrous, oh my god, words, and proud. Some would also describe them as vain, elitist, and melodramatic. We have the Durong dynasty. The Durongs are a philanthropic dynasty who have worked tirelessly over generations to bring Dambali into a golden age of flourishing arts and wealth. Their family words are spoken throughout Dambali, strength through union. We have the Goth dynasty, and you guys are all familiar with the Goths, right? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. The Goths are an aristocratic family with a dreary aura and more than one skeleton in the closet. Perhaps it's their familiarity with death that fueled their deep passion. And we had the Landgrave dynasty, also a familiar dynasty. The Landgraves seem like the perfect family, wealthy, well-mannered, and brilliant. Yet under that polished surface, they hide internal conflicts and a cutthroat agenda. We have the Montes. After generations of drama and conflict with the Caps, the Montes are ready to rise from the ashes and claim back their power. And then we have the Thebe dynasty. Strong as the tides, fierce as the sea, the Thebe are recognized by their family words, we ride the storm. This dynasty is proud of their adventures and treasures they've collected. Theirs is a mixed lineage which count something. Okay, so the Thebe dynasty lives in Vertima. The Durrang dynasty lives in Dambali, and the Abrantes live in Vertima. Caps and Montes also live in Bellacord, which is where we are at the moment. What did I say, Caps and Montes? Anyway. This is, as I said, Bellacord, which is the world that is based on northern Italy. This is the Bellacord Palace over here. And we have the Caps, I believe, Caps or the Montes, which one is it? One of them lives down there as well, so it's pretty cool. Now, let's found our dynasty, and I can show you guys all the mechanics of how this works. So this is going to be fun. So this is how you create your dynasty. So basically it gives you like a, I guess, you know, we talked about how there's a similarity, I think, between how the clubs work and how dynasties work. So there's a similarity there, but there's twists on how that all sort of works. Joanna, you love all these Easter eggs about the Montes and stuff? Yes. Yeah, I love how they're bringing like some of the history of the Sims into that. And I think because they were building like the lineages and the dynasties of different families, they were able to bring in some of those families from past franchises, which is really cool. I like it a lot. So we can create our dynasty. So we can call our dynasty whatever we want. So we can call them the Cool Dynasty if we really wanted to, you know. I'm not going to do that to them, but we'll just call that the Rockwell Dynasty. We can enter a description, so we can just write solid and dependable, because like rocks. Here we go. So that's going to be them. And we can also customize our crest. So the crest, you've got a lot of different options as far as shape, and then you can change those options to the color that you like, running through. So different colors, going through oranges and then through to gold. And then on top of that, shield, you can put an emblem, so you can basically make the crest whatever you like for your dynasty. And there's a whole lot of emblems there. Now these are all available as build by items as well, so you can actually create this in your houses if you'd like to display your dynasty crest in there too. So I love that you've got that option to be able to do that. Ben, welcome in. Velvet and the Distinguished Velveteers. Thanks, Ben. Come on in, it's fun inside. We're looking at the early access for Royalty and Legacy at the moment. So we've just got into game, and we're going to be starting our dynasty, and I'll be going through a little bit of gameplay, and then we'll have a look at the build buy. So yay, it's fun. So so if we could do like a crest like this, and then we could do like a rose on it if we wanted to, or like a flower, which would be quite cool. I can go like maybe gold on that with a sword. I want to do a bit of sword fighting, so maybe I want to have a sword one. You can also randomize it like that as well if you don't want to go through and choose your own one. So if you'd rather have like the game randomize something for you, then you can do that too. And that's how you create your dynasty chest. Dynasty crest. Oh my god. Oh boy. So at the moment we have Ashton Rockwell as the dynasty head. So the dynasty head will always be the person that creates the dynasty. At the moment in the game, so basically at the moment, because I am married to Carrie and I had that set up in Cass, you can actually see the member list here. You can see that Carrie, as my wife, is part of the dynasty as well. So you'll be able to see that in our members list there. And if you have any other family members around the world, then you can actually add them as members of your dynasty too. I don't have any other family members at the moment, so I can't add them as members. You can also select your heir. And we can have that as Carrie Rockwell for the moment. She can be the heir to the dynasty, but then we can change it when we have kids. And one of the kids could be one of the dynasty heir as well. So, you know, they have different roles within the dynasty, depending on what you want it to be. So they can either be a member, an heir, or a dynasty head. So a dynasty is made up of a group of related Sims. Anyone who is related to the dynasty head or is the child, grandchild, or stepchild of another member is allowed to join. Not all Sims who can join want to join or are allowed by the dynasty head to join. Improving the relationship between the Sim and the dynasty head and increasing the dynasty's prestige may help in such situations. So there might be drama about joining the dynasty as well. Now, a big part of creating your dynasty is understanding your ideals and your skills. So my suggestion is that you do the ideals first when setting up your dynasty and then match your skills to fit those ideals. I think you're going to find that's a lot better for gameplay. So the ideals, dynasties can choose up to 3 ideals to embrace as dynasty values. Members who engage in the ideals encourage activities, go to work in an encouraged career, or participate in an encouraged extracurricular will generate prestige for the dynasty. Members who engage in the ideals discourage activities or go to work in a discouraged career will make the dynasty lose prestige. So everything that every single dynasty member does affects your dynasty. So every time. So most members will engage in the ideals encourage activities more often on their own, but only if autonomy is set to full in the game options gameplay. However, members who have traits who are opposed to an ideal, for example, the evil trait is opposed to the caring ideal, may engage in discouraged activities more often instead. So you can set it up so that you have, so for example, a sim who is evil in a caring dynasty, and then they might likely drop the prestige of the dynasty and then perhaps become an outcast. So you can go with that as far as gameplay goes as well. So the ideals that we have are artistic. So imaginative creatives who value music, storytelling, and art. So this gives you a list of what the encouraged activities, the encouraged careers and extracurriculars, and the discouraged careers are. There's also, some of them have discouraged extracurriculars as well, or activities. So if you want to have an artistic dynasty, you need to view art, listen to music, paint, play an instrument, write, or use the activity table. And an encouraged career, etc., is author, painter, style influencer, freelance artist, freelance writer, and musician. For the bold activities, you can choose encouraged activities are confident social interactions, rocket science, duel and practice with swords. And you can be an astronaut, athlete, or secret agent. Discouraged is that you watch TV, that you browse the web, that you're a tech guru, freelance programmer, freelance writer, or writer. So caring, so that means that you give affection, support emotions and needs, offer advice, offer mentoring, donate and give to charity, or you're a babysitter. I found that fascinating as a career. Discouraged is be mean, fight, swipe objects, sabotage objects, hack, and discover and exploit scandals, and villain and criminal careers. When giving to charity, dynasty members get more prestige the larger the donation is, and dynasty members won't get prestige from being mean to dynasty rivals. So there's different things for each of these different ideals. The connoisseur, so consume excellent quality food and drinks, eat gourmet food, drink mixology drinks, use a hot tub, hire domestic services, watch live entertainment, and hire an entertainer. There might be also, when you have more packs, there might be more options for this as well. I haven't obviously been able to play this with my my other packs at this point, but I'll be exploring that more as we go into from early access to early access. It's a whole level of things. So this might be changing as you add in different packs as well. So I'm sure that's going to be the case. So discourage activities, consuming poor quality food and drinks, eat junk food and quick meals, and astronaut. Hello, how's simming? Hi, Deadly. How are you? You have a question. There is a noble career. Can you have a normal career on top of that? No. So the noble career is the career, basically, from what I understand. Or I say no. Let's just double check that. Hang on, we'll just pause for that for a second. So yeah, the noble career is the only career, as far as I know, that you can have at a time, because it works like the regular career where you can't have 2 at once. So let's just join that. So with the noble career, you actually can't join that until I've purchased a throne, researched noble legacy, or requested a knighthood from a noble. So you join it exactly like a regular career, and you can only have the 1 career at a time, from what I understand. I will playtest that later when we get a throne. But yeah, from what I understand, that's the one from there. Oh, whoopsies! I shouldn't have gone out of that probably, but oh well. So yes, it's a noble career, but only can be that at the time, I'm pretty sure. But I'll double check that later for you. I'll just want to set up my dynasty first. And we have a devious ideal. You asked because you heard teens can join it too. Oh, interesting. Well, let's just get through this dynasty, and then I will have a play around. We'll see, because I should be able to purchase a throne, and we can join the noble career, and we'll just see what the options are for teens as well. That's a good idea. So the reason I can't join the noble career yet is I need to actually have certain things in place. So I need to have a throne, I need to have a knighthood, or I need to research the noble legacy, I think it is. So there's a couple of things that you need to do to join. So yeah, I'll just go through the ideals and we set up our dynasty, and we'll get to the noble career. So we can do that because we're going to have a dynasty in place, and then we'll start our career, and then we can see whether or not we can add a team to it, because I think that'll be fun. So for the devious ideals, our encouraged activities are discover and exploit scandals, swipe objects, sabotage objects, hack, be mischievous, use a voodoo doll. We can be an oracle, interstellar smuggler, secret agent. We don't donate and give to charity, and we're not a space ranger. How do you do that? Okay, I'll explain that in a minute, Laura. I'll get to that, and we'll set up our dynasty, and we'll look at how to join the noble career. I'll take you through it. It's pretty easy. It's nothing complicated, I promise. Basically, if you have a throne, you can do it very, very easily. Or you can get someone to knight you, and you can join the career through that. So yeah, it's nothing too difficult to join, but you do need to have certain things in place to be able to join. So we can be diplomatic, be friendly, practice speech and storytelling, nobility actions, journalist, noble, style influencer, discourage activities of be mean and fight, and be a criminal. Then you have the hardworking ideal. So that's things like answering emails, offering mentoring, doing homework, work hard while at school, starting up entrepreneur business, and discourage activities are things like slacking off, leaving early, watching TV, browsing the web, napping. And you don't want to be a painter, esport gamer, influencer, or a style influencer or entertainer. We have jolly. So this is basically a jolly dynasty where we have dance, comedy, funny, playing games, hiring entertainers, being an esport gamer, mixologist, comedian. So actually some of these ideals do go in conflict. So you know how with doing your traits on your sim, and you have like you can't be good and evil at the same time. That's exactly the same with your dynasties. You can't have like like an evil dynasty and a good dynasty at the same time. So there's some things that you will select, and then you won't be able to select other things. So just be aware of that when setting up your dynasty. Mysterious. So you cry and mourn, discuss mysteries, death and occult, stargazing, using voodoo doll, and possessing objects. And you can be an astronaut, and you don't want to be funny. So like this one here, mysterious, is probably going to be in conflict with jolly, for example. Tree loving, so you tend garden, fish, look for frogs, swim, and you don't stay inside and watch TV, be mean to animals, or do detective, guru, or business careers. You can be passionate, be romantic, duel for romance, practice speech and storytelling, and style influencer. Scholarly, so you use a telescope, microscope, play chess, program, read science table, use science table. You can be an entrepreneur or a freelance programmer, but you're not going to be an esport gamer, culinary, entertainer, or style influencer careers. And then we have vicious, which is our last ideal, which you can duel, use a practice dummy and punching bag, be mean, fight. You can be a boss, interstellar smuggler, and our discourage activities are give affection, support, emotion needs, and donate and give to charity. So let's be, maybe we could be, what are we? Let's be bold. And why don't we be diplomatic? So you can see here, the diplomatic one, we can't be vicious, basically. So that's in conflict with the diplomatic ideal. So now we can no longer accept that. And it'd be quite fun to be mysterious. So that's going to be our ideal. So the things that we want for skills, we want to have things like rocket science, swordsmanship, probably be friendly. So maybe charisma would work really well with that. And maybe mischief could work in with that as well. So, you've got to look at what the activities are and then match them to your skills. So we can't do comedy because that's in conflict with a mystery ideal. So I think charisma would work quite nicely. And I want to do swordsmanship for sure. And maybe a little bit of mischief. That could be fun as well. So those are our skills that we're going to work on for our dynasty. So all we need to do is click ticks. And that's our dynasty setup. Dynasty founded. Ashton Rockwell has founded the Rockwell dynasty. May he lead his family to a bright future at its first dynasty head. From this day, the members of the Rockwell dynasty will collectively contribute to or tarnish the dynasty prestige through their actions and build or break unity through their relationships with each other. If they work together and adhere to the dynasty values, the Rockwell dynasty will flourish, but be wary of conflicts and discord. Even a powerful dynasty can fall from grace. So you can see here we've got, if you need to change anything in your dynasty details, you can do that through the settings panel. We have ranks. We have prestige levels. So all of the actions will go in towards working towards our prestige. And then we have our unity. So the greater they get along, the better the unity setting. So it can be like low there or it can be high there. We also have dynasty perks. Deadly. I already imagine on my legacy save file making a dynasty skill be archery. Oh, that would be very cool. That would work in so well with the Adventure Weights pack. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see when I'm able to actually get the final version of the game. How all of this works with all of the packs as well, because this is just working with base game at the moment. So there's going to be a whole lot of different activities and stuff that you can do, which is going to be really cool. So with the Dynasty perks, so this works a little bit like some of the other, careers and stuff, like your celebrity career that we already have in the game. So it's, it's all very similar ground, I think, as far as setting this up. So we have a grade boost, that we can get. We can get a nepotism one, so Dynasty members will progress their career performance faster. We have a tutor, so Dynasty members can hire a tutor via hire a service in the phone. We can get a market manipulator, so Dynasty members will all have a new interaction available on the PC, which allows them to increase the value of their stocks. And arrange a promotion, so the head of the Dynasty will be able to arrange a promotion for any Dynasty member. Respected head, so the Dynasty will have more success with encourage interactions towards other Dynasty members. Discreet, so Dynasty members will have a higher chance to find other Sims' secrets, experience shorter scandals, and have a reduction in the fees of the information broker. Gracious host, Dynasty members will have an easier time reaching gold in social events. I feel like I'm going to need that because I'm terrible at social events. Easier alliances, so the Dynasty head will have an increased chance of success when asking the head of another Dynasty to form an alliance. Matchmaker, so Dynasty members will have an easier time building romantic relationships, a better chance of success on asking for marriage blessing or asking for hand in marriage, and an increased prestige gain from getting married. And then we also have friends in high places, so all Dynasty members will build friendships faster, and those relationships will decay slower. Deadly. I have like 6.5 siblings on that save. Some of them even have grandchildren already, planning on making all of them have a Dynasty each. Oh, that's cool. So the Dynasty each, they'll have like their rivals and their alliances and everything like that, right? That's very cool. Now, Laura, we were talking about this earlier, and you were asking about the traits earlier. So I'm about to talk to you about generational inheritable traits. So this is the new trait system that we have with Royalty and Dynasty. No, Royalty and Legacy, which is very cool. Very, very cool. I like these. Now, the traits themselves are something we're familiar with, but the way that it's been done is very interesting. So we've got four new traits that we can unlock using our Dynasty perks. So we have mental affinity, social affinity, physical affinity, and creative affinity. So babies born to Dynasty members while this perk is active will gain the mental affinity level 1 trait and will build mental skills faster. Sims with the mental affinity level 1 trait will produce children with the mental affinity level 2 trait who will build mental skills faster and produce higher quality items. Their children will be born with mental affinity level 3, which will increase the bonuses even more. So basically you have, and I don't know if it extends beyond level 3 at this point, I haven't gone that far into it, but for each generation that you have, if your Dynasty has this active as a perk, all of your children will have that as an extra trait, and they'll get extra buffs for each further generation going on. As I said, I don't know if it goes beyond level 3 at this point or generation 3, but isn't that just cool? I thought that was absolutely awesome. Just like, not only do you have a skill buff, but you have a skill buff that is inheritable, and your kids can have it, and their grandkids can have it too. So we have that with mental affinity, we have it with social affinity, we have it with physical affinity, and we have it with creative affinity. So those are 4 sort of levels of affinity, and you go through and you have different little buffs and bonuses that you get for each child with each generation, up to at least level 3. Beyond that, I don't know the answer to it. Deadly. So basically a Super Sim challenge will require great grandchildren now. Oh my gosh, if you're going to unlock absolutely everything. Yep, you'd be right about that. Yeah. spot on. So that is a very cool addition, I think, to the game. You can actually show a family tree now. The family tree looks a little different. Obviously, we don't have much family yet because it's a brand new thing. Now, yesterday in base game, we got the update to the family trees. So I think it had family connection and married, and possibly, I don't know if it had secret connection on there. It had family connection, married, and divorced, I think, on the base game version. And then when you have royalty and legacy, this extends. So you have family connection, dynasty connection, secret connection, forged connection, married, and divorced. So you can see they're married and they have a dynasty connection there. We don't at the moment have any secret children or anything like that, just a brand new family. But that can all kind of like layer down and you can have all sorts of different things in your family tree. It's just very cool. And that's just all the beauty dynasty. So that's the basic shape of how to create your dynasties and how all that sort of works. So I'm going to go into build mode and we're going to buy ourselves a throne. And I'm going to take you through how to do the noble career and how to get started on that. Okay, we don't, it's a starter house. I don't really have room for a throne inside. So let's add a throne. So thrones are fairly expensive. We've got 2,500 simoleon throne and you've got a 3,500 simoleon throne. Now, I will say that the build buy is expensive in this pack. So it's not your cheap eco-living stuff, not in this pack. It is definitely, I'm just going to put a ridiculous throne in the middle of the floor. Definitely looking at a lot of simoleons to build a house. Not cheap. Okay, so what we can do from here. So I'll go back into job and I'll show you guys what the pop-up is with this one. So we can see what it is, and then we'll go and join ourselves to the noble career. I will probably add like maybe a teen to our household, and we can just test the whole teen thing and get rid of them again. Deadly. Dynasty connection is probably because they said vampire offspring is a valid relationship to join a dynasty. Yeah. Actually, yeah, there's definitely going to be like a whole lot of variations on that because you've got like secret children, you've got stepchildren. As you say, they've got vampire offspring, stuff like that as well, where you're not related by blood, but you're related by that sort of connection there. So there's going to be a whole lot of variations on different connections that you can have. So it's going to be interesting when I sort of see how it all works with all the packs in as well. And yeah, intriguing, isn't it? So the noble career. Noble. There are different ways to join the noble career. Sims can find a high-ranked noble and request knighthood. They can research noble legacy using the book The Duchess Diaries, A History of Nobility. Or you can purchase a throne and heed the calling. Noble Sims work from their home lot to fulfill a variety of noble duties each day. Crown and Court are calling. It's time to debut. Noble Sims will take on the responsibility of ruling a kingdom and influencing the lives of Sims all throughout the realm. So you get 672 simoleons today at the first level of becoming a noble. As you progress through, I think that's where you get to do the taxes and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's going to be really interesting. I think the option is to join on the throne. Yeah, you're right. So there is an option there. So if you click on the throne, we can join the noble career. So we're going to get our fabulous Ashton to go and do that. I thought we might go and take Carrie over to the Durong Dynasty house and see whether or not we can get a knighthood as well. There we are. Ashton has joined the noble career. Ashton is now a noble newcomer. He has now unlocked the title Knight of Ondarian. This title will also be available for his spouse and children unless they have a higher title from someone else. There you go. So you can either inherit the title from being, related or married to, or you can get your own title and work your way through. So with the Knight of Ondarian, noble title by career. So we're noble level 1. Our next promotion will be Honourable Herald. And we can edit the kingdom titles and crown and court are calling. Okay, blah, blah, blah. We have neutral favour alignment. So you can align which way you kind of go with your favour. With neutral favour, other Sims will not have any particular thoughts or strong feelings towards the kingdom as it's being run. And then our noble duties here. So we can take a nap, go for a jog, and reach charisma level 2. So we want to work on charisma. You can also click on your throne. And we can do a variety of things from here. So Ashton has to be level 7 in the noble career to set kingdom taxes. So we need to progress through the noble career to be able to set those taxes. Noble ventures. So this is the thing that we are going to do on a daily basis. Or not necessarily daily basis, but they work in with your noble duties. So we can visit kingdom heritage sites. So you can see that works in towards different things. Now, these little symbols here are actually quite important. So see how there's like a little blue face with a crown on, and there's a little green face with a little cap on. So basically the things that you choose to do affect how the kingdom sees you and which members of the kingdom find you in favor. So the blue thing with the crown is the nobles. So if you're doing things that please the nobles, you'll start to have that alignment towards the nobles. If we go and visit a present at a local school, then you're going to get an alignment that aligns you with the commoners. So there's a couple of options there that you know, you can choose to do on daily sort of activities as a noble that do affect your alignment and who will find you favorable in the world. So you only need a throne then, and it's just easy to click on it. So the max level is level 10 in the career. And yeah, it's just as easy as that. Just get a throne and click on it. That's all you need to do. There are a couple of other options which you can go down as well, but that's the easiest option, just to buy a throne and click on it. So yeah, and you'll be able to see that favor alignment as you do actions that'll pop up here. So that's, again, that's a familiar kind of thing with the different alignments and that sort of thing. We've seen that in the businesses and hobbies thing as well. And noble promotions, so we can claim a noble promotion, and that's basically about career performance. And so, okay, let's start at the beginning of this. So with noble careers, it's a little different. You will not automatically get promoted. So when you see that your performance has gotten that tick down there, you need to claim your noble promotion. You don't just automatically get promoted, from what I understand. So you can receive a promotion through a coronation speech, you can receive a promotion through a coronation ceremony, or you can claim your noble promotion. So just be aware, it's not going to be automatic. You need to claim it. Get in there and claim your title. Deadly, max level is 10, but there can only be one per world. Yes. Yeah, there can only be one per world. You're absolutely right. So just be aware that you do need to claim that promotion. We can be level 5 in the noble career to enact a noble decree. We can donate to kingdom funds. We need to be level 2 for that. Whole court, we need to be level 3 for that. Daydream about coronation, we can definitely do that. And grant noble title, we need to be, Velvet, get out of the way, level 10 to be able to do that one. So that's the max. And abdicate, so we can leave the noble career. And we can bestow a knighthood, so that's where we bestow a noble career on somebody else, and you need to be level 4. So the throne is something that is extremely useful in the game. Let's just put it that way. So as soon as you can afford a throne, it's very important to have one of those. Deadly. Or you can be the vampire queen of Forgotten Hollow. You can, which is awesome, right? Love that. So that's the basics of the career and how that sort of works. And as far as the aspiration goes, so this is the social puppeteer aspiration. You've got 4 levels, and your reward trait is the ironclad reputation. Not only are these Sims immune to extortion themselves, they have a much better chance to get what they ask for when extorting others. So for the first level, we need to discover a secret at a bar, discover another Sim's secret, and share a secret. How much is a throne? So there's 2 different thrones, and oops, spell it right, Velvet. So the 2 thrones that you have available to you are the Majestic Throne, which are 2,500, and you have the Ornate Throne, which are 3,300. So either of those thrones will do the job. Fairly expensive. Shall we have a wee nosy? I want to take Dame Carrie Rockwell. Oh, actually, hang on. I want to show you something else. So let's go into this one here. Edit Kingdom titles. Now, I'm not going to change these and select these at the moment. There is a bit of a bug with these in the early access version. But you can go in here and you can edit all of the kingdom titles. So you can have masculine, feminine, and neutral, and you can basically just rename all of them. So I can be, emperor, and I can be empress. For example, if you want to do something completely different, you're able to. And there's the different ranks that go through. So as a rank 1 noble, I'm a knight, a dame, or a knightum. Then you have baronet, baronetess, and baronetum. Rank 3 is baron, baroness, baronum. Rank 4 is viscount, viscountess, and viscountum. Rank 5 is count, countess, and countum. Rank 6 is margrave, margravine, and margravin. Rank 7 is marquise, marchioness, and marquem. Rank 8 is Duke, Duchess, Duchess. Rank 9 is Grand Duke, Grand Duchess, and Grand Duchess. And then we have King, Queen, and Prince, I think. You might go to the 2,500 one. It's prettier. Yeah, I think you could, like, basically choose whichever you want there. Natalia, welcome in. YouTube showed me on the homepage. Greetings from Poland. Hi there over in Poland. Greetings from New Zealand. How are you today? We are currently 11:56 a.m. here on Thursday morning. So isn't that crazy? I bet you're probably still on Wednesday, maybe. Possibly. Anyway, hi. Thanks for coming in. We are having a good look at the Royalty and Legacy pack, and it's been a lot of fun so far. So, Laura, how we got there? So I've just gone into the Noble career. So this is our career screen, and there's a little edit kingdom titles option there, just on Noble Newcomer.
Ooh.
So that's how you get up there, and you just select that, change it as you like, customize, and you can apply changes to all kingdoms as well. So if you want to have these titles across all of the kingdoms in your worlds, you can actually apply that through there as well, and just click Tickaroo when you're ready to go. So that's available from the career screen, just there. So there we go. And that is our lovely career. So shall we go? Oh, my camera's in the way. Hang on. Let me turn it off for a sec. Sorry. I forget that's in the wrong place. Hang on. I'll move me over there. Cam border. Move me. There we go. I'm over there now. I'm out of the way. Sorry, guys. Just let me know if there is I forget about my cam being there.
Ah.
Okay, so if you're going to do it, and we go right there, edit kingdom titles, just down the bottom. And that'll take you right through there, and you can customize that however you like. So if you've got particular kingdom titles that you have in mind, once you've joined the Noble career, you can edit those to suit you and what you want to have in the world. So there we go. Moved out of the way now. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to take our Dame Carrie, and she is going to go out in the world, and I thought we could maybe go and see the Durong Palace and have a look around. Is there anything else that you guys want to look at specifically? Otherwise, I'm going to run around and show you guys some of the highlight points in the world so you can see some of the things that we can interact with and do in the world. And I want to see whether or not I can get a knighthood as well from there. Thanks, Laura. Appreciate that. Okay, so this is Dembali Palace. This is where the Durong Dynasty reigns as such. And absolutely incredible build. We need to go and knock on a door. Hang on. Let's go knock on a door and say hi. There we go. Knock, knock, knock. I'm coming on in. I'm also going to show you guys how secret passageways work as well. So that's pretty cool. It's a cool function. It's kind of rabbit hole, but it is quite a cool function running through here. So this is the Dembali Palace running in here. So it's beautifully designed and laid out. And yeah, we've got our throne room right here. So we can join the Noble career from here. Or we can see whether or not we can talk to one of the rulers and see whether or not they'll bestow a knighthood on us. Now, this is the Adekoya Durong, and he's an elder. He's in the Durong Dynasty. So let's compliment them. Now, with the interactions, with social interactions, you will see... Where are they going? Stop eating cheese crackers. Come on, woman. I'm going to talk to him. And you'll see there's actually quite a few different little symbols on the social interactions, and these are things that basically will tell you whether or not they're good things for your dynasty or not. And as per usual, it tells you what they relate to. So this relates to the nobility thing. And we can mock the Durong dynasty, and that's basically going to affect us in a negative way, or we can have like different conversations, and that reflects on the dynasties in a positive way. So you can make some really good choices about how you converse with different dynasties and different dynasty members, which is very cool. You want to know the dynasty, the townies that come with the pack? Okay, Laura, we can do that. And Deadly, the cuckoo clock secret passageways. Yes, that's the ones. We'll check those out. Natalia, it's already February 5th and I'm a night owl. Oh, up late. That's exactly why I came here. I was intrigued by the supplement. I have to admit, I wasn't disappointed. It's such a good expansion pack. I've been really enjoying it. So I'm glad that people are coming to, check it out with me as well. I'm going to put those voices down a little bit. They're a bit loud. Making a racket there, Sims. So these are some of the townies here. So this is the Durong Dynasty right here. And so we have Adequare. Pause for a second. We have Grand Duchess Jawara Durong. And then Lord Obi Durong. And Lady Emirachi Durong as well. Oh, we were going to look at teen careers as well, weren't we? So we'll do that when we get back home because I'm going to have to do a little cast magic. So that's some of the townies there, and we'll have a look at the others as we go around and look at some of the world as well. So we'll check those out in there. Midnight Exactly, Poland Live. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. So you're exactly 12 hours behind me because I just hit lunchtime. Oh, I'm hot-headed. Okay, so what we're going to do here, so these are the clocks that are basically secretly passageways. So we're going to click on that, and we're going to inspect the clock. So this is the secret passageway function, which is a lot of fun. But it is a rabbit hole, so just be aware of that. Okay, so we're going to inspect the clock again. We're definitely going to ponder it. Ooh, Carrie has learned about a new secret passageway entrance. Nice job. So we can go and explore the secret passageway. Dun, 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 dun. Carrie found something while exploring the secret passageway. 87 simoleons. Well, that's a bonus. Now we can sabotage the cuckoo. And maybe the next person in here would, have a little accident, perhaps. And if we went in there, it's probably not a good idea. We can check the malfunctioning cuckoo. At the moment, we can't currently travel through it. What we're going to need, and this is another secret passageway over here, is we need to have at least 2 clocks that we've investigated. So for every time you investigate clocks around the world, that's going to be creating basically a network of secret passageways that you can go through. Okay, Carrie has learned about a new secret passageway entrance. So now that we know a new entrance... Oh, where are you off to? Oh, she's off and away. Where is she going? Where is she? I've lost my sim. There she is. Oh, she went through there and got to the kitchen. That was pretty fast. Wow, eh? Well, she really wants to eat, so... Anyway. Okay, I will make her happy, and that way she's all taken care of. So if we go back here, and then we go to click on the clock, you can now travel to. So basically it'll give you the options of all of the secret passageways that you've unlocked throughout the world, and you can choose which secret passageway you go to. And basically you travel to different places in the world that way, which is pretty fun. Lucina, I love the secret passage. You can apparently woohoo in there too. Yeah, if I brought over, let's see whether or not we can. So let's bring Ashton here. And look at that. We can go and try for a baby with Ashton. I don't have any mods available, by the way, with this version of the game. So I just kind of have to do things the old-fashioned way. Alright, these guys are going to come and woohoo. Deadly, and not me ending up in Solani after entering the passageway in Evergreen Hub. Oh my gosh, what if you're a vampire, right? You're a vampire, and you go through a secret passageway, and you end up in Solani in the middle of the day, somewhere outside, and it's bright sunshine. Oh my gosh, what are you doing? Sims, come on. They're supposed to be woohooing. They're not doing a very good job of it. Alright. Sims, never do what you want them to. Okay, come on, go try for a baby. Off we go, off we go, off we go. There we go. Yep. Are you going to go try for a baby? Come on, I want to do some woohooing. There we go. I think we're going to do some woohooing in the clock. Oh, Ashton has now learned about the secret passageway. Oh, cool. So if you go in there to Woohoo and you don't know about the secret passageway, that's an easy way to learn about it. Deadly. Oh, what if you're a vampire entering people's houses using the passageway and then just chomp? You could absolutely do that as a vampire. That's getting quite long. Woo! Cuckoo, cuckoo. Phew. Alright, well, I think they had some fun in there. So we can definitely woohoo in the cuckoo clock. So that's basically the palace. Now, I want to show you guys a couple of things in this area. So the palace is here, and it's a main feature in the Dan Valley area. There's nothing really over this direction, but if we go left, facing in this direction, over here, there's something that is very cool. So I love the shape of this, and it all ties in with what this is. So this is a Nancy's Well. So we're going to go over it and examine a Nancy's Well, and then I'll tell you all about it. Now, there is a spider theme going on here. You can see spiders crawling all over the place, and the area looks like a spider web. Like, I think that's awesome, and there's a giant spider over the well. So this is one of the gameplay sort of quest things that you can do within the game, which is a lot of fun. I've done this quest from start to finish. It's actually not too tricky, but you kind of need to work your way through it. But yeah, it's a lot of fun, and you get to do some gameplay stuff involving secrets. So you can kind of combine a Nancy's Well with your aspiration. So I recommend that if you are going to do the Nancy's Well trials, make sure you've got the social puppeteer aspiration on, because it actually works really well together. Ooh. Which is very cool. Isn't that cool? A Nancy's Well. Anansi, sly weaver of tales untold, calls forth a sim both curious and bold. To enter his trials is to dance with the sly, where riddles twist under the spider's eye. The wise earn boons from challenges met, but careless sims find tangled debt. Deadly. Isn't Anansi a last name of a sim in Glimmerbrook? It's definitely somebody's name, I think. Yeah, you're not wrong. Natalia, it also slightly reminds me of Batwings. Yeah, just with that shape. Yeah, it does. I agree. It's got that sort of shape to it. So now we can ask for Anansi's advice. It only costs 1 simoleon, so why not? I mean, I'm sure throwing things in a well never goes wrong in The Sims. Never going to be a problem. Anansi shares a sly wisdom. I'm just pausing her before she walks away. The world is certainly full of commoners, but if you're after real power, look to make friends among the nobility. How else do you think they've managed to get wealthier with each generation? Why, of course, they're always doing favours for each other. So basically, the well's telling you to be friends with nobles, which is fun. And then we can look at the trials. So there are 4 trials that you can do, and you can only do the next trial once you've done the first one. So trial 1 is to weave a story. Let's find out what that's involving. Anansi's first trial, weave a story. Spin a tale with wit and weight, speak a story, and let Anansi decide your fate. So basically what that one means is that you need to go and tell another sim a story. Pretty straightforward, right? Not too bad. So that is Anansi's Well, and you do the trials running through there. So that's off to the left side of the palace. And then if we go down the path from Anansi's Well, that'll take us to the community market. So let's travel there, and I'll show you guys the community market. So the community market is a new lot type in the game, and yeah, it allows your sims basically to sell things from, which is pretty cool. So you can go here and you'll see sims selling stuff, and you can actually sell stuff on the sales table as well. So this is the community market right here. So you got your different sales tables. So if you are going about collecting these swords, it's actually quite nice to check in here and just see whether or not anybody has a unique sword that you don't currently have. Speaking of the swords, let's have a look at the collection information for that. So with the household collections, we now have, oh, that's a collection. Oh, yeah, cool. The Swords of Ondarian. So this is the household collection, and there's quite a few different things that you need to do to collect the swords. So we have the common swords. We just need to keep a look around and just find them. This blade is fit for a noble, so that might be something that you can only collect as a noble. Now we have a rare sword here. A band of pirates has been seen hiding treasure chests all around the islands of Ondarian. Perhaps there you'll find what you were looking for. So one thing you do need to keep an eye out with this world is you've got to keep an eye out for treasure chests popping up, because pirates have left treasure chests behind and you might get some rare swords from them. I love this. I love random like finding things around the place. So I think that's pretty cool. So keep an eye out for pirate treasure chests. Sell what? You can sell whatever you like, Laura. So anything that would sell on a sales table, things like crafted goods. I think you can sell swords on there. You can sell. I'm not sure if you can sell baked goods. It might not be that kind of sales table. I'll have a wee look, and I don't really have anything in my inventory to sell, but you know, like anything that you would regularly be able to sell on a sales table, things like collectibles, your gems, your frogs. Yeah, anything that you've crafted, like your woodworking sculptures, stuff like that, you can sell on the sales table. Yeah, so it's quite cool. So there is, a rumor has it that there's a stone in the VelvettB neighborhood plaza will let you wield the sword it is guarding if you meet certain requirements. So I'm going to take you to this when we go to VelvettB, but there is a way to get that sword in VelvettB. And this is another pirate sword. So there's actually four different pirate swords around the place. So you've got to keep looking for those around the place to complete your sword collection. And there's a sword in the stone that you need to deal with as well. So there's a few different places where you can purchase swords around the place, but you can't purchase all of the swords of the collection. So you're actually going to have to go through, find pirate chests, and pull the sword from the stone to complete the sword collection. So if you click on the sales table, for example, here. So if you've had the option to use sales tables before in the game, Jungle Adventure, I'm going to say maybe, what is it? Maybe Eco Lifestyle, I think. Businesses and Hobbies, I think. Home Chef Hustle. So there's a few, and maybe City Living. City Living is the other one. There's a few different packs that have these sales tables throughout the game. And basically you are able to tend the table, but we need to add the inventory to it. I just don't have any inventory to add to it to show you guys at this point. But yeah, you can sell things, click and drag it to the sales table, tend the sales table, and then you can sell things from there. In the community market, we have like a kitchen area, so you can make some of those lovely community foods and have a cook there. So this is a good place to go if you are having a doing a Rags to Riches challenge. You'll see there's a podium there, so you can actually hold a press conference if you're level 4 of the Noble Career, or you can do some reciting and you need a book in the inventory from there. So if we wanted to add a book to our inventory, which we can't do it with that one because we don't own it, then you can, recite from a book and people will stand there and listen. Look, there's a land grab, and this guy is Romeo. So this is how Romeo looks as an adult. There you go. Romeo Monty. So that is a brand new lot in the world. So if you go up into your lot types, you now have community market as one of your lot types in the game. And you can design community markets where you can sell your community goods. All right, let's go on to, I'm going to show you the bar, and this is going to be a new lot as well, this particular bar. Oh, it's actually a library, now that I say that. The library. So this is the backroom lot, which is the second new lot in the game. So let's go in and check that out. Deadly, you should be able to sell food, Sims just won't be able to eat it immediately. Yeah, sometimes it can be a little bit iffy. I just don't want to say that there's definitely selling food there if I don't know for sure. I have to try it out and see. I think they should be able to, but sometimes some of those sales tables can be a little bit funny with what they'll take and what they can't. So this unassuming lot here is on the surface a library. So we have that as a library right there. Looks like it's a library on here, gorgeously appointed, but there is a set of stairs down here and we can go down. And hidden through here is the back room lot. So we can go straight in here and find some of the locals down in our little kind of speakeasy nightclub bar kind of area. So yeah, I like how it's kind of hidden underneath. So it looks one thing on the top and then it's something else on the bottom. And as far as I know, there's no restrictions for going in there. You can just go in there and hang out with the Sims and get to know them. Are there any new lot traits too? Yes, there are. So this is the backroom lot type, and in the lot traits we have a new lot trait called clandestine. So what happens on the slot stays on the slot. Sims can get up to all sorts of scandalous behavior without fear of secrets spreading. So you can set up a lot so it's clandestine, and you can share secrets and do lots of sneaky things there. But that's it for as far as lock traits go, and there are no new lock challenges. So just the one lock trait and 2 new lock types. So that's pretty cool. Natalia, you can now organise full-fledged story readings for children in libraries. That's amazing. Yeah, you could absolutely do that. So you could stand there, you could recite the book, and then, yeah, your kids could listen while you read the stories. Yeah, that's a good way to take it. I hadn't even thought of that. That's awesome. I love that idea. So I'm going to show you guys how you can sort of learn about secrets. And I'm going to say that the more people that you introduce yourself to and the more people that you know, the better you will be at finding secrets. So, yeah, so go about and introduce yourself to as many people as you can in the game, if you are wanting to kind of delve into scandals and secrets and that side of the gameplay, because it'll really help you out. The more people that you know, the better. Okay, she's going to introduce herself to her. Yay! We know each other. Haley, I love the idea of backrooms. Yeah, right? It's a lot of fun. I like the idea of it, and the fact that you can have kind of 2 lots in one. So like on the top you have like a library or a museum or something like that, and then underneath you have this sneaky kind of nightclub thing going on. I thought that was a lot of fun as well. So, you know, two lots for the price of one. So under friendly and under gossip, you can ask for secrets. You can share a secret passageway access, and you can gossip about family drama. So if you know more people, then, you know, the more secrets you can ask from different people, because the more people that they know, the more secrets they know, if you know what I mean. So it's a whole sort of network of learning like different secrets. We have a potential new scandal. It would appear that Maribel Goldman may be hiding a scandal. Warts and all, Maribel has been kissing quite a lot of frogs in her search for true love. Would you like to accept this secret and add it to your notebook? So you have a choice here. You can believe it, or you can say, no, that's not true. I'm absolutely going to believe it. I'm going to believe absolutely everything anybody tells me. So now a new secret has been discovered about Maribel Goldman. She's a frog kisser. So let's have a look in our notebook. And we can see that notebook under scandals, and she's a frog kisser. So warts and all, Maribel has been kissing quite a lot of frogs in her search for true love. So effects, Maribel Goldman has been discovered. The secret fades into obscurity. So you can only know a secret for a certain amount of times. And this fades into obscurity in 7 days. So we've only got 7 days to spread the scandal. And the severity of this is minor. So you can have different levels of scandal as well. So from minor up to, I think, major. I've yet to find a major scandal at this point, but I'm sure they're out there. You can also just witness something like a kleptomaniac sim stealing. Yeah, so you can witness stuff around the world with things happening as well. So you don't just have to delve into secrets. You know, if you see somebody doing something, you know, that's another secret acquired as well, which is cool. And then because we've just discovered a secret, another sim secret, that's going to work towards our aspiration, which is kind of handy. So what we can do now is we can go and talk to Maribel. And we've got some options. So we can ask for a secret about, and she actually might know a secret about Gia. So let's go find out and see if we can find out another secret about Gia. And then we might be able to extort or expose or keep a secret. So there's a few options that you can do. So it would appear that Gia Hammonds may be hiding a scandal. Tired of seeing all those loved up couples, Gia forged a breakup letter to tear them apart. Would you like to accept this secret and add it to your notebook? Yes, I believe it. And this secret is called Nasty Little Letters. And this has a severity of medium. So that would be like a really good secret to perhaps want to extort someone on as well, which is fun. Natalia, I'm curious if they somehow tied it in with secrets you can get when you hack someone. I'm curious about that as well. We can get a computer and test that. I feel like this is going to work in a little bit with For Rent as well. You know how For Rent has secrets too. So I'm curious to see how that kind of works with For Rent. So we can go to Gia, for example, and we'll go to Friendly, we go to Gossip, and we can go share secret about. So we can share a secret about the frog kisser Maribel Goldman. Gia already knows that one. And then Friendly, no, it might be under Mischief actually. Let's say Mean, Malicious. And so under Malicious, under Mean, we can expose Gia's scandal. or we can extort. So we can choose to expose the scandal and see what happens, or mean, malicious, and we can also extort. So we can extort her to leave her career, or we can extort her to receive simoleons. So we've got options, we've got 2 secrets, so we can do both. So I'm going to expose the scandal and see what happens. Deadly, good things there's a PC upstairs. Oh yeah, true, there is. Thinking. Did she do it? There we go. I think she did it. I haven't had anything pop up yet. It might be a little bit of time to get that to happen. They're all getting along okay. Okay. Alright, and then we're going to expose... Oh, we're going to extort her. I'm not sure what happened there. Okay, I'm going to extort now. I'm going to receive some simoleons from Kissa Maribel. So there should be usually like a little scandal cloud and that sort of thing, but I'm not sure if that happened properly. So I'll go back and do that again. I'm just going to go and extort over here. Taking her time. Oh, she needs to go to the bathroom. We're going to extort the secret. Give me the money. Carrie has successfully extorted Maribel. Yes. So I'm just going to go back here and see what happened with this. Okay, so expose it. I don't think that exposed properly, so let's see. So we can get that working properly. Oh, I think she's using her phone now. Yes, this is what we wanted. She's going to text everybody she knows and be like, oh, Gia did this. There we go. We got it. So Carrie shared this incriminating information across the web and to all her contacts, initiating a scandal. A nearby sim is in a scandal. Gia Hammonds has been caught in a scandal. Nasty little letters. She will face disapproval from the other sims, decreased performance at work or school, and will even struggle to build skills as quickly. Gia can release an apology or denial statement at the computer. So basically it affects, if you expose a scandal, it affects everything that those sims kind of do. All right, what were we going to do on the PC? We were going to do, secrets when you hack someone. Okay. How much computer skill do we need to hack someone? It's been a while. Not too much, right? So we can go practice our programming, and we'll see if we can hack someone. And Rainbow, get rich quick extortion scheme, rags to riches court secret edition. Yes. Yes. I love that. Like, you can, like, build a whole fortune on extorting people in scandal, right? How cool would that be? Because you could just go around and, like, talk to people all the time and just basically extort money from them. That would be so much fun. I love the idea of that. See, while we're down here talking to her, we're going to friendly introduction. Oh, this is Grand Duke Tybalt Cap. So he's from the Cap family. I'm going to introduce myself to everybody here and see if I can learn some secrets while I'm doing some hacking. Can I multitask? Well, will the game let me? I don't know. And we've got Lance Courtney. Ooh, does he know anything? I don't think he knows anything. I feel like this is a great way to make gossip more relevant. Oh, he knows a secret about Tybalt. Yes. So I like that because I didn't really use the gossip kind of area all that often in the in the social menu. So the fact that we've got something else to do with it is really cool. It would appear that Tybalt Cat may be hiding a scandal. What's and all, Tybalt has been kissing frogs. Okay, so I believe it. So now we know a little secret about him. And we need to discover a secret at a bar. So after we've done our hacking, let's go. We can go over to a bar as well and see if we can do that. Oh, she was wearing the cool dress. Deadly, you can have Strangerville listing devices and for rent secrets. Yes. They did say there's going to be quite a lot of opportunity for cross-pack play with this pack. So I think that's really really fun. So I haven't got the opportunity to do that because my the early access version is off by itself, so I don't have it with other packs right now. But I'm really excited to actually check it out with new packs and just see how that kind of is all going to work together. Okay, let's hack Listicom whatever it is, Listicom, and see if anything happens there. Curious. And I think there is maybe one more lot that we want to go visit. Oh, this is Lady Beatrice Cat. Hello, Lady Beatrice. Can you come and say hi to me? Oh, I saw the scandal cloud. And who's this? Oh, this is Gia. She's got her scandal cloud against her. 5 days of scandal left, and she definitely does not like us. Shocking. She doesn't like us. That's an absolute shocker. Carrie has hacked Lamacorn listserv and was able to acquire 45 simoleons. I don't think we got any secrets or anything from that, so don't think so. Oh my gosh, it's the Royal Robber. Yes. Apologize. Who is this? Oh my god, Maribel's the Royal Robber. No. Have I made the Royal Robber angry? Oopsies. The thing is that you can only get secrets when you have the same people in common as well. So that's just another little trick to this. So I'm going to share a secret about the frog kisser, Tybalt. So that's cool. Natalia, so theoretically we could live like a sim solely through blackmail like some crazy journalist stalker. Yep, you absolutely could. You could go around and just basically blackmail everyone, extort them, say they're going to keep their secrets if you want to get on their good side, stuff like that. So yeah, you could absolutely live that lifestyle. That would be so fun. Okay, let's travel to a different lot. We have done some scandaling, all that sort of thing. Let's go and see our next residential. And we've shared a secret now with Maribel, so we've spread it around that Tybalt is a frog kisser. So, yay for us. So we have been here. There are 2 more lots. So one is the Sanoka residence, which is an empty lot. And then we have the Brightcliff apartments. So there are apartments in the game. And we have 2 apartments here. So we have 17 Brightcliff and the Ananu family here. So let's go and I don't want to move it. Yeah, I want to travel. That's right. So there was somewhere else there was apartments too. Let me think. I think it was up in Bellacourt. So they work exactly like the apartments in City Living. So if you've used City Living before, you'll be familiar with how these sort of apartments work. And yeah, it's exactly the same thing. So they're not like rental units like for rent. They are definitely City Living apartment style apartments. So we can go introduce ourselves to this little kid. Hello, little kid. So that's Afua and Anau. And then we have a kid just home alone. Okay, that's fantastic. Good child rearing yet again, Sims. Love that for you. There's a scandals menu on the PC. Oh, yes, there is. I should have looked at that while I was there. So you can actually get information from an information broker. Is there a computer in there? I completely forgot about that. Okay. I'm going to go somewhere with a PC, and we're going to check that out. But that's one of the two people that live here, so that's nice. But she's all alone, the kid, and we have the apartments City Living style, which is amazing. I wonder if we can do kids know secrets, actually? The thing is, you've got to, if you don't know any Sims in common, you can't get any secrets. So that's something that you need to, that's why I said you need to get to know as many people as you can, so that you can, have more people in common, so you can get more secrets, if that's the route that you want to go. Okay, let's go travel, and we'll go see a palace, and I think there'll be a computer there, and we can see whether or not, we can see what the scandals menu is like on the PC. Nis, you're peeking at all the BB stuff you can see. I know, right? There's so many cool things. It's so expensive. We'll probably get into the build buy very shortly, just because, I'm going to wrap it up in about an hour's time. So let's go over to Thebe Palace, and this is over in VelvettB, and over in Bellacourt there's the other apartments that I was just talking about. So Thebe Palace is where Cordelia and Thiago live. I think it's Thiago. The interesting thing about them is that they have an interesting family tree. So yeah, you can kind of explore all the family trees that are existing. Like, look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Ah, so gorgeous. So let's go knock on the door. And I'll have a wee look around VelvettB with you guys, because there's a couple of points that I want to show you all with, features out there in the world. So the styling between Dambali and Bellecourt and Vertimar are quite different in a way. This feels like a lot more opulent in this area of the world. So this is Grand Duchess Cordelia Thebe V. So we're going to introduce ourselves to her, and we can go and speak the clock, see if we can get a secret passageway. There we are, and I might see whether or not I can get a secret from her as well. Let's go gossip and share secret. No, we don't have anyone in common. We've learned a new secret passageway entrance, and I'm just going to see if I can find the computer. So they have their own throne room here, and we can hold press conferences and stuff there. So if you don't want to buy your own throne, you can actually use the other thrones in the world as well. So if you don't have enough money, if you're doing rags to riches or something, and you want to use somebody else's throne, then you can actually use that for all of your noble interactions as well. You don't have to actually physically own the throne. It's just more convenient, obviously, on your to have it on your home lot to do your things if you need to. Oh my god, is there no computer in here? Oh man, I thought there would be a computer in here. Darn. If anybody spies a computer, let me know. Otherwise, we'll go and see if we can head down to the bar. I don't know if there's anywhere else that would have a computer. Anyway, points of highlight. We'll get a computer at some point. Actually down this area here. So if we go down, I'm going to go down to the bar because I want to show you guys what's down in this area here, because there's a couple of things that are quite interesting down that way. Yes, can't wait to do some building. Yeah, me either. It's going to be good. Laura, these houses are huge. Yes, they are. There's like 3 50 by 50 lots. There's a 64. If you're aspiration, you can discover a secret at the bar, and that'll get you your aspiration tick. So let's go say hi to Bob Pancakes and introduce ourselves to Bob, because, you know, he's our friend. And then I'll show you guys where a couple of things that are close to the bar that you can do to interact with the world. Rainbow, I think it's really interesting having these different mini worlds within the worlds. Yeah, so do I. I actually really love that, because you get so many different, you know, you know, variations of architecture and backstory and all of those things. Okay, we don't have anyone in common with Bob. Can we discover a secret here? Ask for secret about. Yes. Okay, let's discover a secret about Cordelia Thebe. So this is Fia Acosta. She has a little bit of a piratical look about her, which is pretty cool. Yes, okay, we've discovered a secret about Cordelia Thebe. She has a secret lover. Oh, it's a major one. Oh my gosh, yes. Shh, don't tell anyone. Cordelia is keeping her relationship a secret. This is fades into obscurity in 6 days. Complicit, Fia Acosta. Oh, so that's the first time we've had that. So we've got Fia as a complicit sim in this, and our severity is major. Ooh, I wonder what happens if we go and extort her. Oh, hi, Don. Don. Anyway, that got us our aspiration tick. So that leads us on to level 2 of our aspirations. So we need to find 2 different secrets via hacking. Okay, so we can find 2 secrets via hacking. So Sims can hack for secrets. Oh, okay. We definitely need to look back at the PC. So you were right, Natalia. We can hack for secrets. We can promise to keep a secret, and we can extort a Sim. So, okay. So we're right by the bar. And this is in Vertimar. And yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous here, isn't it? Just absolutely gorgeous. So many details. So here, we were talking about this earlier with the swordsmanship. This is the sword and the stone. So this is very Arthurian. And we can go here and we can examine the prophecy. That's cool. I love the scandals thing. I love the scandals thing too. Like, it's very cool. It's a lot of fun. I've just been playing a little bit of the scandals, and I was just cackling the whole time. Like, it's so much fun, and you can do so many interactions with it, and you know, it can, you know, affect different things throughout the world as well, which is another thing that I absolutely love. So yeah, it's very cool. Rainbow, damn, I don't have quite enough channel points to bring in more dons. Ah, maybe soon. Yes, next time we'll bring in the dons. Deadly, the reason it didn't allow you to choose whether or not it's true or not is because it's actually true, not game generated at the time of asking. Oh, right. It didn't ask me, did it? I didn't even notice that. That's a good distinction, actually, isn't it? So when we got this, when we got the scandal about Cordelia, because it's actually true, we didn't have to guess whether or not it's true. Interesting. I didn't even pick up on that. Good spotting, Deadly. So there's going to be, I think, scandals about certain characters which are just true, and you don't have to decide whether or not it's true, whereas other things you can decide whether or not it's true. Okay, there we go. We're working it out together, aren't we? The Legend of Simcalibur. Simcalibur beckons a sim trusted and true, adept with a blade and ready to pursue. A kingdom awaits their guiding hand where commoners trust and understand, but if they fail to prove their worth, the sword's displeasure shall quake the earth. So basically you need to decipher this. What my deciphering suggests is that we need to be adept with swordsmanship, and we need to have the commoners trust. So this is where your dynasty plays into it, and also where your dynasty activities play into it, and whether or not the commoners trust you, or whether or not the nobles trust you, and what the relationship there is. So I feel like if you've got the commoners trust and you're good with a sword, you might be able to pull this sword from the stone. Now, I don't have those things at the moment, but let's just try and draw the sword and see what happens. Because, you know, that's just fun. Okay, let's go. There we go.
Oh, Neeb.
Yeah, fail. Failed sword extraction. Simcalibur refused to budge. Perhaps Dame Carrie should examine the prophecy on the stone. So there you go. So if you get your swordsmanship high enough, and I think the commoner love, then, yeah, you should be able to get yourself a cool sword. Now, this is a food store, and each of the food stores in each of the world, and I thought this was really cool, actually has basically a link to that world inspiration. So up in VelvettB, which is where we are at the moment, the inspiration for this world was Portugal. So we've got some Portuguese dishes here. So we have churrasco, pastel de nata, and bolognese de bacalhau, and I'm pronouncing those horribly. I appreciate, and I'm very sorry for that. But you get what I mean. So these are sort of like local delicacies for each of the areas. So each of the food stalls have different foods that they provide. So over in Ballacord, there's Italian dishes, and down in Dambali there are African dishes. So I thought that was a really neat little detail. Deadly, the devs did say we needed to make Cordelia's marriage monogamous, so she'll have a scandal. Originally, they were poly. Oh, yeah, they did say something about that. You're right. Yeah, they did. And that'll make a little bit of a difference in, I guess, how the gameplay kind of plays out. Okay, so we have our Sword of the Stone right by the bar, so that's easy to find. So if you head up here and follow the path, and we're going to follow the path up here. And so over in this area here, we have our swordsmanship tournament thing. So basically we can enroll in the swordsmanship tournament. We don't own a sword yet, so we need to get ourselves a sword to be able to enroll in the tournament. We can purchase swords at the practice dummy, the blacksmith workshop in Old Darien, or through the computer. So that's how we can get some swords. We can also find them, as we learned, through the collectibles, via pirate chests. And there's actually there's a trading store that you can buy them at as well. So I'll show you that when we go over to Ballacord. And as I mentioned in the community market, sometimes some of the sims are selling swords there as well. So that's another opportunity to buy swords. So we can enter a swordsmanship tournament. And I'm going to show you guys the layout of that tournament because it's quite interesting. And basically you can enter a tournament and stuff through that gazebo thing there too as well. So we have our practice dummies, so we can go over there and we can practice swordsmanship once we have a sword. And we can purchase swords. So if we can go in here and we can buy a wooden sword if we want to. I'm not going to quite do it yet because right beside this in VelvettB is the blacksmith. And we can actually ask the blacksmith to craft a sword for us. So this is a good way to get some different swords. I don't know where my sim is. I have no idea. Where is she? Oh, there she is. Oops, going too fast. So this is the location of the blacksmith. So there we are. Deadly. Ah, yes, I too just buy a sword on eBay. Very, very realistic. Oh, love it. So at the blacksmith, we can actually purchase a variety of different swords depending on our skill level with swordsmanship. So we can do wooden sword, classic long sword, Ballacord rapier, Dambali saber, and a VelvettB falcata. We're going to get ourselves a wooden sword, and the blacksmith's going to make that for us. It's actually cheaper to get it through the blacksmith than it is to get it through the practice dummy. And then we can go practice our swordsmanship. Oh, somebody's going to use it. No, I'm going to push you off. Get off there. Oh, man. Go away. Is she finished? I want to use my thing. I'm going to introduce myself and hopefully distract her. There she is. Distracted you. That was sneaky. Ah. Come on, go. on. Go, 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 go. There we are. Okay. So once you get your swordsmanship up to level 2, you'll be able to enroll in a swordsmanship tournament. And you can get different results from the tournament. And I just want to show you guys how it's kind of laid out. Because you'll, if you've got another one of the packs out there in the world, it's very similar to another pack and how they set that up. So I thought that was really interesting how they did that. Oh, I wonder if this cross packs with Get Famous. I think it might do. I'm not sure how, but I think it might do. So it's going to be interesting. And I know they said there's a good bit of cross-play. Yeah, they definitely did. So I haven't been able to experience that at all at this point. So I'm very curious about how that all sort of works out. I should be able to do that on Saturday. In terms of just having the early access instead of the early access version of the game. I sound ridiculous saying it like that, but it is what it is. And get it in my actual game and check it all out with crossplay. So I don't know what the crossplay things are at this point. I've got no idea, but I'm excited to find out. Oh no, I've got a sword on my foot. What's the matter with her? Cheat need. Happy? Come on. I'm too fatigued right now. Oh, darn. Oh, can we go and expose Cordelia's scandal? Yes. I want to see what happens. She's going to hate us. She's going to be like, oh, how dare you? No, it didn't work. Okay. Come on, guys. Expose it. Expose it. It's a major scandal, so I'm very curious about the result is. Oh my gosh, we're pregnant. Okay. We did woohoo in a cuckoo clock, so that does make sense. Maybe that's why that wouldn't let me go through and do that. Lie about royal lineage. Oh, that actually ties into one of Anansi's quests, by the way. I want to go into me. What am I doing? Malicious, expose it. And there we go. We could potentially extort it. She might not talk to us. Oh, there we go. I'm going to expose it. That looks hilarious in fast speed. Yeah. It does. Oh god, she just pulled out a sword. Carrie shared this incriminating information across the web and to all her contacts, inflicting a scandal. Carrie attempted to cause a scandal, but it seems like the sim is completely above the petty judgment of everybody else. So whoever the sim is, it seems like their reputation is untouchable. Cordelia Thebe has been caught in a scandal. She will now face disapproval. So it looks like she won't see the result of the scandal, which is pretty interesting. Oh, and I can't do swordsmanship. Hang on. I'm going to bring Ashton here. And Ashton, where are you? Get over here. I'll fix your needs up. And we'll see if we can get him to swordsmanship level 2 and we'll enter a tournament. Because we're pregnant. We can't enter because, you know, fitness stuff. There we go. He needs to go purchase a sword. Wooden sword. There we go. And now let's practice. And see, I should probably ask for mentoring as well, shouldn't I? That might go a little bit quicker. I wonder if there's anybody around. No, there isn't. So I don't know. It's quite an interesting one that Cordelia was like, her reputation was so high, she couldn't be, you know, scandalized. Oh, he's too fatigued. Okay, these guys are just being difficult. All right, we'll come back and do that. So that's sort of the main world of VelvettB. So we have the Thebes up there. Over here. Why is it saying offline? It's offline. We need to travel. There we go. So there is a person that lives in here, and they're quite interesting, quite intriguing. Yeah, it's quite an interesting kind of gameplay thing. So yeah, we have Romualdo living in here. Somebody Romualdo, and they're quite an interesting person. They're like a little sus. So yeah, I'm very curious about this household. And the door is really hard to find in this house. The door is in here. It took me ages to find it when I came over here one time. I was just like, where's the door? Anyway, I worked it out eventually. And this is him here. So let's go out and introduce ourselves to this guy. So this guy is Aloisio Romualdo. So he's in here. He kind of has like a little bit of a piratical kind of vibe about him. And you can sort of see some of the things here about favor. So, you know, you've got noble favor, and we've got commoner favor as well coming through. So be grateful for serving the kingdom. So yeah, I like that you can have like different things. You also got an option to duel. And I do remember I still need to look at a computer as well. And we can ask for a secret. No secrets for Carrie. That's a shame. So anyway, I talked to this guy for a while, and he's quite an interesting background. Like he's quite I don't know, I think he's a little bit sus. But it's just one of those things I think you kind of just have to discover as you go along. And you can also, as you get to know people, you can ask them to be your noble advisor, which is quite fun. And I like how she just came over as well. So if you want to have somebody to be your noble advisor, you can come along and they can advise you on different things that you can do. And I shall guide you to the best of my ability. So I think they'll give you like, you know, tips and things like that. You can help you out and help grow your thing. Ramble about the royal robber. I think this is maybe the one that I did. You shouldn't believe what everyone says. Some people just get paranoid hearing tales about masked robbers. I think he's trying too hard there. Anyway, that is him. He's a little bit piratical, and we have... I'll just see if we have any other households over here that we need to visit. And check them out. So we've also got the Abrantes. So these guys are another dynasty that are around in this world. There's also a fisherman's hut down there, so that's like a little starter home down there. And there's an empty lot up there, which is the lair in the open air. So there's an empty lot, a little starter home, and 3 filled areas plus the bar. So this is the Abrantes house. And we have Margravine Ermelinda Abrantes, and then we have Lady Sophia Abrantes, and she's a team. So they live in this beautiful house right there. And I'm not too sure, I don't know too much about them at this point, but they're another dynasty. So there's someone that you could potentially align with, and you can declare a rivalry or propose an alliance with a I don't know, a fellow dynasty. The thing is with this, you have to probably work on your relationship with them a little bit more before you can propose an alliance. So you get an answer like this. I don't mean to be rude, Ashton, but I'm afraid the Rockwell dynasty simply isn't prestigious enough for me to consider an alliance. I need to focus my attention elsewhere. If you work hard and become more successful, let's talk again. So there you go. So basically you need to have your prestige of your dynasty go up, and then people are going to be more inclined to become your friend. What's it called? Alliance. That's the word. I was trying to think of the word. I had a complete brain fart. Deadly. Is he maybe someone's secret child? Legit asking. Oh, I genuinely don't know. I think you would have to play as him to find out. I mean, we could do that. So this is the house here. I am currently looking for a computer. There's no computers anywhere. I might have to go back to the library. No PCs there, no PCs there. Oh man, we're really not doing any good with the PCs. Anyway, that is we'll head on, we'll move on. We'll go back to our lovely home neighborhood of Bellacord, and I've got to show you a couple of things in that area as well, which are quite fun. So go back to our home lot, and I'll show you guys what's on with that particular one. And maybe we could buy ourselves a PC while we're here. Can I afford one? Yes, I can afford one. That's amazing. I don't have space in this house because it's really teeny tiny, but we can sell that maybe. And we'll get ourselves a cute little desk. There we go. Have a lovely chair. Like, all of this stuff is expensive. Like, 700 Somalian chair there for the, you know, for the expensive one. The cheapest one is 300. And now I can't afford, hang on. I'm going to have to go cheaper than that. It was 1,500 for the desk. I forgot. 1,200. Okay, we're going for the cheap table. Cheap might be the way to go here. Whoopsie daisies. And we get our PC in there. And what were we going to try? We were going to try hacking for a secret, weren't we? So we can open an investment account, which is cool. Scandals. So we can go to the... here we go. So we need programming level 2, and we can go to the information broker. You know what? I'm going to switch to Dame Carrie and bring her here because she has the programming skill. And then we can go to scandals and hack for secrets. Oh, and so we can hack whoever we like that we've met. So this is another reason to go around and meet like a whole lot of people. Okay, let's try and see if we can get a secret about Fia Acosta. That's fun. So you can get in there, and then that should work with your programming skill, I imagine, as well, maybe? No. Carrie was unable to find any scandals here. Maybe she should try an information broker. And you can expose a scandal on social media as well. What about Kai Wilson? He looks like he's got secrets. He looks like a dodgy fella. Oh, we should see whether or not there's any secrets about what's his name. Duh. There are no new scandals, and we received 672 simoleons for doing absolutely nothing. I love it. What's his name? Aloysio. Let's see whether or not Aloysio has a scandal or a secret in his past. No? Okay, so no new scandals there. And we can now go to the information brokers. So we can buy a secret for 2,000, or we can sell a secret. So we can sell a secret that Maribel Goldman is a frog kisser, or that Tybalt Cap is a frog kisser. So let's go, and we'll sell that secret and see how much money we get for that. Thanks for the information. I'm sure this will be put to good use. And we got 500 simoleons. So I imagine like the severity of the secret would get you like more money, because that was like a minor secret. So I imagine like a major secret would get you, yeah, more cash, which is cool. So I'm going to show you guys the location of the enchanted mirror. So if you're over on the 64 by 64 lot, there's like a couple of paths, and basically you want to go along this path here and over here, and there's like a little island over there. I'm going to go see if I can look for some frogs. Basically I want to try a frog that we can kiss. Mwah! Froggy kisses. And then we'll go and see the enchanted mirror. Check it all out. Check it all out. Found a striped eggplant frog. So I'm going to show you guys the animation for this. It's quite fun. So we can examine frog lore. We can kiss the frog, place in world, add favorites, or name. So I'm going to kiss the frog. Ugh. Gross. Ribbit. Ribbit. Ugh. Frog slime. Gross. Oh boy. So basically we attempted to kiss a frog and we failed, and now we lost also the frog. So you've got to find the right kind of frog around the world. So yeah. Which area is your lot again? So we are in the area of Bellacord. So we're over in the sort of Italian style area. So over here with the Montes and the Caps, and that's our area right there. And the 64 by 64 lot is right at the back, as is the enchanted mirror, right over here on the island. So heading up here, we've got the enchanted mirror. So this is much like the Well of Anansi in that you can do some different things. So we can examine the enchanted mirror and see what's up with that.
Oh.
Ooh, ah. I love this. The enchanted mirror. Gaze within to test your chance. Blessed ascent or shadowed stance. Rise in rank or fortunes glow, or watch your luck and rivals grow. Seek a truth the glass may stir, but risk the fate it may confer. So you are basically risking yourself to use this mirror. That's basically the gist of that. Which corner of the map? So that is in the top right hand corner of the map. So I can't really show you at the moment, but I'll go out into the main map and I'll show you there at some point soon. So now we've got to gaze into the future. I mean, I heard any frog has a chance, but also if there's a success, the frog can be like, actually, I'd rather be a frog than with you. Yeah, that's it as well. Oh no. Okay, we've got a problem. That's fun. Yeah, that's fun, right? I think it's going to be cool to go around and like kiss all these frogs and see what we get. Yeah, the top right-hand corner is where we're at the moment. So we've got Verdamar is top left, and then we have Bellacord, which is where we are, which is top right, and then we have Dambali, which is down the bottom. Mirror's Malice. The enchanted mirror has temporarily diminished Carrie's talents, leading to lower quality objects being crafted and fewer chances for career promotion opportunities. So we have been, provided like a negative response from the mirror. So it kind of works a little bit like a wishing well. We can also use the enchanted mirror to investigate secrets. So if we wanted to investigate a secret maybe on Bob Pancakes, for example, we can see whether or not the mirror will tell us a secret. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? We got a scandal! It would appear that Bob Pancakes may be hiding a scandal. How embarrassing. Bob has made a mess of himself. It would be horrid if anyone discovered this. Would you like to accept the secret and add it to your notebook? Yes, I do. Bob Pancakes is bring me my brown pants. This is minor. He basically peed himself or pooped himself and fades to obscurity in 7 days. So that's our enchanted mirror over there. And in each of the different areas there is a swordsmanship area too. So if you're going down this way, there's a this is a lounge right here. So you can go to a lounge, and then by the lounge we've got a swordsmanship tournament area, so you can join that there. There's a public toilet there as well, which is always good to know. And there is a statue here that you can deface, but you got to be careful if somebody watches you do it. They might learn a secret about you, because this is one of the secrets in the game, is defacing the statue. So if you catch someone defacing the statue, I think that's a secret that you can learn as well. We're a ways away, aren't we? There we go. Coming on in. Natalia, it's a bit like a passage into a land of magic, also hidden. Yeah, it's a bit like that, right? Just like you'd be able to see into this whole other world and get all these hidden secrets, which I think is fun. Mirror, mirror on the floor. Oh. Okay, so we can sort of look around, see if anybody's watching, and then we can deface the statue. Uh-oh, we're a little bit naughty. We're up to mischief, I think, today, aren't we? And that gives you mischief skill, and you've got a secret. Carrie Rockwell has created a new secret. Carrie defaced the monument in Bellacord. The nobles won't be happy. So we've got a secret, so now somebody might discover the secret about us. Then right over by the statue, there's this trading cart right here. Now this is not a food cart. This is a local wares cart, and this is a little bit different. So when I was talking about different places where you could buy swords, this is actually one of the areas where you can buy swords. So this is the trading cart. And this has local wares, so you can buy cassava, cod, green crab, kingfish. This might change. You can buy a boat, so you can explore out the water. This is also the unpublished writings of Cordelia Thebe, the first, volume 4. So you have like different volumes that pop up. And you can also buy a couple of different swords. We can buy the wooden sword, or we can buy the Verdamar Falcata. We have enough money for that, so let's buy ourselves another sword to add to our collection. Might be better than the wooden sword. Natalia, I like these references to fairy tales and legends. Yes, so do I. I'm really curious. I haven't done the one that references Cinderella yet, but there is a way that you can get, I know you can get a moodlet, and I don't know what else happens with it, but it relates to Cinderella's crystal slipper, and I'm not quite sure, yeah, how that sort of works and how you activate that, but I know that's something you can do with like a crystal slipper somewhere. So this is kind of the Verdamar area, and each of the areas has a beach as well. And down on the beaches, you can actually use the boats. So this is a little bit like Solani, in that you can go around and you can go boating and that sort of thing. The food stall is over by the swordsmanship tournament area. So there's we were talking about this earlier. You can order something basically local food. So panna cotta, crab linguine, pizza di viola, pizza quattro formaggi, and spaghetti as well. So those are sort of local dishes, and that's the main areas in Bellacord. We can just go over to the palace, and I'll just show you that quickly. Will the NPCs use it in terms of the boat? Yes, they do. They do use the boat. I've seen them do that. Deadly. I've seen in someone else's gameplay Eliza Pancakes just wearing the glass slippers. Yeah, I know there's a way to get them, but I'm not too sure how to activate that, so I need to do a little bit of investigating with that one and see how that kind of works. But I know there's a way to do it, and I think it might have to do with grand balls and that sort of thing. So I suspect it's to do with that, but I actually haven't done a grand ball yet, so that's why I haven't really delved into that area. And this palace here is owned by, I think it's the Caps. Yes. So this is the Cap dynasty here, and they live at this particular palace. It's very luxe and luxurious, and this is where I think Juliet lives, from the Juliet and Romeo Saga with Tybalt and the whole family up here. So these are absolutely huge builds. Absolutely massive. Like, the pre-builds on this are just absolutely fantastic. Just gorgeous through and through. So, yeah, it's quite nice. Natalia, a masquerade ball isn't from Cinderella because there were masks in Creator Sim. Yeah, there are masks in Creator Sim. So I'm not too sure where the balls kind of play into it and how that kind of works. I haven't investigated that yet, but I know there's something to do with balls and slippers, I think. And yeah, you can do masquerade balls as well. I think if we go into social menu and we go plan a social event, let's see what happens and see what the grand ball sort of situation is and if we can plan one. Yeah, I know, right? So start an event, so you can do a grand ball, and it's 500 simoleons. So challenge rewards, gold level awards, a set of decorative masks, silver awards a waltzing dance floor grand, bronze awards a decorative drinks tray. All levels reward Dynasty prestige, improve relationships with your guests, and may boost your noble favor. A high-class social event where securing an excellent dance partner is of great importance. Your dance partner will join you during the pinnacle moment of the grand waltz where all your guests pair up for a beautifully synchronized dance. Shall we host one and see what happens? Okay, so we can set our host attire. So this is the host, guest attire, and we can go for formal modern, gala, or polished. I don't know, gala. We can do a colour theme, and we require guests to wear masks. So that's where kind of the masks play into it. I think that'll be fun. And we can edit our outfit. So if we want to have like a particular outfit for a masquerade ball, because I didn't set one up already in Creator Sim. So we can go in here and we can give ourselves a face mask. What about that one? Here we go. And, oh, no, we've got to do the one that matches, right? That one there. There we are. So now we're suitably attired for a masquerade ball. I haven't done one of these, so I'm actually quite excited to see how that sort of all comes together and see, like, the grand waltz and stuff. So we can, now we've got that, we can invite some Sims. Bob, Pancakes, Diego, Cordelia. We've got a lot of people that don't really like us around the place, so whoopsies. We'll invite all of them. We can have a mixologist, and then let's host it at the Cap residence because that's where we are at the moment. Okay. Woo! Look at us. Oh, they're not wearing their masks. Boo. Maybe they don't have mask options. So we're going to start the grand waltz. So if you think the guests have mingled enough, you can call them all to a synchronized grand waltz. The host can start it by selecting the waltzing dance floor. Make sure you have a committed dance partner first if you don't want it to end up waltzing with whoever's left. So you got to ask someone to be your dance partner. Someone piqued your interest, ask them to be your dance partner for the grand waltz. Select your desired partner and pick an option from the dance partners category. If you fear rejection, it's usually easier to ask for an amicable dance for friendship. Okay. Where's our hubby? So we can ask him to dance. And if we go up there. Just stop moving around. Oh, there's a computer there. Yes. How do we ask to dance? We can thank for coming. And dance partners. Here we go. So ask to be dance partners for friendship, ask to be dance partners for social status, and ask to be dance partners for romance. Okay. So that you can get a confident moodlet from that. You get a flirty moodlet from that. And I don't see you get a movement from that. So let's see if we can ask him to be our partner for romance. Natalia, this is so cool. You can create so many stories. I wonder if there's something like a royal wedding. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? That would be a total upgrade to wedding stories. I feel like being able to do like a royal wedding. And where are you? Come on. Where are you? Where is she? There she is. She's going upstairs. Off she goes. Mwah. Are they going off to dance? So if we've got everybody mingling, and then we're going to try and have like a grand waltz. So ask to be dance partner. So we've done that, haven't we? Okay. I don't don't know what they're doing. They're not dancing. Do we need to maybe click on this? Oh, hang on. We need some music. I'm assuming they've put music in here somewhere. We have got a new... Oh, there it is. Okay, music is on. Waltz together with Ashton. There we go. There is actually a new stereo in VelvettB as well, which is nice. Carrie and Ashton have agreed to a romantic dance during the Grand Waltz. The host can start the Grand Waltz by selecting the waltzing dance floor, calling all guests to dance. Ah, okay. So we can start the Grand Waltz. Awesome. Can everybody get together and waltz? Look at that! They're grand waltzing together and he's all by himself. Aww. That's kind of sad. He's got nobody to waltz with. I don't think the bartender knows much. The bartender is Romeo. That's kind of funny. Thanks for coming. Oh, look, they're doing the... Oh, this is so Bridgerton. Look at this. This is so Bridgerton. Thank you, Laura. Thanks for being here. I know it's been a bit of a long one, right? Thanks for being here. Catch you next time. Bye. Look at that. We've started our Grand Waltz. That's cool. I like this. It's very Bridgerton vibes. People are going to love that for story gameplay. Obviously not everybody has the masks, so I'm the only one wearing a mask at this point, so that didn't really work. It might be fixed in, you know, the end side of things. Dance partners. So I could maybe ask somebody to dance with me with social status. What if we asked Duke Thiago? He looks a little angry, but I'm going to ask him to dance anyway. Ask to be a dance partner for social status. See whether or not he'll dance with me for that. Will you dance with me? I'm really flattered, but I'm not sure that I know you well enough to do this due to having low friendship. Oh, so friendship definitely reacts with that. Natalia, there are cars in debug mode. Too bad they didn't put a carriage here, like one made for a pumpkin, for example. That would have been amazing. That would have been so cool. This dance reminds me of the official school graduation ball. Oh, there is that. Yeah, like you do the formal sort of waltzing and stuff. We can start the Grand Waltz again. I really don't know how this kind of works with getting that sort of like Cinderella style storyline started, but I'm sure it's something to do with this. Like Cinderella and balls kind of go hand in hand, right? So this is my theory, but I have yet to work out how it kind of works. Oh, look, he's dancing with me. He said he was like, nah, I'm not going to dance with you, but now he's dancing with me, so that's nice. Sweet, I'll take that. Oh, aren't they sweet all together? There we go. It's been a pretty good ball, I think. You know, we've done all right. We've got our gold, so I feel like that's okay. I'm going to tell him a story. I want to know whether or not that does anything. And stories. Let's tell him a dramatic story. I think Tiago will be interested in a dramatic story. Maybe not about his wife, because she seems to have like a few secrets. Naughty, naughty Cordelia. Oh, this week's with the Nancy's trial. So I forgot about that. So Carrie's tale weaves truth and wit, and Nancy approved. So we've actually just completed trial 1 of the Nancy's trials. So that's pretty cool. I can share my own secret as well. Why would I share my own secret? Ask to be dance partners for friendship, discuss noble life. Alright, I might end the ball early because I would quite like to go and look at the VelvettB, and because I'm going to be finishing up in about 20 minutes. So we'll have a quick look at the VelvettB. Unfortunately, we won't have time to build today, but we are going to be building tomorrow anyway in Royalty and Legacy. So that's going to be tomorrow's stream is building anyhow. So we'll get stuck into that then. I can't believe I've haven't got to the VelvettB yet. You guys have seen quite a lot of it anyway, but oh, look at that, we've gained prestige. Yay! We've reached prestige level 1 with our Dynasty. So look at that. We should have some Dynasty perk points coming. Yeah, we've earned 75 points so far. We could spend that on stuff. Can we expend it on easier alliances? Perk points? No. No, maybe I can't spend it yet. But we're ranked 2 now, so that's good. Okay, guys, let's head home. I'm just going to end that there. That was fun. There's lots still to work out with this. So much to work out. Oh my god, we reached, charisma level 8. Whoa. That was crazy. I don't know how that happened. Okay. We got host masterpiece from hosting a party. Chosen from feeling motivated from someone nearby. Woven voice from completing a Nancy's first trial. Power play from being near an extorted sim. Ready to waltz from practicing the waltz alone and making a new friend. So we got a whole lot of moodlets, which was pretty cool. I love that. If you're going to save, can you check after saving the career thing? Hang on. Oh, you didn't attend one, Deadly, because of the pandemic with the official school graduation. Oh, the pandemic. My gosh. Yeah, that stuffed a few people up. If you're going to save, can you check after saving the career thing? What was I checking? But actually saving is a good point. Thank you. I completely forgot about the saving thing. What was I checking? Oh, was I doing the team thing as well? Actually, thank you. I'll check the team thing, so I'll do that. In my case, the school was full of introverts, so while we could, we ended up not doing it. Fair enough. I mean, you've got to have the desire to do it as well, right? Okay, she's walking all the way home the long way, so that's fantastic. I hope nobody finds out about my secret over there. Oopsies. Oh, there's another household here as well. This is the apartments, so there's 2 apartments in that apartment block right there. Okay. Switch control to carry. So, whether noble... Yeah, okay, yes, I will. I'll do that before we switch over. I'm pretty sure that you can't, but let me just double check. So, we are in the noble career. Oh, we can! Colour me completely wrong. Thank you for checking that, Deadly. I appreciate that. Oh my gosh. I hadn't tried it, so, yeah, I just made the assumption. I was wrong in that assumption. So let's see if we can be an astronaut at the same time. Because actually, now that I think about it, it does make sense. Because in the Dynasty thing, it says you can do the different careers. So you can actually do dual careers at the same time. Oh, hang on. She doesn't have the noble career. Hang on a sec. Pause. I'm going to bring in Ashton. Because he's the one with the noble career. Hang on, I might be wrong about this. So let's get him to... Yeah, no. So I was right. So she wasn't in a career, but she can be a noble. He is in the noble career, but he cannot have another career. So there we go. That clarifies that. So you can only do the noble career. You can't do an additional career on top of it. But you can be a noble without doing the noble career and do a different career. I hope that makes sense. Right. So whether a noble career can overlap with another normal one. So you cannot be a noble, have the noble career and do another career, but you can be a noble and have a different career. So I think that makes sense. So she's got a noble title from manager, but she does not do the noble career. She does an astronaut career, and he has the noble career, but he can't do a different career. Right. That's as clear as mud. I feel like that's as clear as mud, but I think that does make sense. That's the right sheet, isn't it? Cast. I always forget that one. Cast full edit mode. Is that what I did? Oh, I better do testing cheats for true first. Hang on. Testing cheats true. Cast full edit mode in there. And we're going to go in here, and I'm just going to modify in cast. We're just going to quickly add in a teenager to this. So I'm going to add a sim, play with genetics, child, teenager, randomized order, unknown parent. There we go. All right, her name's going to be Marilyn. Marilyn, welcome to the family. Very quickly. There we are. Deadly. Okay, so I'm definitely using the multiple careers mod because my vampire queen is a doctor. Right. Yeah, you're definitely going to need to do that. So let's go and add a teen career. I think we'll see what we can do there. So yeah, a teen can definitely be a noble, so we can get her to join the noble career. But I imagine it's exactly the same, like you can't do the teen things once you've got the noble career. Okay, so she's now a noble, and I don't think we can do like the after. Let's see, can we do find a job? See if we can do the after. Oh, it doesn't have high school years in here, so I can't check the doing activities and stuff with it. Okay, never mind. But she can definitely become a noble, so that's cool. Would she lose that title in case of a divorce? I don't know. Can we divorce them and find out? Arguments, malicious. Oh, is it under... I haven't divorced anyone in ages. It's under mischief or mean. Deception, no. Ranks, no. We might not be able to change relationships. Divorce. Oh, here we go. Takes me 20 hours to find anything in the social menu. Okay, so we're getting divorced. So let's see if she keeps the title. Nope, she doesn't. So Carrie has been removed from the Grockwell dynasty as she no longer has a family connection to the dynasty. No. So she's no longer connected to the dynasty. They have a child together. She's an intern, but she's no longer got a title. So there we go. There we go. Good thing you saved. We'll need to reload this later. Yes, definitely. So just as well we did save that. I'm just going to give these guys a whole lot of money. I can take it away again, don't worry. And what we're going to do is we're going to bulldoze the terrain and bulldoze the lot, I think, for now. I can always replace that. And we're just going to have a very, very quick look at the build buy, because I want to see what things we can build with, which is fun. So I'm just going to build a quick house for these guys, because I'm going to show you guys some of the wallpapers and things like that, and there's foundations and bits and pieces, all very mixy matchy, so it's nice. So with the foundations, we do have a new one, and I'm just going to do this Royalty and Legacy, and this is a noble stone base. So with the swatches, we have like matching wallpaper. We don't have a matching platform trim, which I was kind of disappointed about, but we do have a matching wallpaper that goes with this perfectly. And there's a whole lot of swatches. So there's plain swatches running throughout. It's a stone. There's also a matching flooring and matching stairs, as well as matching railings. So that's sort of the plain swatches. And then there's kind of like the dirty swatches. Oops. That run through. So that's sort of the dirty, kind of worn down ones. So this should actually work quite nicely, I think, with the Castle Estate kit. And then there's the green swatches. So in all of the like the columns, the railings, the wallpapers and that sort of thing, you're going to have like some different options with run down looking sort of stuff. So I won't probably go through all of those swatches, but you kind of get the gist of how that all sort of works there. And I'm just going to put a little porch in play. There we go, and that little ceiling, and I'll show you guys spandrels and columns and how they kind of work together with the wallpapers and that sort of thing there. So we've got our little porchy porch. Now we do have the new stairs. So we have the polished stone staircase. So again, they kind of work with the foundation and the other swatches that we have for the different colors. There's no worn down or sort of dirty swatches or moldy green sort of worn down kind of vibe swatches with that, but that's pretty cool there. And that is the there's railings that go with that, and that matches the fences. So we've got 4 kinds of fences, and there is a flowery kind of fence. This is the most flowery one, and again that's sort of the stone swatches go through and match the stairs, match the foundation, match the wallpaper, match the columns, and then there's like a green version of all of those. There is a plainer swatch, so that's sort of the same sort of thing again, except we don't have as much greenery on it, and that goes through like that. And there's a wooden swatch, so this works well with the Dambali sort of Africana style builds that we have out there in the world, and that sort of carved wood vibe, which I think is really nice. The wood colors actually work really well with the different styles of wood that we're getting through now with the expansion packs that we've had lately, and a bit of base game as well. Then we have the Fence of Cordelia, which is basically black all the way through, and then just the stone ends change, so that you can match the stairs or whatever color that you've got going on there, but the black in the middle doesn't change. And then we've got the bigger version of that fence right through here, And that's exactly the same again, just with a bigger fence. So you can do the different ends and that sort of thing. There is a matching gate for that. So that again has the different colours running through. And then you've got your green swatches as well in there, which are pretty cool. And we also have a Blooming Boundaries archway. Now, the interesting thing with this archway is that it actually works with fences. So that's pretty cool. And that matches, like, you know, your fencing if you have like that style fencing. And you're going in that sort of vein of decoration. So that's quite interesting that that's an archway that works with the fences now. So I thought that was pretty cool. We do have a new stone trim. So if you are doing half walls, so let's build maybe a half wall along here. There we go. And the Royalty and Legacy pack has a new stone wall top, which is amazing. And again, this matches all the stone that's coming through. We haven't had a new half wall kind of top for so long. So I was like, oh my gosh, wow, that we've got one of those. So I thought that was awesome. Our new columns, we've got 3 different types of columns. And again, just to sort of suit the different styles in the world. So we have this sort of stone classic column there. And this one has like a bit of filigree on there and then in the green. Then there's a plainer swatch, so that you can go like plainer if you don't want like there's so much decoration, and then it has like the greenery there. We have the sturdy quarter column. Now this sort of is wooden as well as stone and works with the Dambali style architecture. And again, the woods kind of work with the colours that are going to be with this sort of carved fencing. And there's going to be two distinct styles really throughout the build by. So you've got the wooden stuff, and then you've got like the classic opulent elegant stuff that works throughout. And then we have the Swirl Symphony column. I'll bring that out like that so we can sort of see that. And this is the same as the other stone column in that it has the decorative swatch, and you can sort of see that there bobbing up and down with the bottom, and those are sort of the matching stone running through, and then you've got the green, and then you've got the plainer swatch there, and then that runs through the green there too. So different swatches. And then we've got 2 spandrels. So we've got a plainer one here, and so that's designed to match this particular column. And this has exactly the same again with a highly decorated swatch, and then going into the green version of that, the green sort of moss on it. And then there's a plainer version of that as well. So if you don't want to go with the decoration on it, you can go plainer. You can actually use this as a ceiling kind of rafter kind of things inside your build too, which is pretty cool. Yeah. And then we have our Regal Rafter ceiling rail. So this is a much more decorative version of a spandrel. You can see there it's got like a little bit more of a seaside kind of vibe to it with the scallops on there. And that's exactly the same again with the same sort of stones running through. And the green version of that also there. The green versions. And then there is the plain version of that as well. So it's slightly different version there without the scallop decoration running through there. And it's the same colours and with the greenery as well. Natalia, this is really a well matched and thoughtful addition. In some previous ones, there were things that I felt didn't fit together at all. Yeah, this is extremely coordinated. I would definitely say very, very coordinated. I was like, oh my gosh, amazing. I love coordinated, so, you know, I was completely on board with that. Definitely for sure, because coordinated, it was awesome. Now, we do have a new roof pattern. So again, we've got a couple of different kinds. So we've got a few different colors, and these are in the pristine version. Then we have a broken version. So you can sort of see it's like chipped and broken and stuff on the tiles. So slightly more run down. And then you have the mossy versions there. So there's 3 different kinds of roofs, which actually makes sense because we've got 3 different kinds of worlds. So mossy version right there if you want to go that direction. And there is some roof sculpture decorations. So we have the Renaissance roof vase. Now, this is exactly the same as all the other stuff, the columns, etc., etc. So we've got all the stone, and then we've got the green version there. And then we have the opulent ornithological ornament. So this has got the big peacock on there. That's been in some of the promotional material with the stone. And then we have the neoclassical tower roof vent. Same sort of thing again. And we have Noble Aquarius roof sculpture. I've been using this as a statue around the place as well. So it doesn't just have to be a roof sculpture. You can use that as a statue. And then there's a perpetual pondering portrait. So that's sort of like a feminine version of the statue there as well. So you can put those on roofs, which is fun. There is no new roof trim. There is, however, some more freezers and wall trims. So we go tool. And so we have the polished stone frieze, and exactly the same again. We've got all the different sort of styles of stone, and then like a dirty sort of dark version of it. So almost like a burned version of it. And then there is the regal blossom frieze, which is a lot more decorative. And this is exactly the same again, exactly the same swatches, and then this has like a green swatch with it. There's also exterior trim. So this is a polished stone floor trim. And that would go around the likes of your balconies and that sort of thing, around the flooring. And exactly the same again in that we've got all those same sort of matching stone swatches going through. Now, I have got exciting news about pools. We didn't really get a whole lot of pool furnishings or anything, but we did get a new pool trim, which is pretty amazing. Rainbow, I'm loving all this exterior stuff. Yeah, it's amazing. Like, you're going to have so much fun building with this. It's really good. So we've got a pool trim, and again exactly the same sort of colors running through. So all of these match all the way through. So that's the stone, and there's also a fountain trim that we've got added to that. So this is a diamond marble trim, and this is actually adds one of the matches one of the floorings that we have in the game. There we go. Oh, why are you not changing? There we go. So yeah, it does match one of the floorings that we do have in the game. I'll show you those in a minute when we get to that. It's being fussy about that. So these actually look really cool when you match the flooring with it. And you can sort of see how that goes through with the different color stripes and stuff. And that definitely is sort of aligned with the Dambali Africana kind of vibe that we've got down in Dambali. And I've been mixing and matching the styles, but you can sort of do different things. So that's the fountain trim, and I'm excited to announce that we have a new pool color. This is the Mediterranean turquoise water, and yeah, we finally got a new pool color. It's been a while since we've had a new pool color, so I'm hyped for that. It's just exciting. So that's our pools, and we actually got some outdoor plants this time. I know. Tell me about it. So we've got tree, and we've got a olive tree, so that's a fine pine. We've got an olive tree, and we've got a fig tree. So we've got those sort of three styles of trees, and we got some shrubs. We got the sensational shrub, we got the hydrangea sprout, we got the hydrangea curtain, and the hydrangea monarch. So it's a bigger hydrangea, and we have a few different colors there with the hydrangeas, which is amazing. I mean, we were familiar with hydrangeas in the game, but this is sort of a bit of a new one. There's no new rocks or anything like that. There is quite a few plants in debug as well, and they're pretty amazing. I'm probably not going to get into debug today though, but there's some really good debug plants there. You like the water? I love the water as well. That's going to be my new favorite water, so I'm hyped for that. So let's get into flooring. So flooring, we've got 3 new floors, and we have the diamond marble tiles. So these look absolutely amazing, and they are a match for the pool fountain the fountain trims that we got. So they are matching in the same aesthetic and the same colors running through there, and you got like the solid version and then the lighter version of it in some of these as well in different colors. I've been using the snot out of the gold version and the grey versions. I think they're quite lovely, but the others are beautiful in different bright sort of situations as well. We have the tiles that are immaculate tile. So this kind of goes through like that. I've been using these as well. They're really lovely. Great for bathrooms and stuff as well, but I think these would be great in like ballrooms and bits and pieces. You can see the different things there. and the reds, the blacks, and the whites. And then we have this limestone brick tile, and this is the tile that matches all of the other things that we have in terms of in the stone. So this is going to be like my outdoor, you know, my outdoor mainstay kind of version of it, and it's exactly the same color as every other stone that we've got, so it all coordinates like magic. Isn't that amazing? We need to put some rails down. So the rails that we got are exactly matching the fences. Exactly. And there. Now you can get the double rail, left rail, right rail kind of situation going on there. We can shorten the rails on either side if we want to as well, if we don't want to combine. And if we bring the foundation higher, a little higher, Velvet, foundation, we do get the option to flare the stairs out as well. So if we want to go that way too, we can do that. Voila, and we can have a really grand entrance. So that is the flooring. Let's have a look at our wallpapers. So we've got, you don't believe this, we've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I think I've lost count, 16, 17, 18, I think. 17 or 18 wallpapers. I lost count in the middle there. I got distracted. And these are amazing. So we have the Africana, Rainbow's happy. We've got the Africana kind of vibe there. And that's in a variety of colours. And again, that matches the flooring and it matches the fountain trim as well. And it does match other things about the house too. We also have the Acanthus Leaf Royal Charm wallpaper. And that comes in a variety of colours. And this sort of matches the Verdamar and the Bellacourt neighbourhood kind of vibes with the colours that we have there. It's a really nice kind of decorative wallpaper. And we've got the jewel tones and we've got the pastels. So that actually coordinates with the Cass as well. Natalia, it gives me a bit of Topkapi Palace vibe. Ooh. Yeah, it's definitely very high palacey, this sort of rich, sort of elegant wallpaper here. Then there's the version that has the paneling underneath as well. That goes through and is exactly the same colours and stuff. I won't go through all the colours. Then we have the Calm Comb canvas. So we've got like a few sort of mural wallpapers. And they'll be in different colours, but there's like a couple of different swatches in some of them as well. And then we've got a sea scene too. So they should match with like different areas of the world, which is very cool. And they look amazing inside. And then it's got a plane. And then there's a nautical nostalgia. So you can sort of see the nautical vibe. And then that's in plain as well. And then we have the floral fantasy fresco. I love this one. It's just absolutely gorgeous. I don't like the colored, like the plain colored ones as much. They don't have as much depth. But this one here, oh, I love it. Then we have the Tile Tales Full Tile Tableau. So there's only a couple of versions of this. And then there's a Tile Tales Freeze Flare. So these are just kind of like different versions of similar sort of things. And we've got some dirty swatches as well. So if you're into doing like the rundown grimy kind of vibe, you're going to have those options there. The Tile Tales Brick Base has, surprise, surprise, a brick base about it. And again, you can go like dirty swatches or cleaner swatches. So if you wanted to have like the grimy top and bottom, you can match that with the outside. And then there's the Tile Tales Glimpse, which is just one swatch of that. Then there's the brick, so limestone brick base, and again that's just going through exactly the same colours as we've already seen. And then there's the seasoned limestone brick base, so that's got the black along the bottom, all exactly the same, and then that's got the green along the bottom as well, so if you want to mix and match. And then it's the same thing again, tarnished limestone brick black base, except it's got the grime on the top. So you've got the black on the top, and then you've got the green on the top, so you can kind of do all your dirty swatches. Rainbow. Oh, some of these more rundown wallpapers would be perfect for a Magical Kingdom occult save. Oh yeah, they would be so good. And you know, it gives the buildings, I think, quite a weathered look. So you know, it kind of does feel like they've been there for generations, which I think is really cool. So you know, you've got that option to make it feel very lived in for a long time, generational. So then we have the Pure Plaster Charm. So this is sort of their plainer swatches there. And these are sort of like, you know, the pastel sort of style, and they do match with, like, you know, a lot of the furnishings inside. And then we've got the dirty version on the bottom, dirty version on the top. And then we have the earthy vibes. So this kind of fits into the Africana kind of theme that we've got down in Dambali, and sort of the earthy tones. And yeah, that sort of vibe. And then there's a plainer version in the earthy tones as well, so you can kind of go down that earthy route if you wanted to with those swatches. So that's all of the wallpaper, which is pretty amazing. Natalia, these elements with nature are like they want us to create a fairy royal family. It's like they're just basically telling us to, right? I feel like that's the case. I think you're right. It's just like they're saying, you gotta do it. You gotta make yourself a fairy royal dynasty. So doors. So the doors that we have, we've got short doors. So these are carved wooden doors. So they suit the Dambali Africana style. And then we have this door here, which has the stone on the outside and then has the lighter colors running through the middle. And this suits the sort of the more palacey vibe in terms of like the traditional sort of North Italy, Portugal kind of thing going on there. And then there's another version of the carved door there. And it's got like the stone on the outside. Again, that stone matches with the stones that we have. And then there's another carved double door in the wooden sort of vibe going on. So those are the short doors. And we do have different levels of doors in different styles. So we have got medium doors. So we've got this medium door, and that's going to suit our opulent style that we've got going on. And there's a couple of different versions of that. One kind of looks a little bit Art Deco, which I think is really cool. And then there's like a little bit more of a decorative version. There's another version of that with a bit of stone around the outside. There's a whole lot of versions, I guess, of very similar things, but with a couple of like different swatches and like a different like arch and covering kind of way. So we've got like the curved there, and then there's like a little bit more of a triangular version of this here. And it's all sort of like, you know, similar-ish, but different at the same time. And there's it's like the columns where you have the plain swatches as well as the decorative swatches. We have the Prestige Unimpeded Passage. So this is a door that has open doors, which is pretty cool. So like, this is something that maybe you have opening into a grand ballroom or something like that, which is pretty awesome. And then we've got just an archway here. And that's in a couple of swatches, so plain and decorative. Then going into our tall doors, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, possibly 14. I keep losing count. But there are a whole heap. So these are all the same color. I won't go through all the colors for all of these. But yeah, they are all those colors, and they have like different swatches of decorative or plainer round through. And then Grand Legacy door. This is sort of the swatch there, and then you can sort of see there's a different top swatch there as well. There's the Regal entranceway, and so there's a decorative swatch and the plainer swatch. Then we have the Prestige Passage door, so it's going to be exactly the same colours, and then we have the plainer swatch through there as well. We have the Grandiose Portal. So there's so many options. You get the idea, right? You got plain, you got patterned, you got plain, you got patterned, all the way through, and they've just given us so many options. This is an archway, grand archway, only one swatch in that. We have the Swirl Symphony arch. So there's 2 swatches in that, plain and decorated. Then same again, and we've got the doors, so we had it exactly the same as the medium ones, and we've got plain and decorative on that. We have the Prestige Archway, again, plain and decorative. We have the Grand Open Legacy door, and exactly the same again, just a slightly different top to it. The Grandiose Opening, so same again, different top on top. And Grandiose Archway, only 2 versions of that, plain and patterned. And Prestige Open Passageway, exactly the same again, plain and patterned. So there you go, you get the theme of that. And then we go into windows. So once again, we have like different windows for small, medium, and large. So we have the petite grandeur, and these are exactly the same as what we've seen so far, all the same colors in the windows, so they all match. And then we've got the plain swatch as well as the decorative swatch coming in through there. And then exactly the same again in this one here, except this one is only plain. We have the glimpse giver, so this is like a little arch one, and this matches all of the stones that we have with the columns, etc. We have the sovereign shapes horizontal windows. This is going to be great for modern homes. I've been digging this window. This one actually has a few different colors, so this is a bit of an anomaly with the others, and then it's got a lot of matching for some of the Dembali kind of style items. So it's got like a few more swatches. It's kind of got the stone swatches plus the wood swatches, which is cool. And then we have the regal outlook. Now, Talia, I've always lacked more open doors. This is going to be the kit pack for you then, because there's open doors galore with this one. So that's sort of like only the plain swatches, and then in here we have this one with a plain, plain and then decorative as well. And we have the Viewfinder Vista, and this has lots of the same color through there, but there's two different swatches again, so it's a slightly more decorative one there, and there's also a plainer one through there as well. So lots of different options with the windows. I haven't even looked at all of them yet. That's just the short wall windows. In the medium windows, we have the grandiose gaze, so that's the same again. We've got the decorative version and the plain. And the grandeur vista, same again. We've got the plain and the decorative. And then the Swirl Symphony double vista. I love these ones. I think they're really nice. And it's got a whole lot of colors running through there, and it's only got the it's colors running through there, and then it's got like a couple of different options there, so you can go plain or you can go like slightly more decorative. And then there's the Sovereign Shapes medium window, which is the same as the small ones in terms of the colors. It's just taller. And then we go into the tall windows, and we've got two tall window options, which is the Swirl Symphony one here that we've already seen in the smaller swatches, and then there's like a couple more decorative and then a plain one there, and then the taller version of our little crisscrossy one, which is amazing. And then wall sculptures. I'm so excited about a couple of these things. So we have the carved wall leaf crown. So this is going to be, I'll make it bigger, just a cool decoration for the walls basically. And as you might have guessed, this is going to be the same stone swatch as all the other stone swatches that we have. So that's pretty cool. We have the brazen bougainvillea bush. So that will sit under windows. You can kind of line it against underneath, decorations on your house. So 3 different colors in that. Natalia, windows and doors from the university would also fit well with this. It's really well designed addition. I can't believe EA is still able to do this. I know, right? The Sims team have like done an amazing job with bringing this together. I think they've really thought about it, and I love that. And I agree. I think it would work really well with Discover University, particularly those squarer version ones with the triangle above the top. I think that would work really well. We have the elegantly classic corbel. So there's a couple of versions of that, and as expected, the stone all matches. So there's a more decorative version and a plainer version there. Then this is my favorite. We're going with a whimsical wisteria wrap, and there's 5 different types of wisteria that you can put on your walls, and they come in 3 different colors, and these match the fencing. Like, see the fencing here, and yeah, it all matches the fencing that we have. So I think that's amazing. So you're going to be able to drape your building in loads of wisteria, and it's going to smell amazing. And we've also got the Privacy Please panel. So these will go on either side of windows, for example. I think a small window, and like these ones here. These are the ones we're talking about for Discover University. And so there's a few different colors through here. I do feel like this is an example of where they didn't have quite enough colors with these shutters, because they match with some stuff. Like you can see the teal one here. and that matches perfectly. But there's like a few colors like this one here where it doesn't, you don't have a matching swatch, so you kind of have to go with a contrast swatch. So I thought they could have done more colors in that shutter. And then we have a Swirl of Symphony wall fountain. So just your ye old classic wall fountain. We've seen them before with the likes of, oh god, bobbing up and down, you know, vampires and that sort of thing. And again, they just match all of the stone that's coming through perfectly. All right, my friends, that's the exterior stuff. We'll just pop in and see about the interior. Rainbow, yay, new wall plants. I know, the wisteria is just absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to lay these out for us all to see and check it all out from here. We'll just lay it all out. So we have beds. Here we go. So we've got 2 singles, 2 doubles, and 2 bassinets. So those are our bed options this time around. So the swatches that we got with a wooden design, so this is all sort of carved wood around this style of bed and this style of bed here. So those are sort of all the colours that we've got there, and the woods all match like the fences and all of the furnishings that we have in the house and stuff. So that's exactly the same swatches, just bigger. And then we have the Princess Canopy beds. So again, lots of swatches that match all the other furnishings of the house. Absolutely amazing. And then we've obviously got the different versions there. And then the bassinets are exactly the same. They match the beds. So you're going to have like a whole matching set that you can do. So you've got the wooden versions here. So these are sort of the wooden swatches. And then we've got the opulent swatches over here. And they all sort of coordinate. So I'll show you guys how they all coordinate. Finally, single beds. I know, we didn't get any single beds with Enchanted by Nature, so it was like, oh my god. But now that we've got a single bed, I want a toddler bed with this as well. Now, I don't want you to freak out. I don't want you to freak out, but you're going to freak out a little bit. I freaked out when I saw this. We have a new modular sofa. So yeah, please don't freak out too much, but this is the first modular sofa we have had since Dream Home Decorator. I'm like, oh my gosh, yes. So yeah, if you are one of those people that loves a modular sofa, then you are going to be in love with this. So yeah, that's our modular sofa, exactly the same layout as the Dream Home Decorator one, but obviously we've got the different designs. The beds and the sofas match perfectly, same woods, same designs, same colors, same. See, look, matching in beside that bed. Lucky. So that is really amazing. I was so hyped for that we had finally a brand new sectional thing to have in the game. I was just like, oh, what? It's amazing. Rainbow, yes. Natalia, oh my god, I know. It's pretty spectacular. And we actually get some matching furnishings with that. So we've got a curved chair, and that's all the same matching planes and patterns. So again, matchy. And then we have a armchair, same but squarer. So all sorts of options there running through like that. And there is also a matching love seat going through, and exactly the same colors and everything like that. So there's a whole set. There is the lounger, so that matches again. You guys are picturing how you can actually bring this to life in your builds, right? And having like all these coordinated things. And there is also a matching bench. So this is like an outdoor bench that the Sims can sit on, and that's sort of the same sort of woods coming through. There's a matching dining table. Same thing again, a dining table there. There is a matching hallway table. So this is your console table, hallway table. And there is a nightstand, so that'll go beside the beds, and again matching with the woods. We have a coffee table, matching again. Look at that all the way through. I love how some of this has like some matching, some contrast carving on it. So see how there's like the contrast carving coming through, so that sort of switches up a little bit. We also have a secondary coffee table with a little basket on it, and again, plain with the basket. Which is, I love that for modern builds. Natalia, I can already see how perfectly this fits with Solani, right? With the patterns and designs on it. Yeah, I see that as well. I can see that. And we have also the matching sink. So we got 2 sinks. We did not get a toilet. We did not get a shower. We did get a bath with this. So again, you've got the matching sort of colors there. And this is the bath. And it is amazing. It's gorgeous. It's beautifully patterned. I'm in love with the gold and black version. Like I just want to build everything gold and black. It's an obsession of mine. And then we have the chest table. So same colors again through there. We have a swatch in the clock. So this is a cuckoo clock. Now the cuckoo clock has both swatches. So I'm going to put that in the middle because it kind of matches both areas. Because you have the opulent version through here. With the different colors, and then there's a stone version which works with the Dambali kind of stuff. So there's stone options as well, and yeah, black and white too. So you can go like super opulent, or you can go a little bit plainer with the stone. We have the food stall that works in Dambali, and I don't think there's any swatches with that. No. There is the prestigious podium, so you can hold your your press conferences through that, and that's got the matching Dambali woods in there. There is a mirror. I'm going to put that on the exterior of our wall here. I'm going to draw a wall actually. Let's draw a wall. Some of the wall stuff. There we go. And we'll divide it. We're going to have our divide. We're going to divide between them. I just think it's fun to see it all together. Where are we? Mirror, mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? And some of it's just kind of, generic between the two, which is quite cool. So this is one of the new mirrors. And it again works with all the colors that are strong within the sort of the Africana vibe one. I love the black and white one. I've been using that wildly everywhere. I love it. I love it. I love it. And there is kind of generic one. We've got sort of like some different curtains. So I feel like these kind of suit the Dambali vibe, and you have got them in the 3 small, medium, and large heights. And there's sheer. So we've got plain sheer and we've got patterned sheer, and not sheer the singer, as in sheer as in you can see through it. So you've got a couple of different options there as far as curtains. And then when we get to that side, there's an opulent version as well. Same again, tall, medium, and small in terms of the sizes, and that all sort of works with the opulent side of things. And then there's this one that's kind of in the middle and is like more for the throne rooms, that sort of thing. So there's some with crests, with a couple of different crests on there. And then there's like the plainer one as well. I love the plainer one. I probably wouldn't use the crest one as much unless I wanted to do a specific thing with it, but the plain ones I absolutely adore. So in terms of the clutter, we've got the vases that match the Dambali area, and these woven baskets, again, they match with the Dambali set over here. And I think this vase also works in that area in terms of the colors. And also we have some wooden birds. I don't know what kind of birds they are. They are definitely wooden birds of some description. And what else we got? Okay, we have a new kitchen item, a Sanka bowl with Tapoli. There's only 2 swatches in that, but it's got that wooden vibe to it. And we have a new wall decoration. And so it's like a little fan, and again that works with all the Africana style. We also have a Vibrant Vibes Grand Tapestry. Across there. There we go. So that is very cool. I love the decorations on it, and it's really big, so you can only really use that on tall walls, or you can have it draping between levels as well on a build, which is pretty awesome. We also have the Regal Cowrie crest. Move these over, and that's sort of got that vibe there, and it's got those shells that we saw in the mask and the jewellery throughout cast, so you can sort of see those there, so it kind of matches in with some of the cast, which I think is awesome. There's a classic fringe parasol. This is kind of in between as well because it's got like a couple of swatches that or different swatches that fit in the different areas. So this is kind of like your coastal vibe, and then you've got your sort of decorative vibe, and then you've got a plain one. So it's kind of one of those very versatile items between the different things. We have the Africana Aura lamp. This actually looks really effective in by the beds when you've got it all sort of set up and decorative with the different wooden items, which is pretty cool. And we have some new lights. I love this light cluster. I think it's amazing, and I love that it's got like a little bit of an ombre effect through it, and then you've got like some different swatches running through. It's very earthy, but it's really, I feel like I could do like modern things with that, so I love that. There's also an carved essence wall light running through there, and again the woods kind of match all of the stuff that we've got with that collection. We have the carved essence wardrobe, and so again the same sort of woods and that sort of thing with the decoration. And we have the terracotta fountain pot, so that works with the fountains over there, and that will have water coming out of it in love mode, and it's got the different colors, terracotta, blah 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 on that. So I think that's the main sort of Dembali style. So let's have a look at our more opulent style that we've got going on. So we've got our beds. So we have, with that, we have the matching chairs. Oh, also the thrones. There's two different kinds of thrones, which we were talking about earlier, and they do match. Actually, there's bookcases too. Hang on, there's a couple of things that have not come up as new. So this is the back, the bookcases that match the Africana design, and also there's a speaker, and that has the same sort of wood covering through there. What else am I missing? Artwork. So that's the new artwork there. Again, got the carving on the outside and the different coloured woods, so that matches. Each of the different regions has a piece of artwork each. So this is the Dembali artwork. This is the VelvettB artwork, and no, sorry, that's the I keep forgetting the name of it. Bellecourt artwork. So that's the Bellecourt artwork there. I should show you guys all the swatches because there's two different designs, and then there's the VelvettB artwork. No, is that right? I've got that on the wrong way. VelvettB artwork. There we are. So that's got Princess Cordelia in it, and then there's a couple of swatches. Did I go through that? Yeah, a couple of swatches with the Dembali one, which is awesome. Also the sales table, that's got the Dembali vibes, and again just the matching woods and everything there. There are the dance floors. So we've got 3 different size dance floors, 1, 2, and 3. And the small dance floor has some different designs. Plum bob one, and then we've got the large dance floor and the largest dance floor. So the large and the largest dance floor had the same look to them. There is also some chairs in the Dembali design. Like, there's so much built by, with the different colors. And that's the plain chair right there. And then it has like a different, some different swatches running through with the different cushions and that sort of thing. What have we got? So let's head over here, and so we've got the chair, the ottoman, the sort of the throny chair, and the throne. Oh, that's what I got distracted by, throne. Where's the wooden throne? There it is. So that's the throne that goes with the Dembali stuff right there. So it's got a nice luxe kind of opulent feel, but it still works in terms of like having the carved wood around it, which I think is really awesome. And we have here the thrones. Beautiful there, very opulent. And then the same again with the chairs running through. And this has got the pattern on it. And then you've got the footstool slash ottoman, or little ottoman stool kind of thing going on there, which is nice. I like it a lot. And then we have a 3-seater. So this all sort of matches. I love the teal version. And we have the love seat. So this kind of reminds me of the one that we got with the Secret Sanctuary kit. And then we have the love seat there, and exactly the same swatches, just a slightly different look to it from the 3-seater. There is also the Ornate Elegance dining table, and these colors will kind of run through time and again as far as the elegant stuff goes, and then exactly the same swatches again in the elegant console table. We also have an end table running through there, and then we have an coffee table. You're getting the hang of this, I guess. All the same sort of colors. And then we have a vanity. I can't wait to show you guys what we put on this vanity. It's really cool. So a lovely sort of ornate vanity. And then we have a wardrobe. So this is kind of the wardrobe there with the hanging stuff. These pieces of furniture are so nice, Natalia. Yes, they're really quite gorgeous. I was just like salivating when I was kind of looking at them all, just going, oh my gosh, I want these in my life. Now there is some hanging dresses and stuff that go in, hanging dresses and suits, and they do suit the world, and they are items from Cass and swatches from Cass. So this all relates to Cass, which I think is absolutely amazing. And then there's a suit version of that, so you can sort of see the male suits from Cass there as well, with the different options. Did you see the stripy shirt there? I was just like, oh my gosh, the stripy shirt. Look, stripy shirt. So yeah, I love that wardrobe. I think that's amazing. We have a new sink. So this is a new, you can do that kitchen or bathroom, I guess, whichever you like, same colors. And we have a bar back and a matching bar. Find the matching bar in here. Oh, there's also a fireplace that matches. Oh god, Dambali. Just excuse me while I lurk in the air for a little bit. So this is the Dambali sort of style fireplace, and it sort of has candles and decoration on top, and the wood matches the rest of the set there. I'm just kind of jumping over the house at the moment, trying to find the bar. There it is. There is not, however, a matching bar stool, so you do need to use a bar stool of a matching choice. There are a few of the base game ones that actually do coordinate it with it quite nicely. And I think there was a new swatch in base game as well, in a teal, which is quite nice. You love that it's really like a ball gown. Yeah, I love that as well. Like, there's such a cool little detail that fits the world, you know, that you would have ball gowns in your actual wardrobe. Sorry, I swallowed that wrong. Ah, dear. Piano. So this is gorgeous. I love the gold swatch of this. It's just like absolutely stunning. Love me a grand piano. And what else we got? So we looked at the curtains. Got the curtains out of the way. So in terms of decorations, we've got a sailboat. So that kind of, it's a nod to the Vertimart area, having the sailboat and that sort of thing. We have the golden lemons with the bold different shapes and colours. We also have When Life Gives You Lemons vase, which is huge. It's a huge vase. Like, it's massive. And we also have the Sovereign Splash Station, which is one of the fountains. And that is sort of all the matching stones and everything there. Where are we? Hope they don't miss too much. And then we have a royal ornamental vase. So in the same sort of colour palette as what we have there with the rest of our ornamental stuff. Now, we do have a sort of a fountainy type thing. So this is sort of statue vibey fountain thing. I don't think the water, oh yeah, the water does move in this. So different sort of swatches and that's for outdoors. And we have some awesome clutter. So this is like a little bedside book, candle and globe. Can go on your desk as well. And there is a fan, so that can go on your vanity. Where's our vanity? Over here. There's actually a few things to put on the vanity, so we're not going to put that all on there, but it's a cute little fan. So if our Sims being coy, they can use their fan. Oh. Also a sea navigator essential item, so that kind of goes with our ship. And there's a few different swatches there. We have some shoes. Awesome clutter. Look at that. Some shoes. And also they match Cass. Like they match the ombre effect of the heels and Cass. So these are the exact heels and Cass that we have. And they will sit down on the bottom of your wardrobe as well. I love those. I think they're awesome. I'm going to use those all the time. We have, these are locked items by the way. So we have the Bellacord mask. So I think you unlock those by doing the Grand Ball event. So you can unlock the different masks. And in the different colours there. Roundabout. You can sort of see those. I don't think it's going to change for me. Oh no, there we go. That's better. So that's the different mask colours there. And it's a lace mask that you saw in... Sorry, it's actually very hard to grab those. Nope. Okay, there we go. They're a little hard to grab. Same mask that we saw in Cass. So I love that we're getting things that we saw in Cass actually represented in the game as well. So that's the mask that one of the masks that we're wearing. And this mask here, which is the mermaid mask. So get to see that in the actual game as a decoration too. So you can have that decoration and then you can go and wear it at an actual ball, which is just like, whew, that's awesome. Then we have the Regal Correspondence Kit. So that's great for going onto the desks as well. So that's like your seal wax. You know, you can see that down there, wax and seal kind of thing. We also have for the vanity, a little perfume set, perfume and jewellery glove set. And a mirror in 3 colours, and also a ornate trinket box. So it's got jewellery in it, and again those pieces of jewellery kind of match what's in our tiaras and stuff. Those are so cute. They are, aren't they? Absolutely adorable. I'm loving those. We also have the rugs. So we have runners. So we've got the end pieces as well as the middle pieces, and they again just match everything that we kind of have there. They also match the stair runners that we have. Oh, I didn't show you the runner stairs. Hang on. I have to go and show you those because they've got like a couple of different patterns on them running throughout. They just kind of work like the other runners that we have in the game from like vampires and that sort of thing. And hang on, I forgot to show you these stairs. With the runners on them, they are very cool, and there's quite a few like different colors and a couple of different designs there as well. So if you were going to be doing like a legacy where you are famous and you need a red carpet, then this is the stair set for you. So it's like a plainer version there without the pattern on it in the different colors, and then you kind of got like this triangle pattern, which I think is kind of like a nod to Dembali. And then you've kind of got like your more decorative patterns running through there again. Just like that. Those are those there. Almost forgot about those. There's probably stuff that I've forgotten about, and I do apologise for that. It's going on to... How long have we been going? Oh, just over 5 hours. So my brain's getting a bit fuzzy brain. So I'm doing the best. We'll get through it. It's all good. We're almost finished anyway, going through everything. We do have like a little bit of a nautical decoration here. You know, you got your lovely steering wheel, and that kind of all matches the different coloured woods that we got with this pack, this side of things. And rugs, we've also got the woven earth rug, and this kind of goes over here in the Dembali side. Very earthy colours. And then there is the pattern harmony rug, and again, this is kind of like the Dembali side. It has like the more of the patterned vibe to it, and a few different patterns there. This looks very vibrant in the game. We also have the majestic marble medallion. So that's like a little circular one, and it has like a few different vibes to it. So that kind of can mix and match, I think, between the different styles. And then we have It's Antique Darling rug by Regilismo. This is a cool rug. I like this rug. It's got the lemons on it. There's some cute lemony stuff throughout, and this really matches this side, I think, of the lighting, right? Yeah, that side of the decoration side of things. We also have a crowned comfort canopy. So I don't know if you want to do this. Oh my god, the house. Do this over a, for example, throne, but you could put that against a throne room, and this definitely suits this opulent vibe. So you can go over a throne, I think, with it, or I reckon you can do it over a bed. It's like double canopy though, but I reckon you can do that. They don't really snap together that well, so you will have to adjust that from my experience of doing it over a bed anyway. But you could go either direction with that, I think. Then there are our crests. So I'll show you guys how this kind of works. So we've got like the different color crests, which kind of match what we have in the Dynasty setup. And then there are a couple of decal options. Let me just find them. Decals, where are you? Oh, I can't find them for looking now. Nope. There they are. So you can go with the different crest options. So you can basically make your own Dynasty shield that goes up on your wall. So you put the decal on there, and you can make up whatever you like, so it suits whatever your Dynasty is. And you can also do a gold version of that. So all the same decals, but just gold. So if you want to keep it like less colourful and go like a plainer option, then you can go just gold. So there you go. You can match your Dynasty crest to something that you can decorate in your house. There's also new kitchen stuff. So let's go down here. So we've got a new kitchen cabinet, and it's got all the sort of the end pieces, corner pieces through there. And we have the outer corner piece, and then we have the end rear piece as well. So cool, lovely. And then we have the same thing again with the islands, and then we have an upper counter as well. And so these are all in the same color swatches, and these match the sort of more opulent side of things in terms of the color palettes and stuff that they've chosen. So lots of different colors, although there are I think a couple of wooden options that would work with Glen Barley as well. And there is a bit of clutter on some of, I've just got floating cabinets, never mind me. Some of these cabinet options there as well. So, you know, a little bit of clutter in there. Hopefully you can see that okay. And we've got the long one there, so it's kind of like the half long cabinet, half tile, and corner cabinet. I love all the clutter detail on that corner cabinet. There's so much there with the little plant. And then on the end cabinet as well, we have some more clutter on that too. So, that building's making me bump up and down a lot. So there we go. So that's our kitchen, and it also has this really cool shelf unit. It's kind of like your hutch, if you know what I mean. And there is also a fridge and oven. That also matches the sink. So if you want to put the matching sink there for the kitchen, you can do that. So there is, where are you? Fridge and thingy. There we are. There's the matching fridge. So running through exactly the same colors again. And then there is also a matching oven. And that runs through that. And the top of that actually reminds me of Lovestruck. So I think it's pretty cool. There is also, in the opulent range, there is 3 heights of a bookcase. Just float around, never mind me. So 3 heights of bookcase running in there. So you can do some really cool grand studies and grand libraries. And we've got those matching swatches all the way through again with the different colors. We have got a new brunch table, and it's a covered one, and it does have some decorations on it. So we've got like lemons, we've got like flowers, and then we've got some planes as well. We do have a new telescope, a couple of different options there that works with our nautical theme. We have a family tree tapestry. This does have a gameplay aspect to it, so you can actually do some stuff with your family tree here on this item right here. So a couple of swatches on that. We've got some food stalls, so if you want to build like your markets and that sort of thing, you can pop your food stalls in there, and those are from each of the different regions. We have a family tree compendium, so if you are doing some family tree gameplay, you can use that compendium for some different stuff. So research another's family tree and research your own family tree. And then you can create a dynasty, forge family tree, view own family tree, and view another Sims family tree here. So basically that's doing like a little bit of research and stuff like that with your family tree stuff. So this is how you actually forge a connection between one sim and another sim. So we can add a sim and Marilyn Rockwell, for example, and we can forge a connection to maybe Sophia Abrantes, and that can be a relationship. So maybe she's her grand aunt, and then that changes the dynamic of your family tree and means that you can really be quite you can customize your family tree. The words are coming out bad. So we have father, grandfather, great grandmother, and then so you can kind of join like a whole lot of families and stuff together, which I think is absolutely awesome. So we're going to forge that connection now, and then that changes your family tree dynamic and how that kind of looks. And you can see from the legend that we have like a dynasty connection, we have a family connection, we have a secret connection, a forged connection, and you can see like they're divorced there. And then, you know, if we had a secret child, we could see a secret connection as well. And now that also made for a secret. So we do have a secret now as well. So that's pretty awesome. I thought that was a lot of fun that we could forge those family secrets. And we're going to go royalties. Right. So going back into some lovely clutters, we have this fruit bowl, which is gorgeous and I think works really well with the Dambali stuff. We have Orange You Majestic, so we've got another orange tree. I don't actually understand why we have that because we have one in base game, but anyway, whatever. We also have an aristocrat's aromatic array, that words, and we have the Sunroom expansion starter. So this kind of works really well in the Dambali world, but I've been using it everywhere because it's really cool. And we have the Rose Garden urn planter, so this is an outdoor version of our other one, and again we've got like the green swatches versus the plain swatches, and we have a lemon tree. I'm in love with this lemon tree. I've been using that left, right, and center because it's just different from the orange tree. And we have the tropical potted plant palm. This is actually quite large, and again works really nicely with the Dambali style. But again, I've been using that absolutely everywhere, but that's kind of how the styles I feel like work out. Those are kind of in the middle. We have a new thing called a square wall panel, and there's also a larger version of this as well with the ornate wall panel. And basically what that allows you to do is create customizable wallpapers. So if you want to do like a wallpaper here, for example, like that, and you can do like a pattern running through and have like a little pattern running through, whatever you want to do, you know, you can create something customization. You can also use it to frame things if you want to go that direction as well. So maybe you want to shrink that down and we can do like a little bit of a frame around that if you wanted to, you know, that sort of idea. But you know, you'll use it for whatever you use it for, but I think the idea is that we can do customizable wallpapers with it, which I think is awesome. We do have another new mirror. So we've seen the Dambali style one. This is the ornate mirror, and it comes in a variety of different metallics and has like a little kind of flower on the top. It's really pretty, and we've got like the seashell on the bottom. Oh, we've got the longer version of the runners as well. So there's a short version of the runners and a longer version of the runners. So that's kind of the longer version there, and it's got the ends on it. We have some kitchen clutter. So we've got some pots, and they're in a variety of colors. Again, those colors kind of match the ornate style. This is one of my very, very favorite things that we got in the game. It's very cool. I've been using it all the time for building. And this is the mosaic, sunbeam mosaic. So the idea is that this can go on the floor, like so, if you want to go that direction. But I've mostly been using this on roofing. I think it's cooler on roofing. And if you've seen the crystal flooring, I think it is, in Island Living, it works the same as that. So you can kind of use it for roofing or flooring, and a variety of colors, and works really well with the Dambali set. I've been using this left, right, and center. I absolutely love it. I think it's amazing. It's just one of those things that makes me happy because I can use it on porches and you know, pergolas and things like that. So yeah, makes me happy. And then we have this shining beverage cart. So this is like a metallic, and it sort of matches, I think, between both areas, but probably would work really nicely with the ornate mostly. The elegant dividends divider. This works really well with the Dembali kind of area, I think, but I've been using it against both. But the wood kind of works with that. Now I want to show you guys something with this. So I don't know whether or not this was a deliberate thing or not, but I'm just going to change this. With short walls, right? Just change it. Short walls and short walls. I'm just going to draw a wall. You can actually make these work absolutely perfectly, where you have these dividers working underneath spandrels and columns to create like a really decorative wall. I'm just like, I love this. So yeah, this made me extremely happy. It's a kind of you know, thing that appeals to me. That's cool, right? I love it. I really don't know if it was deliberate on the Sims part, but I discovered it by accident and I was just like, oh, yes. Yeah, I know. Steal that, please. It's such a good idea. And yeah, it works really great. It looks fantastic out in builds and stuff. So yeah, as I said, I don't know if it was deliberate or not, but I discovered it and I was just like, make me happy. We have a new lamp as well. So that works with our ornate range over there, same sort of colors running through. We have a doll's house. We didn't really get much in the way of kids stuff, but we did get a doll's house, which is a mini palace and has all of the items that we see over in our ornate area, which I think is amazing. You know, like the matching wallpaper. I wish we had this picture. We don't. But yeah, matching, you know, chairs and lights and all that sort of thing, which is cool. Natalia, I don't know if I would have thought of that. It's brilliant. I know, I did it by accident when I was building, and I was just like, was playing around because I wanted something decorative for a wall, and then I discovered that the spandrel column divider worked so perfectly. It only works on a short wall though, it doesn't work on a tall wall so perfectly. You'd have to play around with it for that, but on a short wall, it's like chef's kiss. We also have an ornate candle stand, so it's like a little candelabra in a way, but it's very ornate. It's got the dropping pearls, just like the earrings. We have the Scandal Seeker's Beacon. So this is kind of like a sneaky light. It works with the Dembali kind of wood colors, and that goes on the outside. We have these Grand Elegance lamps, and they come in a plain swatch, and these match the candles. And then, ready for it, with the greenery on it, I'm like, hello. I love you with the greenery on it. So I've been using those all over the place because I love them. We also have a Scandalier chandelier, and this is a variety of different colors there, and again just matches our light sort of situation for our opulent range. We also have a swirling wall vortex, so this is a candle outdoor light. We have a new mailbox. So this is a cute little mailbox, sits on a wall just like an apartment mailbox. We do have apartments in this world, so that absolutely makes sense to me. So cute little mailbox. We have boat. We don't have any water lots, but we do have a boat. So you can own a boat and be fancy. I'm not quite sure how they kind of fit into a build, but if we're noble, we're going to have a fancy boat. All right, maybe you can, I imagine you can probably put it in your inventory maybe and take it down to the water. I don't know. I hadn't thought about that, but there must be some way to use it. And I think that might just about be it. I'm just going to cruise through and just check that I've found everything. So we've got our swordsmanship dude, so we can practice our swordsmanship. So he's wearing a cool tabard. And what else? We've got the clocks down those. That's our plants. We do have a couple of locked items. So we have the Gilded Royal Podium. That's unlocked by reaching the level 7 of the Noble Career. And we have the Regal Crown display, so you can display your crown on a pillow of red. The fireplace that we have for this more opulent area is pretty much a plain stone, but it is, yeah, it kind of works between both, really. It's rather nice. It sits there very nicely, keeps us warm, all that sort of thing. Classic fireplace stuff. And I think that is it. So there's definitely more in debug, but I really, I think think that's the main thrust of the build buy. More plants and stuff in debug, and a couple of locked items. That's basically it for build buy. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I think that's going to be it for me for the day as well. It's been a very good time. I'm going to be back at the same time tomorrow, and we're going to be building. So we're going to be taking this build buy and we're going to be building something fun. So if you want to come back and do a little bit of royalty and legacy building with me, you can do that. I also will be releasing content over on my YouTube channel. So there will be different content coming out on that. Today I have got a palace that's been released, and that's out as a speed build out on my channel, I think now. And there's also a first look, so I'm sort of basically doing what we did today and looking through Cass and the world as well as the build buy, so same sort of thing as we did today. And there's also coming out a gameplay series, so if you want to check out some of the gameplay in the world, there's a gameplay series coming out here. We're going to be doing a gameplay series on stream as well, which is going to be like a Dynasty sort of legacy challenge thing that I'm making up, and that's going to be a lot of fun too. So I hope you guys can join me throughout. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, Saturday, a slightly different time, 2 hours earlier, and then Sunday as well. We're doing a special stream with G Lovely where we're doing a bit of building and cast challenges in Royalty and Legacy. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Natalia, I don't know when that time flew by. You tell stories wonderfully. I'll definitely come by again. Oh, thank you. That's so nice to hear. And thank you for hanging out and checking out all the new things with me. And thank you everyone for being here on stream today. I really appreciate it. So I hope you've had fun. I have had a delightful time, and this pack is absolutely amazing, and I can't wait to show off more and discover more myself, because I haven't had a chance to go through it all either, and I'm excited to check out some of these things that I haven't even discovered yet. Scandals are so much fun. I love it. Okay guys, thank you for watching. I'm going to end things there. I will catch you hopefully tomorrow if you get the chance, and otherwise next time around whenever you can make it. Is always fabulous. Thanks.